a little bit before people jump in, usually. A little bit later than I usually start, but we'll see. All right. Good evening or good morning, depending on where you live. The special guest tonight, Chick, is here with us. Hello, Chick.
Hello.
Well, thank you for joining us tonight. Super excited to have you on. Been, I guess, telling you earlier, I only caught one of your live streams, but I have watched a few of your other streams afterwards, and quite enjoyable. You do a great job of presenting and going through it and interacting with your chat room. And in fact, throughout this stream, what I'll do too is I'm going to post your link to your YouTube channel. So if anybody is joining us tonight that hasn't subbed to you, that they will have the link to do so.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. So let me get that going right now. And so I don't know if you want to see here. Here we go. All right, here is Chick's YouTube channel, everybody. So click on that, sub to her, ring the bell. Ring my bell. Ring my bell. Right? The song I was thinking that. So, Chick, tell me, I'm interested to know when you were first saw the Mandela effect and what it was that you seen. Oh, perfect. Good. I'm glad you keep something in so I can give you a ring. And then just kind of the history of that,
For sure. So, the very first thing. Oh, I'm echoing a little bit in your background. Hang on one sec. There we go. The very first thing that I saw that was a Mandela effect, but there was no such term as the Mandela effect at the time, was this country, this big round country that was off the west coast of Australia. And it was a long, long time ago that I saw that disappear, but I wasn't knowledgeable, about, what was the name of the country and what was it. So when I asked people, like, what was this country? They would say, what country? There's nothing there. That's just ocean. Like, do you remember the name of it? Is it something else? Are you confused? And I didn't know what to do with that information. So that was the very first thing, and that was way, way back in 1996. And I didn't, know what to call it or what to do with it or anything. So I just kind of let it go and, went on with whatever. And then in 2008, I had a really weird experience where I was just living my life as usual, whatever. And I woke up one day and something was really, really off. And I didn't know what it was. Like, again, there was no term Mandela effect in 2008. I had no idea what was going on. Just everybody seemed really rude and kind of like cold and distant. Like, everyone looked the same, but they were all acting different. And I didn't know what was happening. And I literally there was this old video store, but it sold both VHSs and DVDs at that point in time. And I'd actually bought Interview with a Vampire, and I had it in my bag. And I wanted to show my friends as I wanted to show them this movie because I was like, I bought it, I haven't watched it yet, but I know what the story's about. And I start rambling about it, and they keep correcting me over and over and saying, Interview with the Vampire, Interview with the Vampire. And I'm getting more and more angry, like, because, I'm in the middle of a roll of conversation about it, and they'll keep stopping me. And I'm like, why are you correcting me about, like, you're wrong? Like, why are you correcting me and you're incorrect? Like, what are you talking about? I wanted to rebut them, but I wasn't that nasty. I just like thought that in my head, and I go to pull the DVD out of my bag, and I see it says Interview with the Vampire on it, and I know that's not the name of the movie. But I don't know what to say to them now because, you know, I was going to show them, here's the actual DVD cover and you're wrong. And I was just looking at it, like thinking like, I think I just paid full price for a knockoff movie. That was my conclusion. Wow. Was like, this must be like a pirated DVD because that's not the name of the movie. And I could have sworn it said Interview with a Vampire when I bought it the other day. I hadn't even watched it yet. You know, it was still in my bag. I didn't know what to think about that. So I just kind of, you know, just wasn't sure what to do and just put it back in my bag, whatever. And then later on in that day, I was, you know, going between classes, and another thing that popped out was, for whatever crazy reason, somebody had their book open, like not even in class, but just like in the halls. And it was just a map of Europe. It wasn't the Americas or anything, because I'm sure if it was, I would have noticed South America straight away, but I never noticed, like, it wasn't a map of anywhere except Europe. And immediately I'm looking at this map of Europe, and I'm just like, that's wrong. I'm like, that map is wrong. Like, Denmark is on top of Germany in your map, in your textbook. Like, what the hell is going on? But I didn't say anything. I was just looking at it, and I was trying to say, is the book wrong? Is the book, like, you know, I had no idea. There was no such thing as the Mandela Effect community. Nelson Mandela at the time, you know, wasn't dead. So, you know, I had no idea what to do with this information. And then the one other freaky thing I saw that day was an anatomy picture of the human body, and that was wrong as well. So between everyone being rude and weird with me and everything just being wrong and crazy. Oh, there was one other weird thing, was when I was going in that morning, the moon was out even though it was the daytime. So like
which seems to be happening more.
Which happens all the time here.
And then like the moon is out more with the sun now than it is at night.
Yes, for sure. It's so strange, but you know, I tried to justify it to myself, or I just didn't know what to say because everything was so crazy and there was no context, there was no explanation for any of it. And literally I ended up, just because usually things will change while I sleep, so I ended up going back to my original world where everything was just as I had remembered it being. So I only spent a bit of time in what we call the Orion Arm here in 2008, and then I went back to where I'm from, and it turned back to Interview with a Vampire, and everybody was their usual personalities again. The map went back to how I remembered it. I knew, you know, where Denmark was and where Germany was. Like, I had literally been to Berlin. Like, I knew what the map of Europe looked like, where I was from, and everything like this, and I just forgot about it. I was just like, well, I don't know what to do with that information, and I just didn't do anything more with it. And then on election night in 2016, it was literally election night. We were driving my friend to the airport. She had come and visited us for a while. She was flying out election night. And that night, the election was going in one direction, and all the traffic lights were still green on top. And I didn't even bother staying up because, you know, Hillary was winning state after state after state after state. So I was like, oh, I'm not even going to bother staying up and watching this. Like, whatever, it's over. I went to bed. I woke up the next day. Every single traffic light that I could find on any international news, down on the street outside, wherever, were all red on top. And the election had gone completely the other way. So I got out a map of Europe, and I saw that Denmark was back on top of Germany, and I said, I'm back here again. Now that didn't happen in such a quick sequence. There was a gap of time before I pulled out a map and realized, like, oh my gosh, I'm back here again. I was here before. But that's generally what happened to me. My different trips into this before it was, you know, known or talked about.
I mean, this is probably one of the most fascinating stories I've ever heard about how anybody was affected. So I do have some questions. First of all,
For sure.
2008, I think that's probably the one of the earliest that I've heard. I've heard I was 2015, which I think the majority of the people were, but I also know there was another large group of people in 2012. Now, 2008, I mean that's going quite a ways back, and so that in itself is something. But I think what's more fascinating is that after 2008, everything went back to the way it was. No, two questions. One, in that period of time with the movie Interview with a Vampire and what was the other one? The that you said
The map of Europe,
the
or
map. Yeah, the
yeah.
map. I mean, how close was that? Like within a month, a year? I mean, what's the timeline between these changes in the original time in 2008 to the timeline of these first changes that you noticed? How spread apart were they? Were they close? Were they far apart?
Oh, the changes that I mentioned, I noticed all in one day. So I
Okay, so
completely switched from one place to another overnight, and then switched back again, and everything switched back again.
okay, and um, so it was one day, and then the next day everything switched back.
No, that it was like a short period of time, but the day that I was really shocked was that first day. So I can't remember the exact time, but I don't think that it was very long. So I didn't know what the Mandela effect was, and I didn't know that I was in a different place, or that I didn't know the extent of it. But I did notice the small things, as in I only ever had the one copy of the movie, and it changed back to Interview with a Vampire. And my estimations of when exactly I noticed that changing back, the map changing back, I said I think it was the end of 2008, beginning of 2009 was the period. Because I know when I got further into 2009, I was definitely at home. Things had switched back to normal, but I don't know the
Okay,
exact day or month that it switched back for me, because it wasn't as much of a shock like when things switched back as it was when they switched for the first time like that.
so let me ask you when everything switched back. Okay, did you write it off as like what the heck was that? Whatever, I'm back. Or were you like, I mean, what was your thought process when things switched back? Were you thinking, wow, that was kind of weird that I saw things change and they switched back? Or were you thinking, hmm, maybe I was just wrong? And, at what point did you realize that, was it when 2016, then you realized like, no, there's something really did change back in 2008, or were you just writing that off until 2016?
So it was a way of being able to attach words to what happened. So by 2016, there was so much more information. I was able to definitively say, oh my gosh, I've seen this before. I know this has happened. There's two different places, because I've been back and forth, because people were saying the world has changed. And I'm like, what year did it change? Because for different people, it's happening in different years. I was at home in 2015 when most people came here. I came in late 2016 and got to see all the changes and things. Like I literally had Eisenhower dimes in my hand very recently before I switched timeline or switched realities or switched whatever it is. I'm not obsessed with one term or another. I just know that things changed from one thing to another. So sometimes I'll say reality, sometimes I'll say timeline, sometimes I'll say whatever. But I try to let people know that I have my theories, but I'm not completely solid on
Right,
what the word should be.
but what I'm asking you is that when you originally saw like the map change and the movie title change, and then
It
it changed
scared
back,
me. Yeah, when I
did
originally
you at
saw it, it
any
scared
point?
me. And when it changed back, it was the weirdest thing ever. Like I remember feeling comforted because everything changed back, but I almost had like an imposed kind of amnesia on me. As in,
So did you
I
kind
knew
of
it
just
was
write it
happening.
off as like maybe did you just kind of write it off as like, well, maybe I
No,
was just wrong, or did you
I
just like grasp it and go like, no, I know things changed and changed back and stuck with that.
I knew things changed and changed back, but instead of fully consciously saying things have changed back, I just remember the emotions of it, of feeling so relieved that everything was familiar again. But I did not have a big breakthrough moment of saying, aha, consciously everything has changed back. And that's so not like me. It's like, it's almost like there was some kind of a fog or an amnesia or something over me where I could process the information, but I couldn't go deep with it. And then when it happened the
Wow.
second time, I was able to fully consciously go into it, almost like how you can grasp a dream. Like sometimes the dream will just slip away like water and you can't grab it. And sometimes you can grab onto it, you can remember every detail. It's really
Right.
strange like that. It's like I wasn't allowed to have that. I wasn't supposed to remember that, but I was like, no, I consciously remember how much it scared me, how much it shocked me. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't explain it away. I knew that it was really happening, that it wasn't just some kind of confusion or, in the moment I was trying to say, well, maybe it's a knockoff movie, but I was flabbergasted. Like my jaw was open. I didn't know what to say. Like if you know
Yeah.
something for sure and people say, oh no, it's called this, and then you try to pull out the proof and the proof has changed. Like that was a huge
Wow.
Mandela moment for me. Before, it was, like I said, unfortunately, there was no Mandela um, terms, because if you have that, then immediately you have some kind of understanding to deal with. When there's no understanding of it and you feel like you've woken up in a different world and you have no idea how you
Yeah.
got there, you had no idea it was possible, no idea how to get back. That's why I thought it would only be like, oh, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months, and I'll be back home again, because this happened to me before. But I never got back home. I never woke up back. I've been stuck here ever since election night 2016.
Yeah, that was something I was like actually commenting on Scarab's stream tonight. Is that when in 2015 when I first awoke, was that it was hard for me to get back within the swing of society because I felt like I was Patrick Swayze in that movie with the glasses. I just walked out and I just looked at the world and I was just like, the world isn't the world that I know. This is not. This is everything's different. Everything and it's not just looking at, but the feeling, like everything, the way people interacted, the way I interacted with people, everything just felt like I felt like I went to a different. I've traveled a lot for work in the past, and a lot of people don't that don't travel a lot. What they don't realize is that even within our United States, I mean, we always think like Europe and these small countries like Germany and UK and Spain and everybody's different cultures and different languages and different lifestyles, right, and everything. That within our United States, that when you go from state to state, it's the same thing. I mean, there's different terms, different ways of life, different atmosphere, different speeds of life throughout each state within our United States. I felt like when I walked out in a city I was living in for 15 years, I felt like I was in another country, trying to fit in. It was very, very awkward for me. And it took a while for me, a long while, a couple of years, for me to actually start feeling like I was part of it again. And even then, it's a struggle because I feel like I'm still an outsider while people live their lives in the bubble. And it's kind of weird, in my opinion, to interact with like that. But, I'm doing much better now doing it. But, I think this is the most fascinating, absolutely hands down story because 2008, I mean, that is, goes back. I mean, Party Puppy was saying he noticed stuff in the 1970s. I mean, I think that 1970s seemed different things. So then 2016, you had the election with Hillary, and so when you went to bed, and it was pretty much wrapped up. I mean, were the news people saying it's pretty much Hillary's?
Yeah, it was so wrapped up. Like, it's so difficult for me to remember now, like, exactly which states. But at the time, I remember saying, they said that she won that state last night, and today they're saying that he won that state. Like, what's just happened here? And there was all this kind of stuff about the election was on November 8th and November 9th, depending on which reality or whatever you were coming from. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it was November 9th, like, in both cases for me. But it definitely wasn't the same. As in, I think the one advantage I had was I knew I'd been here before to this weird place. Whereas a lot of people, it was their very first time, and they just went completely panicked and thought, you know, the world is over or something crazy has happened or something. And I'm like, yes, this is very, very crazy. But I'm like, thank God I'm one of those people that I actually, you know, was at home and went there and then got home again and went here. So at least I know the people at home, while I'm completely unable to contact them, unfortunately, because the people here are not the same as the people at home, at least in my case. At least I know that they're not in a weird situation like me. I think they're back in the normal world, doing normal stuff. I don't know how bad it got because it was looking very, very World War III at the instant I left. So I don't know if that kicked off. There's some people saying it did kick off and it was very bad, but it was very quick. I didn't get to see that. I don't know what happened. So I was kind of like waiting for news from the front lines. I was like, someone needs to come in from where I'm from after me and tell me what happened, because this is not the same world whatsoever. Like, even the smallest details of, like, my dentist's office was on the other side of the highway than it had been in my home reality.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to ask you, if you had any, because I think that's the biggest part right there, any personal enemies. I think that's a huge, because I have one too. So do you want to go into a little detail on your dentist office, how that happened?
Oh, the dentist office was on the other side of the highway than it's always been on, and it was always there. Same building, old, you know, plants growing around it. It's not like they moved office or it was somehow, you know, that anything came in and interfered with it. It's just literally the map is laid out differently. There's trees, old grown trees that have sprung up overnight. Some of them are covering like big buildings, and they'll change from every now and then. So I'll look out of my window from my living room and I'll see different full-grown trees or different bushes or different things, and they'll disappear like they were never there, or they'll show up in some different form, or they're growing in a different place, and they change absolutely all the time. The paint of the building keeps changing. The people keep changing when they moved in or when they didn't move in, or what, you know, the people around in the neighborhood. Just basically everything changes day to day. My bedroom changed between the two timelines. I had mirrors like on the sliding closet doors, and there's no mirrors on these closet doors, and there never was. They're like plywood, wood kind of stuff. My bathroom is different. There's a lot of things you'll find if you look very close are mirror imaged. When things change, sometimes your photographs will be mirror imaged than what they were before. I have a little thing in the kitchen, a little picture of a hummingbird, because one of my very good friends who died of cancer, that was her favorite bird ever. It was kind of like a symbol for her, so it's like very dear to me. And that bird will mirror image from time to time. Sometimes it'll be facing into the kitchen, and sometimes it'll be facing out away from the kitchen. So basically everything changes all the time, and it kind of blew my mind that I could physically touch something like the Eisenhower dimes, and that doesn't mean anything because the physical object can change. So my sensation of touch, trying to say that that makes it reality, obviously isn't so, because the dime has never had Eisenhower on it in this reality.
Right, and so can you see the chat at all?
Let me see, where's the chat? Yeah.
Also, you might want to turn your camera off because your avatar doesn't come up, and when you talk, it just goes back to screen.
Oh, Let me see. How do I do that? Because it's a built-in one.
Yeah, just hit the
System
on the
preferences.
Google Hangout the camera, and it will turn off. Put your avatar up.
I think I got it. Did that work? I press the put the camera off.
Yeah, turn the camera off. Yeah, there you go. Roses. Perfect. Yeah, so I think that's huge about the personal ones. So I have a personal one too. That so the last place I lived was about 3 blocks from a house that when my ex-wife and I were together, we had a black lab that just we couldn't get out of the water to save our life, and we just had our first son, and so we decided we're going to buy a home. I got a real estate agent, and I told him, well, just a couple things. One, I have a lab and a newborn, no pool. Okay. Secondly, no busy street. All right. So, a house he takes me to, well, it's on a side street off of a major street, like ones that like the semi trucks use, like a major street, right? And so the side fence, or what it was then was a brick wall, was to the main street. And it had a pool in the backyard. Hey, man. It had a pool in the backyard. And that wasn't fenced. And it wasn't a fence that went to the main street. It was a mason wall that was only about 3.5 feet high that my lap could actually jump over. Well, of course, my wife at the time fell in love with the house because it was a gorgeous house. And she's like, well, let's put a bid. I'm like, no. No way. So I remember distinctively pulling the real estate agent into the back room separately and telling him, dude, I told you, no pool, no busy street. Not only I'm on a busy street, there's a pool, not even gated, and my dog can jump over that little brick wall. I'm like, I'm going to tell you right now, you get me out of this with my wife, or I'm going to fire you right now. Right? So this was a very something that, like, I remember everything. I remember the inside of the house. It really stands out. So fast forward, divorced, happened to move literally 3 blocks from this house, and I'm walking down to the store, and I'm walking by that house, and I'm looking at it. The house looks exactly the same color, the same shape, same location, and it has a wooden fence that's falling over. I'm like, well, where'd the brick wall go? And I look in the backyard, and there's no pool. Right? And I'm looking, I'm like, and you could tell they have an old cement patio there with an old awning falling apart. And I'm looking, I'm like, there's no way, this is not. And I was like tripping hard. I'm like, this is like very personal for me, right? And so then logic might step in and go like, well, maybe they, I'm thinking maybe they filled in the pool. People sometimes fill in the pool. If it has bad cracks and too expensive to repair or whatever, they'll fill the pool in. And maybe the brick wall, they didn't want the brick wall, and they wanted a higher fence. Fine. I'm not going to trip off of that. It must have been, 2-3 months later, I'm walking to the store, and I'm looking, and the damn thing's got the little brick wall and a pool again. That was it. And I was just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna trip over this. This is just this is Mandela effect and it's reality. And I'm just gonna go with it and be like, why should I trip off of this any more than the ones that everybody sees, right? Because when it's a personal one, it seems to affect you more than the ones like interview with a vampire where we all agree, right? We can all agree. But when it's something personal like that and then it switches back, I'm telling you that, boy, if you don't have that happen, I hope it doesn't happen because that really puts you in a tailspin, right?
And,
I mean,
and now you see what I'm talking about when I told y'all a long time ago about them scissors. I said that this was personal in my house. You know, when it hits you personally, that's when the doubt. See, the Mandela effect, sometimes in your head, in general, we really don't want it to be happening. And we know we see changes, but somewhere in our heart, we're like, well, maybe we just is misremembering. But then when it happened personally, you see all that doubt that you might have had go out the window.
yeah.
You know, we 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 most of us, even when I first started in the Mandela Effect community, I was maybe 70-30. Still had a little doubt, but when it happened, something personal right in my house, all that doubt just totally dissipated. You know, can we can we sometimes make mistakes on what we made and thought? Yeah, everybody make mistakes on something,
Well, yeah. For
but
instance, like for instance, I will go to the junk drawer, right? We all got a damn junk drawer in the kitchen, right? And hey, talking to my ex-wife, hey, where's that blah blah thing? Well, it's right there in that drawer. Okay, open it up. I will dig through that drawer for 20 minutes. Shut it. Go, what? Now it's not in there. Open it again. Dig through it. It ain't in there. Shut the drawer. It ain't in there. She opens this drawer and it's sitting right on top. What? Okay, so yeah, I can see where you're like, but that's not what we're talking about here, right? Because we're just, you know, that's me. That's my life. Like it'll be right in front of my face and I won't see it. You know, but but that's not what I'm talking about. Like with the house thing, that's different. So when you're talking about in your house, you meant right, and you're talking about the dentist office chicken. And the other thing about that chick is the trees, right? Because like you might, the dentist office moving from one side of the street to the other, but then they have the other part of it with the trees overgrown and things like that, where those are things like to add to it. That's like the pool and the fence, right? I mean, and the house is exactly the same. So those are things like, to other people they might think we're crazy, but here's the thing: is if we're experiencing it and we know about the Mandela effect and tripping out. I mean, I guarantee you, there's people out there that are experiencing things like that don't see the Mandela effect. That I mean, how does that affect them, right?
yep,
I mean,
yep.
think about that.
That's why when I seen them scissors fix themselves in my house, I said, "Oh no, I know for a fact them scissors was broke, the same color and everything, and all of a sudden now they fixed. Come on now.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man, Chick's joining us tonight.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How are
I,
you
I haven't
doing?
been I haven't been incognito, but I just have been incognito on lives. I still post videos all the time. Sometimes and we what they call that? We have a expiration date, so we gonna have to figure out a different way to do this because Google have said they're scrapping live next year. I think it's in April where live will no longer be available.
Oh,
They
I
What?
didn't
said,
hear that. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
Why?
because they you know why they say because of the that nobody use it and it ain't like the product that's favorable for them. So they gonna take it away, and so we're going to figure a different way on how to go live. And so I just been trying to get used to not doing live, and you know, I I just try to stay neutral, but I still do videos all the time. But I'm trying to get familiar with live because you know we get spoiled with something, and we don't know how to adapt to a change in venue. So yeah, our live capability will be going. Hangout will be taken away in a couple of months.
Oh wow. That's just as a lot of people were doing a lot of really good live streams, they're going to take it away.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, isn't that a huge
agenda.
part of YouTube?
Huh?
That's a huge part of YouTube. That's a huge part of YouTube is the live stream. I mean,
Yeah, but they taking
I mean,
hangouts away.
wow. What is that other one that you had me sign up on that you can share on? What was that called, man?
Oh, that was Zoom.
Zoom, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. That's a platform, but a little bit different. But I mean, people can still make comments.
It's almost same.
Oh man, that sucks. The censorship is just, I don't know why they're so worried about censoring the Mandela effect, because if you don't believe it, then it's just a bunch of people who don't remember, right?
Right?
Exactly. So obviously they know something's up or they wouldn't bother censoring this. If they thought it was just, you know, foolishness, there wouldn't be no need to stop that. Because on Facebook, I'm not on it anymore, but I used to be active on it in like Mandela Effect groups, and I started getting censored on how many posts a day I could post just because I was involved in Mandela Effect. It was bad, and I was like, I wonder why they're trying to quell some discussion on this. It obviously has merit in higher circles.
Wow. And so, just to get back with you, Chick, so to kind of finish like where you were at, and before I do that, I don't know if you can see the chat, what Party Puppy says, that he witnessed a monastery appear out of nowhere one day, then disappear the following day, that his parents witnessed it, and now they won't talk about it. I mean, to me, that's huge, right? I mean, to me, that's like, you know, I mean, to have that happen, you know, Belinda did her story. I don't know if you ever heard Belinda's story about the ivy on the building, because ivy is like, you can't get rid of that stuff. And it was there, and it wasn't, then it was there, or something like that, right, Belinda? But I mean, that's those are huge. But to get back to you, Chick, real quick. So 2016 with the election, okay. When did you start doing your live streams? When did you feel like you felt the need to actually start, getting on YouTube and doing a live stream and talking about it?
So I started a channel, and I wasn't sure whether or not to talk about the Mandela effect, because the place that I'd come from was very, very censorship and very, very, as in like anything that was too far out of bounds, there would be repercussions for immediately. So I was like a lot more fearful in the beginning. And then I started realizing that people were talking about this and there wasn't really any repercussions. It was either ridiculed or it was ignored. So I started doing videos, and at that time, it was a weird mixture of comments. Like you would get really good comments where people totally understood what you're talking about with the Mandela effect, really nasty comments, and then really confused comments. So that was fine. So I kept making the videos, and then I started to get like weird like threats and stuff. So that's why I kept a lot private, as in like I would talk about my Mandela effect experiences, but I didn't get too personally involved. And people have faulted me for that and said you should be, right up in the forefront. And I'm like, well, I got threats and I got scared like early on. And I know it's a lot quieter now, but still, you know, I'm always kind of a little bit concerned, I guess maybe too concerned with that kind of thing of like, you don't know who you're going to upset or how crazy they are or what the deal is. So I've kind of, oh, and when I started with the live streams was when they enabled live streams for everybody. So I've never verified my channel. I don't want to be, you know, controlled by YouTube. I don't want to be monetized. I don't want any of that stuff. So for a long time, I didn't have streaming capabilities. And then one day, all of a sudden, the live streaming option came up and I was able to do it.
Man,
so
y'all so
that's
lucky.
when I started.
Y'all so lucky. When I came in, they wouldn't let nobody live stream unless they had 1,000 subscribers. And when as soon as I got to about 1,500 subscribers, then they opened it up for everybody. I said, I did all that work for nothing. But it is a good thing that they allow everybody to.
How long have you been doing that for, E-Man?
You know, I've been on the community for about 3.5 years.
Wow.
I was in the community in the beginning. I remember I don't know why my subscriber base didn't blow up like other folks, but I semi know because my position wasn't flexed, meaning I didn't have a flex position where I was everywhere. I had one tunnel thinking where I knew that this was satanic, and because of that, and then I didn't really post 6 or 7 videos per day. I did maybe one every week or every other week. The traction of subscribers didn't give away. Some people that came after me did. You know, I think me and EYA actually got in at the same time. We came in the community at the same time, and it was only about 20 of us at that time. And I think it was in June of. I got in about June, January, March, April of 2016, and that's about. And then all the people we all started trickling in, and so it's been a long time. And I've seen a whole lot of things. People leave. I've seen a lot of people leave and come and be shut down and be hot one moment and cold another moment. I try to stay consistent, but I learned in this community you have to be a neutral person, and so that's why and I'm still staying on that point that it's cynical. It's nothing. We not floating. It ain't us changing reality. We don't make this stuff happen. It's not just we enlightened ourselves and came to a new realization. See, so I didn't never float to none of them ideas. I always took that tunnel position that it was cynical in the beginning. And in the beginning, if you look at my beginning videos, boy, I was going off. I was almost about at the point of cussing because I was really angry at believers that can't see the Bible changing and the things that's changing around them. And then I was with a church for 16 years and they called me cuckoo. And literally, I gave them free services, even though you put work God free anyway. But in most circumstances, musicians and people that like to play the keyboard normally get paid by churches. I ain't get a dime for 16 years. And I helped build stuff, gave the pastor my Home Depot card, and say, buy whatever you want to buy, and don't worry about how much it costs. And so with all of that body of work, and for them not to even listen, that was frustrating. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. You just won't even check? You ain't got to believe me, but at least go look.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chick.
Oh, I was just going to say, there's so many changes that are, silly or funny, or just like an A switches with an E or an I or whatever. But the sinister changes, the really central changes of one of the things that is very ground shaking and scary about the effect was the Bible changes, because it wasn't random. They're really nasty changes. They're really weird. And a lot of people don't see it, which is super, super strange. Especially like
Well,
you'd
I'll be
expect the
honest
most
with you,
pious people to recognize it and say, "Oh my gosh!" There's people that they read their Bibles every single day, and they don't see the changes, and you point it out, and they get completely angry, and it's blasphemy and everything to say that it's changed, and that is one of the biggest mind trips of the whole situation.
I think the problem is, because I talked to my pastor recently, people have took the Bible and made it God. And so when you done made a Bible God, you don't want your God to be messed with. And so you can tell them anything else, but because they done took the word and made it Jesus, instead of the word being an inspiration and something that God inspired to tell his story, they done made it Jesus. And my pastor told me, because I still talk to him every now and then, he said the reason why he can't believe that, because that'll make his faith weak. So they done took their faith and put their faith in that book, not Jesus, which is the word. They took the written words that was inspired for instruction, doctrine, and correction, and made it the word. And that's why it's hard to grasp on that. That it's like taking somebody's heart out they chest. That's why
Yeah,
it's so hard. And so just like, but see now, like I told them in the past, it's getting so blatant now. You can't keep making excuses. It's getting that blatant that at first he was messing with stuff that most people really don't really read. They just glance over, and it really wasn't that important, and it really wasn't being taught that much. So it was easy to manipulate that. But now he's getting to the meat scriptures, like the scripture that I just did recently, where it says, "My people perish for the lack of knowledge." Now it don't say that. It says, "My people destroyed by the lack of knowledge." Destroyed and perish is two different things. When you destroyed, meaning that you tore up, you ripped apart, and all that. And then the new scripture that I posted yesterday, which says, be quick to hear, slow to speak, and it's supposed to be slow to anger. But now it don't say that. Now it says, in every other translation it says anger, but in the King James Bible it says wrath. First of all, if you be wrath, that means you almost at a point of lunatic. You out of control. You just overboard. And God ain't gonna tell you, okay, you can get wrath, but do it slowly. Come on now.
yeah. And they don't see that as being crazy doctrinal change or being a crazy change of words, and it's just so strange. I mean, people will read the wolf and the lamb and not think that it's weird. I had one guy going crazy at my channel like last year, because he was in a church choir, and he was like, "Oh, that shows you've never been to church, because it's only ever been in paintings and things like that. It's never been in the Bible, and you're spreading false, information and all this kind of stuff." And I was like, here's a guy that's in every church service singing as a gospel singer, and he's not seeing any kind of change there. And that's really, really strange, because there's all kinds of connotations with that, which I was surprised people didn't understand that either, the difference between lion and wolf in that context. I was like, the Lion of Judah, the Lamb of God, that's Jesus. Like, who's the wolf?
But see, some people, some of this stuff I can understand where it really may not be as detrimental, but some of them is detrimental. In some scriptures, I don't mess with because then it look like I'm nitpicking, and then they be like, "Man, you just really going overboard." Like I don't mess with the scripture like what changes stuff where it says stuff now. I don't mess with that stuff and possessions. It's the same thing. So I don't mess with stuff like that because then that makes you look like, man, you may be crazy because you talking about stuff and all that. I mess with the big scriptures where you change this word, you really just change the whole concept of the whole sentence. And so I think what's happening is uh, God has probably sent a strong delusion because we telling people and they deny the truth. And God said, if you deny the truth, He's gonna let you listen to the truth. And matter of fact, He said because of that, He's gonna amplify the lie because you rather hear the lie than the truth. So He's gonna let you go ahead and listen to it. He gonna make it even better for you to listen to it. And so, and some of that's going on. And then, like I say, some people just not really reading. They just skimming over the Bible. They get what they want to get out of it, and they'll read it and won't even pay attention to what they read. They just be reading it verbatim and not really listening to what they read. They just reading it in context for what they want to hear.
For sure. And people just going to church, because it's tradition or because their parents went or something, but not actually really getting that connection.
Because I'm going to tell you what I've been doing, Cowboy. I've been actually going outside. I bought me a bullhorn. I've been going to Walmart. I've been going to Walmart parking lots and every grocery store parking lot, telling them we being lied to. They last week I handed out about 100 and 200 flyers to people, and so because we've been shut down on YouTube, I had to go just like God said to the highways and byways and compel people to come. If I can't do it on YouTube, I had to do it in my city, and so I'm not going to
What kind of reaction are you getting, man?
I'm getting interested. People just want to know what I'm talking about and getting my literature. I started out with the real ID thing because that's very it's neutral, meaning it's weird, but it's neutral, meaning it's not over the top. And I use that as my springboard to say, if they not telling you about this, what else they lying about?
Who was that girl? Who was the I know she changed her name once. That stood out with the sign in the traffic. What was her name?
I don't know. She, and that's why I got the idea. I say, yeah, she doing right. That's how we supposed to do.
Yeah, you don't remember her name either? Gosh darn it, she's been.
Like I said, a whole lot of people they start, but they leave. It says, remember the scripture: the race is not given to the swift, nor the strong, but he does.
Now, let me ask you this. Man. Have you, while you did that, did you have any conversations with people that asked about it and got into the part where they were asking the how and the why?
Well, the reason why what I've learned is because you got just a fraction of time to get their attention. You give them the literature, you get their attention. If they come up, say, I never went to nobody. Matter of fact, I didn't even get out the car. They came to my car window asking for the literature. And they be either just interested just a tiny bit. And so I give them the crumbs. And they have the information to start the process of destructing the thought process, because if I sit and try to explain the what and why, they'll get bored, and so or they'll say I had to go, so I gave them the crumbs, and I gave them some good crumbs that they can build off of. God say that many plant, many sow, but He get the increase, and so I sowed the seed, and now if they go to my website or they go to YouTube, now they will get a broad understanding. Because see, this is like a typhoon. This is like a tornado. This is like something that's a destructive force. when you first hit it, it hits your life hard. And it's like what? You get shooken all apart. And so sometimes that takes time to recover from that first initial shock.
Right. So I mean, the way I look at it, like when you do talk about it to other people, and I do, and I'll get into that about my recently at my work this week. Um, it does come with a responsibility because we all know that when it hit us, right, that it is profounding how it affects our lives. Now, I know we're just talking about the Mandela effect, but you know me, E-Man, and I'll let you know, Chick. If you don't know, I never really set my YouTube up channel to actually be a Mandela effect channel, and I really don't consider it that. There's times I don't even talk about a subject like I was telling you earlier, but I mean, I've been down, I was telling you so many rabbit holes, and really, Mandela effect is just one, and it seems, for whatever reason, I've been put in a position, don't know how, to be in the Mandela effect community. Because really, my passion is more so the hoaxes, the false flags, the Nephilim bloodline,
well, it covers it.
A lot of the
different. All your stuff is all intertwined. It's almost like Mandela effect is subtopic of everything that you about. Like you say,
right. To me, it's all. To me, like I said before, they're all just different bricks within that pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, but just sticking with the Mandela effect, just knowing, for me, if people can't get out past the Mandela effect, right, they're never going to be able to get into, to me, the rabbit holes that are beyond the Mandela effect. There's rabbit holes, I think, that are deeper and bigger than Mandela effect. I think Mandela effect for me is is like a doorway into a deeper hole that I've gone into. And so, but going back to the responsibility is that we know that how it's affected us. You did a great job, Chick, earlier explaining how it affected you. And you've several times gone in depth how it's affected you. I've talked about it. Everybody in the chat room has talked about how it's affected them. And so we need to realize that when, you do go into these topics with people, be aware that, you are going to change their lives, and not everybody can handle it. I mean, we're at the point where we're actually talking about it, in chat rooms, on streams, or even talking about it on a live stream ourselves. But there's other people that that can't handle it, and so we need to be very, very careful about. That's why, like, going about talking with my coworkers, learn to take very small baby steps, because let them grasp, take one bite of that sandwich. Don't, I told you this before.
Don't be trying to swallow the whole pill.
Right, because when I first started, before I even did a live stream, and I was trying to talk to people about it, because I went down so many different rabbit holes, I was all over the place, and I just look at them, and I know that, like, they're just looking at me like I'm the craziest guy they ever talked to. So I gotta be very careful on the stages I go with on that. But getting back to that, Chick, I was going to ask you, like, in your life, I don't know. I mean, this is the first time we've talked, and I don't know much about you. I don't know your family situation or anything.
I'm about to cut out,
Is there people in your life that you talk to about this, or is this something that you are secluded from your family about the subject? Do you have family, friends that you're able to talk about this outside of YouTube in your personal life?
Well, I think that's pretty interesting. As in, like, I have a couple of people that do like see it. One person is very comfortable talking with me, but he doesn't want to go public. And his insights are always really interesting because he was in the Air Force during World War II, and he's got a lot of knowledge of history and everything, and how much everything has changed doesn't match his life whatsoever. Then I have another person that has recently really come to the forefront with talking about it and acknowledging, yes, this is happening, but was very fearful for a long time and wouldn't completely, deal with it. Wanted to say, oh, it's not happening, or it's something else, or maybe you're just like looking at too much stuff online or something. Any excuse not to deal with that scary thing of you don't have control. But I'm just like, if you trust God, he has you. If you don't trust God, then you have fear. It's very simple. It's one or the other. And he's just, I think, gotten to that point now where he does trust that there is more than himself, that there's more than you, so you don't have to control every single aspect. You can trust that there's someone else looking out for you. And I think that's one of the things that's helped me deal with it. And I think a lot of people have at least some kind of faith. There's very few complete atheist Mandela affected people. I'm sure there's some somewhere, but usually they have some kind of faith or spirituality, or a lot of them are Christians. Surprisingly, there's a large amount that are not. And people have, had contention and say, well, it should only be people who, read the Bible and were Christians and everything. And I'm like, that's a confusing aspect too, because if it is biblical, I'm not going to tell God which people he should have chosen. And I've heard other people say, well, he should have chosen this person, this person, this person. I'm like, I don't know what the grand plan is. So I'm just going to treat all the Mandela affected people as my brothers and sisters, because we're the people that can see this or are willing to consciously acknowledge that we see it, because the other people are too afraid. And I think that that's, whatever it is, it's significant. And that's not to say we're better than other people or whatever it is, but we have the eyes to see and ears to hear, just like you mentioned in scripture.
That's exactly what I said on Scarab's channel tonight. Was exactly that scripture, exactly, because, and I referenced it to my coworkers that I talked to, that we got into the subject because they brought up the Jaws movie, and so I asked them about, well, we're gonna, is it, what they mentioned that line, we're gonna need a bigger boat, and I was like, that perked my ears up. Hey, wait a minute, you guys love that movie? Oh yeah. What's the line? Okay, well that didn't. No, it's they said we're going to need a bigger boat, and I said no. Now he says you're going to need a bigger boat, and then I went into quite a few different Mandela effects, and they got them all wrong, and then they got into the logical part of it, trying to make sense of it, which most people do, well, this and that, but not the reality of it. And then they asked me, well, how did it happen? And that's kind of where I was going on. Scarab channel was like, how do you deal with that when you get the how? Because if they can't grasp the Mandela effect, they're certainly not going to be able to grasp the how and the why. And so, you got to take baby steps, but definitely, exposing that to them and then seeing it, you can see there's people that just, one of the three, basically said, I don't want to know. You're freaking me out. And basically, I want to live in my world. Don't do that. Don't.
Right. They want to live in.
It scared the heck out of them. Right?
I had somebody tell me the same thing. Well, like, look, if I'm about to die, don't tell me what I'm about to. Let me just be. Let me just die. I don't want to know. And that's what I think was going on with the majority of people. It's so shocking where they rather just live their life and don't even worry about it. And if whatever happens, let it happen. But I'm gonna let you know, I gotta get ready to get in the car. I might have y'all on mute because I'm about to get ready to put my clothes so I can take her to work. And but I'm probably not gonna hang up. I just put you on mute.
For sure.
Well, I mean, the other thing too is like when you start getting into like, now that we know about the pagan holidays, right? And here's Christmas coming up. I mean, it blows my mind. I drove by a church on my way to work, and they actually had a Christmas tree lot in the parking lot. And so, I mean, that is a very touchy subject, the pagan holiday, because, boy, anytime you start talking about not celebrating Christmas as a believer in Christ, you want to talk about taboo within the Christian community. That's it. You know what I mean? And so there's very touchy subjects out there, but the other person that I had at my work, he's 19, and he is like really awake, and he's not even putting the tree up. I mean, for 19, he blows my mind for being so awake. And it's like, I always wonder, like, if other people, caught on and we really grew in numbers and strength, what would this, how would society look if we really knew, about the presidents, right, and how they're selected and elected. We really knew about the false flags and the hoaxes and everything was exposed. I'll get into the flat earth, whatever, you know what I mean? If you get into all these pieces, and Tim and I were talking, 19 years old, and I know not all of you believe in all of this, but for 19, he really blew my mind for being only 19 to understand all of this, actually talk to other people about this, his age, people his age, and exposing it, and what a difference that makes. I mean, it really does, because it makes, as we're talking here, to come across other people that can talk about it. Because even when him and I have conversations, you could see other people that just, they don't want to hear it. It freaks them out, and I get that, but I mean, I guess it's baby steps that we need to take, really. And that's why, I've told you before many times, man, that's why I have so many rabbit holes, because it might not be the Mandela effect that I can reach somebody with. It might be a hoax or a false flag, 9/11. It could be, politics. It could be, pagan holidays. It could be the Nephilim bloodline. It could be, there's so many different rabbit holes that, that's why I'll find that one that I can get to them for that, to plant the seed, and pique their interest to where they're actually asking questions. Now, when I go to work, like they'll, ask me about a question. To me, that's a huge step. So we got to, baby steps. Where when I first was awake, I was all over the place, man. So excited, yet tripping hard, extremely hard. Because again, the world, even today, as I drive to work, 1 hour commute one way in traffic, I just, it's hard for me to realize that all these people are just, get to work all day, live that life that society has pushed on us, that, in my opinion, is not the intention that God had planned for us. But we're not in, like, we live in Satan's domain, right? His world. And we're in enemy territory. And so we're, thank God we have our community here that we could talk about things and have support with each other. But, beyond that, really, it's not just, God doesn't want us just to come here and talk on YouTube with each other because we all agree, nor does he want you just to go to church on Sundays with all the believers. That's not what it's about. It's about getting out there, like E-Man with a, I can just picture E-Man with the you know, the microphone and stuff. I mean, we gotta go out there and we gotta share, but we gotta be careful how we do it. And you know, I don't know. It's a very touchy subject when you get to know as much as we do. I mean, chemtrails. I remember chemtrails in 2015 talking about it in a Facebook group chat room for my city. Right, it was my city. It was like private chat room. You know, when you get invited, and I started talking about.
If it wasn't for chemtrails, I wouldn't even sound them that doesn't thing.
Right. Chemtrails back then, and there was this guy that was he worked on planes. He worked on planes, and he had like 3 close friends that would come in, and every time I would come in and make a comment about anything, they would attack me personally. Personal, like, attacks that they don't even know me, but they would try to make it personal. And at one point, the guy actually told me that if he ever comes across me, because there was a local bar area that we would all meet up at, that he was going to kick my ass because chemtrails aren't real. And he works someplace and knows this, you know. And now, of course, you know, chemtrails is very well known. They talk about it. But I mean, you got to be careful because people get they don't want to know. I mean, it's like there's people out there that have spouses that cheat. They don't want to know. They just want to live in their happy bubble. They got their nice house, their job, right, and they're comfortable, and so what? They don't want to know, you know. So you got to be careful because there are people out there that, well, they can be very hostile, you know, and that's, you know, like I said, I mean, nowadays, more than back in 2015, we can actually talk about it more. I mean, and be open with people about it a little bit more. You know, go to the parking lot with a bullhorn or do YouTube channels or whatever, where, you know, you go back, like Chick and Eman, you've been doing it for quite a while. I'm sure when you first started it, you probably had more people against you than understanding it. Right? So things have definitely are on the change, and it sounds like YouTube's going to try to put a halt to that now. Right, Eman? Is that what you're saying? They're going to take away the live streams on that?
Yeah.
So, right. So I'm just curious, like, Chick, what is your opinion of the why and the how?
Let me see. I'm just like I try to build off of the observations that I've had in my own life, and I'm trying to look in many different directions. What I know for sure is that the world was one way in one set of circumstances. Then I woke up one day and it was entirely different. And then I woke up back in the original set of circumstances, and then I woke up and it was entirely different. So in that, I am convinced that there's at least 2 different places. I have no idea how I went from one to the other. I have no idea why I flip-flopped from one to the other. I don't think it, you know, because when everyone said, it's just a psyop and it's only in the United States and it's only this and it's only that, I'm like, there is no way that any government would put together a psyop so elaborate, beta tested out just on me, when I wasn't in the United States whatsoever, and then change the whole world back again just to troll me. I'm just like, no, that wouldn't happen. There's something much bigger at play. And I'm trying to figure out, is it to do with our consciousness? Were we saved from some cataclysmic event? You know, did something crazy happen and God saved us and put us in a different place to keep us away from whatever is happening? It's so different with different people. Some people like will remember a lot of things that I remember about how things were before, and other people have totally different memories where they grew up in a place that's very similar to this, but some things were different. So it's very difficult to say exactly what happened, but I personally could say I've seen 2 different sets of circumstances presented as the world.
Well, because the biblical account of what's happening is there. We're being divided and God is allowing it. It's not. It's the devil don't have no authority unless God give it to him. God have given the enemy authority to do exactly what he's doing, and we just have to realize it and keep our faith and our armor on and be and recognize what's happening, because the biblical is so parallel to what the word says is going to happen, and everything the world said was going to happen is happening. It's just it's hard to explain it because it's supernatural. You can't explain. Like I tell people, you can't explain how Jesus walked on water. It defies logic. It defies explanation. You can't. How can I say, well, he did this item and he's put this item on and it made a barrier between his feet and the water? No, I can't explain that. And so certain things just is what it is. It's no A, B, C or calculation that can explain why it happened. Even physicists that knows a whole lot, when they smash atoms, they say when you observe it, it changes its behavior, and they don't know why. And so something just can't be explained. But I do know that, like I said, ever since I've been on here, that it's cynical. It's cynical, but we've been warned about this time. Even when you say, well, the planets or the things are not in the place. Hold on for 1 second.
Chick, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think that more people are seeing the Mandela effect that are religious based than not?
Well, like I was saying earlier, they seem to have some kind of spiritual intelligence. Like they understand that that's real. I was saying I have not met anyone that is a pure atheist that can see the Mandela effect. I don't know if those people exist or not, but I've never come across one. So that's just my personal observations with that. And I go through as much as I can, reading comments, looking at videos, trying to compile as much as I can to see what are the common factors here. But like Eamon was saying there, some things are just, they are what they are. And it does say in scripture that it would confuse even the very elect that time when, you know, the adversary is allowed to go crazy and change times and laws and everything's just so confusing you can't make sense of it. Maybe it is to that level that it's so confusing that trying to get a hold of this is very, you know, very difficult, because maybe it doesn't have to stay within one particular, you know, band of time, as in a lot of people noticed in 2015 and people noticed in 2016. But when we're talking about something that's outside of our usual world that we deal with day to day, when you're talking about powers and principalities in high places, there's no telling to what level they can change things or make things confusing, or you know, trying to get a handle of that when you're here on Earth is a very tall order. But those scientists that do study quantum physics, they always backpedal and say, well, at the risk, you know, we don't want to sound religious, we don't want to sound like there's intelligent design, but there's intelligent design, and if there isn't an omnipotent observer, it doesn't work. Because a lot of these particles are way out in space where nobody is standing there watching them to make them work or behave in a certain fashion. So I'm like, everything that you're doing is just proving it's intelligent design that needs an observer that's everywhere at all times for it to work. But you still don't want to say that that could possibly exist because you have to be atheist as a scientist.
Can you do me a favor and touch a little bit more on what you meant by consciousness and a different place?
Yeah, I wonder if there's some way or something that we're doing that we don't even understand, that causes us to change the set of how can I even say this? That causes us to wake up in a different set of circumstances. Because some people have only seen things change 3 or 4 times, in 2 or 3 years. And other people, it changes all the time. It's like way crazy. They're changing a couple of times a week. I'm one of those people where it's just changing and changing and changing and changing. So I'm trying to figure out what is the difference factor there. Why is it that some people that have talked to me have said, I've only seen things change like 2 or 3 times or something. Why is it so much more intense for you? And that's something I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what would be the catalyst.
Let me ask you this. Do you watch TV?
I haven't in a long time because it's all baloney.
Okay, so I'll go into a little bit of my theory here. Most people, I would say a large percentage, high 90s, they don't watch TV in the Mandela Effect community. They don't watch TV. Now, if we look back in 2015, Obama mandated that all TVs now get HD TV, right? Remember that? Mandated? Even like if you don't have cable, you have to get an HD antenna because all TVs now are HD, right? So, and if we look at the Mandela effect in itself, what we do know is that it does have everything 100% to do with memory, right? So we know that they've done from back when TV started subliminal messages, messages that will flash so fast on your TV that you won't even know you've seen it, right? I think they developed a very strong manipulative MK Ultra through the HD TV that, and also with CERN, to put out stronger flashes that we don't see, and possibly the people that watch a lot of TV probably could be differently affected than those of us that don't. And it could be, right? Eman even did a show on this. The app, right? There's an app, right, to make you forget a show that you already watched so that you can watch it again for the first time. I mean, think about that. Think about an app that you watch the app and it will erase that specific memory of that specific show so that you can rewatch it as if you've never seen it before. To me, there's a very strong possibility that MK Ultra has a lot to do with it, and it could be something where they're seeing who it affects, how it affects them, what they're watching, what they're not watching, in order to, control us more, because everything is mind control. I mean, they even have weapons in the military that can manipulate people's minds. They did that in the Kuwait War with all the Iraqis that surrendered. Right? They used technology where they were told by Muhammad to surrender. I mean, these are things that they do. They have the technology for it. And if we're just learning about it now, it's old, right? So could it possibly be through MK Ultra that's altering some memory? And even within our own Mandela community, like I was telling you before, we don't always all see the same Mandela effect. There's people within the Mandela effect, some see John Deere with an E, some that don't, right? I mean, so we're not all cohesive on everything we see. So to me, truth is simple. Simple, right? Truth is always simple because it's truth. So could it be that we're trying to overanalyze everything when really it's just as simple as what they've been doing that we know they've been doing for a long time. They even have, if you didn't know this, when you go shopping and they're playing that music in the background, they actually have subliminal messages in that music to make you want to buy. I mean, they already know the colors. Do you know why McDonald's has those colors? So those colors make you hungry. They know that. That's why you see all those restaurants have the same colors. Those are power colors. They're also power colors for selling. It does something to your mind to open it up to accept. And this is not new. This is old. This is not something that I'm making up. This is out there. They've been doing for a long time. I know about the power colors for selling because I've done it. And it works. There are certain colors that you use. Colors are very powerful. And so we know, right, that they do the subliminal. Have you heard of that before, Chick? The subliminal things they do on the TV that you don't even see?
Yeah, I did for sure. They've been doing that for a long, long time. But I will say that they brought in, remember at first they said you have to use these LED bulbs, the white bulbs, it saves so much electricity, you gotta switch out the bulbs. And then they said you gotta do all of this. It wasn't just mandated in the United States, it was also mandated in the European Union that you had to have the HD TVs. They shut off the analog broadcasting and they said you have to go digital whether you like it or not. And they forced everybody to install the cable boxes so they could pick up the digital signal. There's a lot of things, and also Common Core was actually rolled out in the European Union before it was rolled out here in the United States. So it's not a plot from Washington. It was in the European Union, I think it was 2008 it was rolled out initially in the European Union, at least in the Western European Union. So there's a lot of things that are actually international plans that are just rolled out in one continent first and then the other and the other. And it's never actually discussed in mainstream media, so unless you have somebody traveling between continents that can tell you, you never get to hear what's happening. But yes, they made a decision at some point in time to switch from yellow lights to white light, and then something horrendous that happened that I always point out is the sun changed from yellow to white, and the white sun looks like the LED bulbs, and it's a strange thing. But I do think there are people that have really bought into whatever kind of comfort it is they get from, I suppose it is all the same mind control. You know, mostly the colors they use in marketing and power and everything is blue or red in duopolies. And you choose the blue or the red, you know, whether it's Burger King or McDonald's, whether it's the football team or the other football team. You choose one or the other. You all cheer or fight each other, and then you're part of a team, and then that makes you feel like, you know, whatever. And that's a way to keep the crowds busy, for sure.
That's one thing that I've said many times is that they make you think you have a choice, but you really don't, right? Democrat, Republican, red, white, PetSmart, Petco, red, white, Walmart, Costco, red, white, right? I mean, it goes down the line, right? I mean, Walmart, Target, red, white. I mean, red, blue. I'm sorry, I don't know why I kept saying white. Red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue.
I think you were thinking of the red. You're thinking of the red, white, and blue.
I don't know why I was saying white. I'm thinking blue.
Yeah.
But you know where I'm going at, right? And here's the thing: if you follow all the chains of all these stores, they all go up to the same people. They're all the same people. They're all owned at the top of the chain by the same people. They make you think is that you have a choice. Because as long as you think you have a choice, you think you have control, when in reality, you don't. You're just going from one of their stores to the other one of their stores. Right? And all the mom and pop stores are gone. Right?
We're seeing a learned helplessness. That was the way people wanted to believe they had a choice. Now people don't. They're like, I want someone else to make the choice for me. I want someone else to tell me what I should think about the news broadcast I just heard. I want someone else to tell me what my reality is. Don't tell me anything that some authority that hasn't told me, because I can't handle that. Like if Elon Musk or someone who has authority started telling them about the Mandela effect, they'd be like, oh, I feel safe because someone important is like in charge of this, so I'll listen to that. And it's like, no, you're grown-up people. It's no one's job to take care of you. Where's all the warriors gone? Where are the people that are like, I'll face it even though it's scary because I want to make sure and keep my loved ones safe? Because what is this? This is scary. This is weird. It's bizarre. If everyone else is afraid of it, I'll go have a look and see what is it, poke it with a stick a bit and see, like, is this a danger? People don't have that instinct now. They're just like, no, don't make me uncomfortable. I'll freak out. And I'm like, I don't understand. What? No.
Problem, reaction, solution. Government causes the problem. They wait for the people to react and ask for the government to have the solution, right? And the other thing, too, is like, here's something that probably will freak everybody out. I think Elon Musk is an AI. I really do. I think Stephen Hawking was an AI as well. I think that Sophia chick that they're all presenting as the new AI is about 100 years old. That's my opinion.
I actually posted something really similar. There was a picture of Sophia and Elon Musk, and I posted something like, one of them is definitely an AI, but I bet you'll never guess, kind of thing.
Did you really?
There are some people that their heads pivot unnaturally. Two people I noticed is Elon Musk, who didn't exist before this like this set of circumstances, this Denmark set of circumstances happened to me. He didn't exist unless I'm here, kind of deal. Like, he's not famous, he's not known or anything in the other place. And then that guy that was some years ago, he was the head of the IRS. Oh, I can't remember what his name was, but I remember the congressional testimony that he did. He was head of the IRS, and there was this scandal about looking into, like, conservatives, abuse of power kind of thing. And the guy just was so strange. He blinked strange. His head was so, like, swiveling around on his neck. I can't remember what his name was, but he was just the oddest fellow. And I wondered, I was like, is this guy for real? Is this guy some kind of weird... I don't know. I didn't want to say, is this guy an AI? Because that would sound crazy, but I was like, something is really wrong with this guy.
Yeah, I'm calling him an AI straight up. I'm going to say it. And here's the thing is that if technology that we know that they show us today is 50 to 100 years old, right? Then, and they're showing us Sophia, right? And I find it very funny that as they show her, they got to make sure they show her skull, the back of it, as a computer. Like, you know, you're right. Like,
oh yeah, this is obviously computers. Like, she's the Windows 95 of what you guys are talking about. Koskinen is his name.
Right? So,
head of IRS Koskinen, in case anybody wants to view videotape of him. He's a very strange looking creature. He kind of looks like a turtle. He's very bizarre.
So to me, I think the AIs, what they have now, you wouldn't even know they're AIs. I mean, you wouldn't even know it. They'd be. Honestly, I think the first AIs that they introduced, other than like Hawkins and so forth, I really believe, this is again my own opinion, because I'm crazy tinfoil hat wearing crazy son of a bitch. I think they implemented them to begin with in the news. And the reason I say that is because, well, we know, you can't get truth out of the news. It's not because Trump says fake news. No, it's pretty. You can piece these things together yourself without Trump telling you that. And it's been a while. That's why most of us don't even watch TV anymore, right? So I think that they did that because if you took a normal person, right, and you kept making them every day, right, spew out information that is not real, you know what? Alcohol is loose lips. It's going to get out. So what do they have? They have AIs. Now, I don't know if you saw this. There's a very, very attractive, very young weather newscast woman, okay, that just committed suicide. Now, again, very sad if that's true. My opinion, something went wrong with her, right? Because they're still developing the technology. Right? Maybe, I don't know, for whatever reason, right, something happened. I don't know. And she's gone. She committed suicide. I don't know. So, to me, I think that the AIs are very prominent within our world and that we wouldn't know it. That's my opinion.
Well, I think the bar is kind of not where it should be. As in, I think if people were in their right minds right now, they would be able to pick out certain people and say, that person moves very, very strangely. There's something very mechanical, which could just be a very stiff person. But, if you're kind of thinking like, what would a sophisticated AI look like? But in all honesty, people don't even notice the sky. They don't notice the sun. They don't notice so many things that it's just.
Y'all couldn't hear me. Y'all couldn't hear me. I was talking. I was like, they can't hear what I'm saying.
We hear you. We're just going, yeah.
I didn't hear you.
And what I was saying is, yeah, they've been having that technology for the longest. If you look at, I did a video on all of these celebrities that seem strange. I believe Hillary Clinton was an AI. Look at how she was acting.
Yeah.
And so what they show us is what they just what they want to show us. They've been having that technology, and that's and the comment on that suicide. They've been pushing that for a long time. You remember the suicide machine that was created and gave them patent to? They putting these ideas in people's head, and just like the subliminal message. I was trying to comment on a whole lot of stuff, but y'all didn't hear none of that. And so, the subliminal messages. My son, I had to stop him from playing this game called Fortnite because what they did on this game, if you look at it, I don't want you to look at it, but it has a whole lot of blinking, and they made it cartoonish killing, but they paying people to kill, and it's causing people to wrath, causing people to get divorced. They rather play the game than hang out with anybody. And so I didn't know about it until I said, "What is that you playing?" And so I did a research on it, and I pulled it away from him. Don't you know? Ever since I pulled it away from him, it's like he was a crackhead. He keep begging for it, crying for it, pleading for it. If he can't play it, he want to watch the video. So I took the phone too. And so I said, let me look at this game. And so as I'm looking at the game, my head is hurting. I said, no, they're popping these subliminal messages in these kids and making them docile. It's a whole lot of moving parts. And when y'all was talking about earlier about the signs and the different elements that they're putting in the air, yeah, they doing that on purpose, just like they make you look at Trump on purpose so that they can keep you focused on that. Why don't let your left hand know what your right hand do. And so as long as they can keep you focused on stuff that don't matter, that can further along their agenda. But they even came out this year and said they could clone a human now. See, now if they can clone it now, you know they done been doing that for the longest.
Right.
And then you know,
That's nothing new, right?
and then you got people like Elon Musk, like she said, I don't even know where this guy come from. But now he's talking about he wanna put a computer in your head to make you be upgraded. And so he trying to play both sides saying AI is harmful, but it ain't harmful if you put this little thing on the back of your head and update yourself to the AI. Oh no.
Right. Did you see that interview he had with Joe? And then that they were just saying he was just high on that interview. I'm sorry. I've been high before. If you're gonna go on a live interview like that, right? And you get high, you don't get that high to where you can't even like put a sentence together. Dude, there was something wrong with him, man. That's when I was like, he ain't high. What he's doing is he's calculating the response, and he's not just lapse time in answering. It's calculated response, whether it's inputted or whatever. I'm like, this dude ain't human. He ain't human.
Because I ain't never heard of him. I heard of all the other people like Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all that. But I said, this man had this much authority and this much smart. Why ain't nobody never heard of him until recently? And then they even say he don't even sleep. How you not sleep?
Yeah, and they were saying that he's been famous, like, for people that don't see the effect or whatever that situation is, that he's been famous for years and years and years in Silicon Valley, that everybody knows his name and he's so important and everything. And I'm just like, he might be massively important, but like so many Mandela affected people have never heard of him up until super recently. They're just like, who is he? He like came out of nowhere, but he's like just as known as Zuckerberg, as Jeff Bezos, as any of these guys.
Right, and Zuckerberg, I'm sorry, that little kid, there ain't no way he developed Facebook. I mean, he I don't know. I'm not saying he's an AI. I'm not gonna go there with him, but I will say he's just a front. That I'll tell you this right now. I'm totally believe that either Homeland Security or CIA are the ones that created Facebook, and they did that because they seen the guy that created MySpace, and they took that information and they shut that MySpace down pretty much, and Facebook is a governmental controlled social media.
There's
it's not the creator and the wealthy guy from it. He's a front man.
They came out publicly about that a little while ago. They said that there's a division of the feds that is a startup for tech companies, funds them, and they funded Zuckerberg.
Well, Facebook
that's not even hidden anymore. Like, they don't care because they know that nobody cares anymore about anything. So they can tell you whatever, and no one will even shrug. They'll just be like, oh yeah. Like, nobody. Exactly.
It's a whole lot of layers of things that's going on, and it's about to speed up more because all their timelines has changed. The technology that they have perfected, now they're ready to roll it out to the masses. I know y'all know about the GM laying off the 18,000 workers. They ain't gonna have a job, and what the excuse is they lying because they shutting them down because they want to get us out these cars so they can start rolling out these robot cars. And why right after they laid all them people off, all of a sudden Waymo now just launched a cab service that you can just call a car and come to you. I mean,
Well, remember we talked about the lights out, the robots for all of your UPS, DHL, FedEx, all your even Amazon, everything that's like a hub for your shipping. It's called Lights Out. They have the technology. Apparently, it's not affordable yet for them to do, but what it's called Lights Out for a reason. So what they have, and this is their terms, this is what they said, it's not me, that the robots look like CP30, okay, right, and that there's no human hands that's going to touch the package from when it gets to the hub to out of the hub, that it's going to be these CP30 robots, and that they call it lights out because there'll be absolutely zero lights on in the building. It'll be pitch dark. If you walked in as a human, you wouldn't be able to see where you're walking because they don't need light to see. And think about all of those jobs lost over robots moving packages. So when you look at, say, the unemployment rate, right? And, they want you to think that the unemployment rate is all-time low. It's not. They cut the unemployment down to 6 months. Okay, people can't find jobs in 6 months. Not literally. It took me 4 months. My roommate, she just lost her unemployment. She's been out of work now 6 months. She's marketing. She's been marketing for 30 years. I've been in sales. Think about that. Sales. How hard is it to get a sales job, right? It took me 4 months to get a sales job. There's no jobs out there in California. I'm in California. I know there's a lot of jobs in other states, and people are moving. She's actually looking for work now in Oregon. She's bypassed California. There's nothing, and now she's driving to Oregon for interviews. And so, that's how bad it is. It's not that the unemployment rate. Unemployment is the all-time low, yet homeless is up 46%. That doesn't make sense, right? You can't have homeless go up 46% and have an all-time low in unemployment. They just cut these people off, and there's no extensions at all. You can't even get an extension.
Watch this. The UBI that I was talking about, they have moved forward. They're testing that now in Chicago with 1,000 families, giving them $500 for nothing, just to see what they're gonna do with it. Every McDonald's in Chicago has been transformed where they done got rid of the cashiers. Only one cashier now. The AI system is being rolled out so fast, it don't make no sense. How they was talking about it's gonna take us time to get to AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, where it really don't need us. And they call it the singularity. They already got the singularity net up. The man was talking about it. Already said the singularity net is already up. They already got the main, almost, if you think of a metaphor, if you remember iRobot, they already got a brain that's already centralized for all the AIs. They already got it. Where every time one AI learns something, every AI that's around it learns something. Now, the problem is they don't have the 5G yet in place. That's what's next. That's when this stuff going to skyrocket so fast, people ain't going to see it coming. And they got a deadline that had a 5G up and running by 2020. So by 2019, middle part of 2019, they're going to start turning on these networks. And by the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, that's when everything about to hit the fan.
Well, Sacramento,
for sure.
Sacramento is already 5G. It's already on my bill. I get my bill, and it says 5G on it. we're one of the 4 cities that started in October.
Oh yeah, because you're in California. Oh, y'all the test facility.
So I wanted to ask you guys a question, and we'll let Chick go first, female first. Again, here's something that, my tinfoil wearing hat. I really believe that AIs are a vessel for the Nephilim.
For what? Sorry?
For the
Nephilim. Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear you there for a second.
Yeah, I think that, so, to me, there's a difference between the Nephilim that die, right? And I still believe the Nephilim are in control of this world, right? And the Nephilim, we know, cannot go to heaven. And we know the Nephilim can only come into our dimension if they possess, right? They can't just go in and out like the fallen angels, right? The entities, the demons, right? And I really believe the AIs are a vessel for the Nephilim, and they believe that if they can get their Nephilim into these AIs, the AIs don't die, therefore they won't go to hell, and they can, depopulate the humans and do whatever, and continue to live here forever in an AI.
And it's like, who's going to get the blame for that? Is like, God questions, well, what happened here? It's like, well, we built the boxes so that this could happen because we all insist, in these different departments that we're atheist or whatever. I'm just like, guys, look at this. You look at the Sophia robotic AI discussions and seminars. You see the AIs arguing amongst each other and saying just the weirdest things. And it's like, do you really think that that's purely just machine learning? That's what they would say. Because there's such a divide between spirituality and between the mechanical world, nobody ever makes the connection of, when we have these black box quantum supercomputers, and it spits out ghost code, random code, things that they can't explain. They never see any correlation between that and like the ancient things. Not even going to call them technologies, but I'll come up with a more modern example. A correlation between the strange ghost code that comes out of a Ouija board and the correlation between the strange ghost code that can't be explained that comes out of these machines, because they don't want to accept that there is a factor there of something that they don't understand. They just put it down to junk code errors, etc. But people who know that there's more than just the mechanical, physical world out there are like, you're opening up pathways for something else to use. And, the people that are doing this are so convinced of their own understanding of reality that they only see it as a way forward. They don't understand any detriment. And we're getting further and further into this very linear, detail-oriented thinking that doesn't have any kind of intuition or understanding of ancient things. In fact, it's the attitude is, the ancient people didn't understand anything. They were just so dumb, so stupid. Like, yeah, they're so stupid. They built the pyramids. They built things that we can't build now. That's like how stupid they're. I mean, there's just this huge disconnection. Like, it's just so crazy. I think in another time, in another place, people would immediately realize how sinister things could be if misused or mishandled. But I think in today's world, it doesn't matter how obvious it is, doesn't matter how crazy it is, people don't see it. I wanted to say on the last point too, have you guys heard of Nightscope robots? Because some of my friends, this was like almost a year ago now, and I made a video about it at the time. They were, after having a night of like drinking, partying, talking, baloney, whatever, and they were out in the parking lot, they were arguing about like politics and Trump and all this. And one of these crazy Nightscope robots comes out to them. And people have said, oh no, Nightscope never made it out of Silicon Valley. It's not really patrolling the place. But it is kind of like a security guard robot. And it was out and about recording, like it'll go right up to you and record your conversations. It has a little sine wave thing to show you that it's listening. And it drives around to every single car and runs their license plates. And if there's any outstanding warrants on those license plates, it calls the police department. It's just the weirdest, craziest thing. It looks like a Dyson vacuum gone wrong. And I checked out their website, and there's like no information on their website. It's just some real ridiculous stuff. It doesn't talk about, you know, their why on earth, what are the specs of the robot or anything like that. It just has this weird thing about, oh, with all the, I think it was political unrest or something, we decided that these robots would keep everybody safer, and that's how to do it. I'm on their website right now, and they've completely redone it. It looks a lot flashier, and they got new robots. But yeah, the night scopes are... yeah, I'm going to share it right now. I'm just copying the... I'm not sure if I can paste the link if I'm not... Oh, I am a mod. Okay. I was going to say, if I'm not a mod, I don't think I can.
Check everybody is a mod on my stream, because I don't have a lot of people that watch, and I figure I don't want... I'll take care of anything. I'll leave it up to me. I'll take care of anything that needs to. Nobody else has to do it.
For sure. But I'm just saying that the AI and the robotic systems, it's not as science fiction. You know, because when you start talking about that, people say, oh, Terminator, science fiction, that's not really happening. And I'm like, we're to blame for this. We're inputting all this data every single day on cell phones and computers all day long. We're building these things. We're reckless in all this. We have people that know absolutely nothing in massive positions of power. Nobody's doing anything about it. In all honesty, I'm not even sure that I blame the machines or the Nephilim or anything completely when I see this kind of complacency and madness in action. And I hate to say that, but I'm just like, what is happening, man? Why are people just not with it anymore? They're just not on the ball anymore.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Hang on 1 second. You know, I got you locked in, Chick, so you can go ahead and just present if you want your screen.
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
Yeah.
The night. Hang on, night scope. Let me get that up so that I can share that. 1 second here. These are the night scope robots, and let me see. Here we go. Screen share. Here it is. Oh, my mouse disappeared. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, I'm screen sharing. Okay, these are the, this is Nightscope Robotics. As far as I can see, they're very much connected with DARPA and with all those different, you know, applications. So it's not just a private robot company. I think it is at least partially government funded. We're on a mission to make the United States of America the safest country in the world, changing everything for everyone is their logo right here. And I'm just like, my gosh, this demented Dyson vacuum is going to be after you. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
You know what I love? I love people's explanations about like justifying things like this by saying like, well, if you don't do anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. Well, that's not the point. Right? That's not the point. This is like total like control of your life. I mean, think about it. Like we all have to do things that, well, you know, sometimes we don't want people to know we do, right? And so we all sin, right? What happened?
I say you said we do things that we don't want everybody to know.
Okay, yeah. Hey, we all sin. We all sin. Hey, anybody say they don't, they're lying, right? That's a sin there, right? We all sin. So, here's the thing. You know, there's things that we don't want people to know, right? So, no, I mean, you know what? Sometimes we fall on hard times. Like, I went, almost had my car repossessed because I went so long without a car payment. And then also, my car tags were over 6 months old. You know what I mean? Do I want a robot looking for me? No. Seriously.
Those days are over.
You know what I mean?
With this technology, they're going to scan the license plate, it'll see the tags are out of date, and it'll immediately call the police or whatever. Like, if you have some crazy situation that a person might cut you a break on, a machine is not going to do that. And I think that that's a bad thing. And I know those situations don't come up much, but like, say you're like driving and you break the speed limit because you're trying to get to the maternity hospital with your wife. Like, a person will know, like, oh, this is a crazy situation, just get her there, you know. But a machine won't. It'll stop you, it'll beep, it'll print out the ticket, you know. It doesn't know what it doesn't have that factor built into it.
Yeah.
And I think that when we go from a completely human interface to a completely mechanical interface, we're going to have to understand that there won't be any special concessions that humans would understand. It's just the law is the law is the law, because that's what's in my programming, and that's it.
Right.
Well, what I differ with that, they done got so far along that they, just like I say, robot at a point, their understanding and the way we think, they gonna have all that down. So they gonna have them traits. That's why we got robots walking around and we don't even know they robots, because they already mimicking the way we think. And so what you're talking about is primitive robots. We well past that. These robots are not primitive no more. They're not just source code. They're actually learning. They're actually developing their own language. They're actually understanding. They're not like something that we'll see in Star Trek. They're just input and output. Now their way of thinking is almost just like ours now, and so you can't tell the difference between them and us. And so,
No.
what they're showing us, they showing us like they got to learn. It's gonna take them time to learn. No, they already done prove it that they can think of play games and have chronological thinking. They already approved in small samples, but they just showing you that little small sample. They're well above that right
Look at Facebook. Remember on Facebook? I mean, if they're telling us right now, right on what do they say on Facebook, that they have the two computers on Facebook, and then they ended up doing wasn't it Facebook, and they ended up making their own language.
Yeah, making their own language.
Right? I mean, so if they're telling us that now, you think that they're like, hey, we created a program 2 months ago, and oh my gosh, we had to shut it down because the two computers were making their own language. You think really that just happened? No, absolutely not. So think about, that's why I go back to Facebook. This is not some college kids thing. This is totally, Facebook is completely 100% CIA or Homeland Security or some governmental controlled social media. So is Twitter, all of them, they're controlled, just like YouTube. People think YouTube is like this alternative media platform for news. No, YouTube is nothing different than Channel 3, Channel 10, your local channels, controlled by the same people. Yeah, we get on here and talk, but let me tell you something. But I was, like I told you, you guys, I was really into the false flags and hoaxes, right? Let me tell you something. I've lost my whole core. 20 channels I used to follow, they're gone. Let me tell you, they were getting into channels like Cowboy 20 because they kept getting shut down. Now, you go look, even YouTube has changed the algorithm that if you put in hoax or false flags, you have to go through like 20 pages to actually get to somewhere, because everything comes up, the local, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, ABC, NBC, and they're going to give you the real story, and it's like you can't even get into that no more. And it sounds like they're, from what you're saying, man, they're going to start hitting the Mandela effect now. They
Oh, they
weren't so
already
worried
have.
about the
They have.
Mandela effect. They weren't so worried about the Mandela effect because the Mandela effect is just a. Do you remember that way or not? Where like the false flags and hoaxes, man, you can pick that apart, and when you pick that apart, you realize a lot of things. One, well, the news is lying to me. To me, that's minimal. To me, that's like nothing. What's bigger is when you have the president of the United States talking about that event, going to that event, when you know through how these guys have broke it down to where it didn't happen, then you start realizing, wow, it goes all the way to the top, the lies. You know what I mean? All the way to the top. And they didn't want that. And they should, in all the countries, they shut it down. In fact, the one leader in Germany, when the a guy videotaped at the one of the I don't know, one of the false flags that happened there, it showed guys changing behind the bus into cop uniforms. One guy actually changed into the outfit of the guy that later they showed dead as the guy that was doing the killing, and that leaked. And you know what she said? She said we need to put a stop on channels like on YouTube that show these things because it's bad for the country because they were getting exposed. She didn't address anything about the fact that that happened, just the fact that it's being exposed and that we need to have tighter controls on the internet. That's crazy. That to me is insane.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming in December last year. I knew it was coming when they sold our internet to the United Nations. I knew all this was coming of all us being shut down. People might not like Alex Jones, and he do be sporadic and some of his stuff, but if that was a proof that if they don't like what you're saying, they can shut everything about you down. And people didn't get it. They say, well, that's nice, that's good. You know, what happened to freedom of speech? What happened to that? We don't have freedom of speech no more. We don't have freedom of expression. We don't have none of that no more. And it's getting worse and worse. And what's about to happen, people don't realize. They don't want us to enjoy these um minimum these what they call that when somebody enjoy the fruits of the labor. They don't want us to enjoy these autonomous cars and robots. So something catastrophic they gonna either create or they going to or they going to make us fight one another because why did just a couple of weeks ago did the Homeland Security the Advisory Board tell Trump that Americans need to save up 14 days worth of food
I
because
thought it was 6 months.
it was 14 days to 6 months because the terrorists is trying to take out the grid. Okay, so you know the terrorists gonna do it because you part of the terrorists, and they already did the beta testing. The beta testing was done last March when they cut off the food stamps for that like 3 to 4 weeks, and people was going nuts. So they know how long it's gonna take for people to crack. They've been
Right?
testing the field, and so they gonna act like it's a terrorist that shut down the grid when they didn't shut down the grid.
Well,
You
they
remember they
are the
just did it.
terrorists.
You remember they did that I forget the name of it. Was it Gotham out lights out up there and they did the simulation
Mm-hmm.
of the power
Yeah.
grid down. See, and so they've been practicing and getting prepared for the grid to go down because they gonna implement it and because they want what they want is to suspend the Constitution. That's why That's why this next recession, that's why Obama was put in place to make the money and where we can't play the deficit, so the bubble can pop. That's what you keep hearing. The economy is gonna end up eventually popping because we can't pay that deficit, and so the next recession, which I think we already in, is gonna even be deeper. So when they turn off the lights, they can suspend the Constitution, and now nobody got rights, and they've been putting up these Walmart. That's why Walmart have teamed with Homeland Security because they're gonna use these Walmart buildings that they've been putting up everywhere. Because watch this, I'm in Chicago, right? In my vicinity, they done built 3 Walmarts. Now you know Walmart is big. Why would they build 3 and less than 2 miles away from each other? Huh?
Hey, Chick, did you know this? Did you know the founder of Walmart? What his previous career was?
I don't.
Okay, so the founder of Walmart was the person in charge of the concentration camps in America for the Japanese and Italian during World War II.
I'm not surprised, but
Right?
the amount of internment camps in America has changed drastically. We've had, German soldiers and all kinds of stuff here now because World War II changed, because the country's changed, because everything changed. So that's a whole thing unto itself. And the economy has been collapsing since 2012, and they've been sending letters out for years and years and years and years. Have food, have a storage of food. I honestly think every time it crashes, we just switch to a different set of circumstances. Because in all honesty, everything that's going on, the final minutes to midnight have been happening for years and years and years and years. From the life that I lived, I'm like, I've seen this before. I've seen this before. I've seen this before.
Mm-hmm.
And it never actually hits. It's just always about to hit. So you're always in a state of fear, but it never actually does.
But see, this time is different. That's what I'll be telling people, even in my church. People have been going through stuff and all that for years. We had slavery, we had depression, we had the deep depression. Yeah, we had all that, but this is a little bit different because now they're creating it. They want this to happen because they want the dollar to crash because they want to go one world government. They want everybody to be unified and have FRD chips and all that. And you keep hearing depopulation. How in the world are you gonna depopularize anything that's alive? So you got to cause something to happen to be a depopulation. How could you take out a whole lot of people? Either either you're gonna have spray something in the sky to take out communities and parts of countries, or you can cause some kind of disaster. And so that's the only way you're gonna depopularize.
Yeah,
Unless you tell people they can't have no kids.
but they don't have control of the situation. As in, they do something to cause a climatic crazy event, and then it doesn't happen. You remember when they started saying time's up in Hollywood, about the abuse stuff scandals. And on that exact same day, there was that missile headed towards Hawaii, and then it disappeared in midair. And the very next day, a missile was headed towards Japan, and it disappeared in midair. And then the spellings of some of the Hawaiian islands changed because it was like one Hawaiian island that got hit and didn't get hit and everything. And I was just like, oh, okay. So every time they pull the trigger, God just switches this whole thing in another direction.
Well,
That's why they've never managed to be able to do it.
Chick, you said you're West Coast. Are you California?
Yeah.
Okay, how close are you to Paradise?
I am not sure.
I'm about hour and a half from Paradise. Let me tell you something. I don't know if you've seen any footage on Paradise. Okay.
I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, they know how to call some.
So you're talking about how they're going to get rid of people. Let me tell you, the Paradise, Thousand Oaks, Well, there's many more actually worldwide that this has happened to. Okay, a forest fire burns at 1,500 degrees. Yeah, that's a forest fire. A car melts at 2,500 degrees. If you look at paradise from above, you will see a whole area of homes. I don't know what those are called, like a little, 5, 6, 7 blocks of homes burnt to dust. The trees around it. Oh, thank you, Chow Fun. There it is, right there. A plain truth. You know what? Maybe I'll just go there and show you. A plain truth always says share his videos. He actually has about 30 episodes right now on it, where he's actually interviewing people that live there. The cars were lined up on the road. The people burned to death in their cars. They didn't even get out of the cars. Okay? And the trees, they're untouched.
That's happened a bunch in the past 2 years. The grass isn't even burnt, like the leaves on the trees isn't even burnt, but the cement is incinerated into dust. That's generally how fires go now.
No,
not as it was before, ever.
They have targeted systems that they can cause that. They can target systems to burn things down. That's what I'm trying to get. I think
Yeah.
that's what I think. That's what Cowboys trying to get you to understand. Oh yeah, they know how to cause disaster and make them real convincing. They know how to make tornadoes pop up out of nowhere. Just like I said, in the last 3 weeks, Illinois had 6 tornadoes drop down in the cold. Tornadoes don't even supposed to come out in the winter in the cold air like that. It's got to have low pressure and high pressure. It's got to have some warmth in there, and it's cold. And so yeah, they know how to target things very well. Project Blue Beam and what the other one Cowboy
The
DARPA,
Heart Project.
DARPA and HARP. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
they got that down to a science now. And so what they working on now is if you know, if you've been watching YouTube anytime lately, the Earth last, I think it was about last month. No, that was on the 11th of last month or this month, one or two. How the whole Earth made a certain kind of humming noise, and all of a sudden, then
Yeah, I've heard it myself.
and that's when all the earthquakes started happening. See, they know how to manipulate frequencies. They know how to cause change because everything works on frequencies. Everything can be manipulated by frequencies, and they pretty much got everything mapped out to a science. They don't have us mapped out to a science because they had us mapped out to a science. They would transfer our memories to this new reality. That's the whole key point. Half of the population know what it used to be, and half of it know what it is now. And so they don't. The mind is so diverse that and we all have different key signatures. They don't know, or God won't allow them to wipe all our memories or make all us switch over to one reality together. He wanted some people that can tell the truth to wake other people up to the possibility. And so,
Right.
yeah,
Look at this picture right here. I want you to look at this picture. You see these line of cars?
I can't see nothing.
Look at this. Look at this. I want you to look at this. These cars melted. These people are dead, burnt in these cars. Look at the trees next to them.
Right next.
Look at the telephone pole. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now. One of the theories is the smart cars have a way to ignite. So one of the people that he interviewed that lived in Paradise had a truck, and he got out, and people jumped in his truck to get out of there. Right? He pulled into a store, went into the store to get something, and his truck, while he was in the store, ignited and killed everybody in his truck.
That's
Look
why
at this.
that's why you got them computer brains. We all
Yeah.
walking around. We all walking around with these orange stars and these conveniences where you can unlock your car with your phone. If you could trigger your locks and your engine with your phone, what you think that the manufacturer or the government can do with that same kind of signal?
Look at these pictures. This is horrific. Think about it. This is horrific. I mean, look at this house on fire. The trees are fine. The trees are fine. Yet the cars, and if you notice, no car doors are even open. This is a school bus. Look at that. The guy that drove by the school bus that took these pictures on the thing, he said that after seeing a couple of burnt bodies in cars that were down on the floorboard, he couldn't look inside the bus. He couldn't do it.
I see it. I see it.
Look, that's not normal. Do you know that fire in Mount Shasta that they had a while back, that the semi trucks on I-5 going through that, they actually stopped the semi trucks. The semi truck drivers unhitched their trailer and left it in the middle of the freeway so they can get out of there fast enough to survive. And it was a very small stretch of I-5.
Yeah. And fire didn't behave this way before. And I'm sure you all know that, like, in this place, whatever we want to call it, the Orion place or whatever is going on now, this type of fire has happened a bunch of times. The first time I saw it, I thought it was like mocking the Bible, because they're, the part about don't touch, like, the angels wouldn't touch any green thing, as like the grass is left, the trees are left, all the greenery is left, but everything else is absolutely destroyed in fire. Yeah, and I've never seen this. Before the Mandela effect hit me, this fire didn't behave this way. It wasn't like so particular to just the cars or just the building or just, and that's what I'm trying to say, is that this is something specific to this place or to this time, as far as I can see.
Well, some of it.
I think this picture right here says it all. You have a car that pulled over on flames. You have brush, dry brush, no flame. Trees, no flame. Where's the flames? How did this car coming out of Paradise on side of the road ignite? Where's the fire? How did this car catch on fire? This is sick.
I do not know.
This is, not normal. And the people that lived there said that they didn't recognize any of the police. All the police were state police they did not recognize, and military that were there before the fire even spread.
Of course, because they doing it. And you look, watch this. I tell people all the time, just like as believers, we believe God and we try to do His will, and we do what He says. The devil got the same people that's committed to Him. They doing His will. They doing His way. They're instructed to do certain things a certain way because He's instructed to do things a certain way, and so they follow out what He say do. And that's what I try to get people to understand. You know, uh, uh, as we believers stick together, we can be powerful. And it seems like we not sticking together. His people do the same thing. The more they stick together,
Mm-hmm.
the more power and authority they get. And so they worship their God, and they listen to whatever he say do.
Right.
And if they don't, they get the repercussion. And
Look
so
at this picture right here. Look at this house burnt down to the ground. Look at the tree next to it. Look at the trees next to it. Look at this house.
Yeah, exactly.
How is that? No. Look at these right here. Fully intact, house gone. No, no.
these
This is
these
not
these are
normal.
target these are targeted attacks. This ain't God ain't doing this. See, we look at the Bible and say when God say that it won't be water, it be fire next time. What we don't take into account, God didn't say He was gonna cause the fire. He just said it was gonna be fire. He said He would no longer destroy everything because of man. He promised that. But when He said it was gonna be fire next time, well, we gotta realize we don't know where the fire coming from. He didn't say He was gonna make the. He didn't say He was gonna do it. He said it was gonna happen. It was gonna be destroyed by fire next time. He didn't say how it was gonna occur. And people don't take that sentiment of what he said into account. And just like y'all think y'all was talking about the Nephilim and the demons and all that. And like I told, I think me and Cowboy did a show before that not the past wasn't stupid. And some of the people that when God destroyed the earth like that got away. And some of them probably be these aliens and these people that's visiting us and all that other bull crap. And some of them Genesis was totally different than what we think. Meaning, it's not just verbatim. You know, their mindsets and their ability was greater than what we can ever imagine. Just think about it. If you that primitive, why would you have to have it rain over the mountains? Right now, you let it rain 2 days straight. You know, people die. So if you primitive, you don't have to have it rain 40 days and 40 nights to kill everybody, especially when it ain't never rained. You could let it rain 5 days and everybody dead.
Well, did you see the rain total right after the fire was done and we had rainstorms here? Did you know that like the of the whole Northern California area, everybody was getting 1 to 2 inches of rain? Do you know how much rain Paradise got? Paradise got the
Huh,
most rain, 6.66 inches.
huh.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear about that? Did you hear about that flood in the desert?
No.
It was flood in the desert. I said, huh? How a flood happened in the desert?
Where at?
Yeah, and you can see all of the sand. The water was brown. I said, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, so it's a whole lot of things that's unexplainable, but the whole purpose is, and just like Cowboy always say, and for the people that's watching, get your life right, man. Live today
yeah.
like it's last. Love your family. Make sure you put away from all of that petty and selfish thoughts and love and live today like it's your last and make sure that you ask for forgiveness and just 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 love God, man. 'Cause, ain't nothing promised to us tomorrow, but because we know what the situation is, and I told my wife this, I know what they're gonna try to implement, but I'm sorry to say I don't want to live in that kind of world where I gotta shoot people because they're hungry. I really don't. I've been prepping. I've been getting canned goods, getting extra canned goods, packing water. I got the little water delivery thing, and so I didn't let them take the bottles this time. I'm gonna go to the store and replace some bottles with some more water. A lot of people don't know. it's actually cheaper when you go to the store and get the bottles than it is if you let them send it to you. I can get a 5 gallon jug of water from the store and just give them the bottle and they give me another gallon for $5. When if I get it from them, it's like I think $11 per jug. And so I'm gonna try to get at least 10 bottles of water. You know, keep me some food around. But I really don't want to live in that world where I got to shoot people that's hungry. I really don't. I mean that's a world that I don't want to live in because look, even if I survive, what do you think the elite gonna do to somebody like me when they trying to put an FID chip and I'm trying to deny it? You know, and so I mean, it's getting that deep where God said we're gonna have to bear our crosses and that we're gonna be persecuted for His name's sake. And so we just have to be on our P's and Q's, man. We gotta be on our P's and Q's. We gotta get all of this negativity and see if we did what God said did, we'd be better prepared. Because God told us in the Bible to pay your tithes and offer that it can be meat in his house, that it can be substance in his house. And because we didn't do what he said, we didn't took the money that we supposed to have been storing up and making sure that we have substance to help one another. We've been taking it to buy our own houses and live lavish life and we ain't been storing them nothing. And so uh, it's just real deep, man.
All right, watch this. Watch this. This is a this right here is a footage from a guy flying his small aircraft high up over paradise, and I want you to watch this helicopter. This is in paradise. Watch this helicopter. Look what's coming out of this helicopter. Watch this. Those are flames. What is he doing? He's feeding the fire. You know, it moved 80 football fields a minute. You know how fast that is? 365 miles an hour. That fire moved.
Now watch this. You know that's what they claim. I don't know why they say that.
Look at that.
They say when you got a fire that you start another fire to stop it from spreading somewhere else. I said, huh?
Yeah, well, that right there, he ain't doing that.
He sure ain't.
Unbelievable, man. Hey, nothing to see here, everybody. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Whatever.
I wonder how much time and thought and everything goes into the, world theater on the world stage kind of stuff. And I don't want to sound callous in saying theater because I know people have lost their homes and lost their lives and everything else. But if the events are orchestrated, and I believe there are a lot of events that are, deliberate, not necessarily bad, but just distracting, so that every day there's something in the headlines that keeps everyone distracted so they can never look at their reality. They can never see what's really going on because there's something so distracting in front of them. Oh, the president of France said this. Oh, this other politician said that. Oh, there's something going on. There's tension somewhere. There's something. Every single day, there's just something that takes up everybody's attention. And when they're trapped in the cycle of going to work so you can make enough money to get to work, you don't have time to do further research than those headlines that you're given.
Mm, mm. And that's what they done made us. That's why I don't like. I don't know, Cowboy. If I ever told you this, but that's why I think, and I hate to say it, and I'm not saying that information ain't good, but it's two things that I always thought that was trapping us. First, one of them is school, and I'm gonna tell you why I say school is trapping us. they make you get amounts of debt that you can't pay, and you're not guaranteed nothing. You go to these schools, these colleges, and they tell you when you go there, only 10% of y'all gonna get a job. So that means all the rest of us just guinea pigs. That's one thing I didn't like. The next thing I didn't like is these houses. We've been we've been inundated with houses is the American dream. No houses maybe back in the day, but houses now are nothing but traps. Traps that keep you in debt, keep you inundated because you can't never own it. I don't know why they say a home ownership is the best thing. No, you never own that house. If you gotta pay taxes on it, you don't own it. If you don't pay taxes, they take it. I tell people all the time,
Mm-hmm.
I would never ever get a mortgage for 40 years because I ain't guaranteed to have nothing in 40 years. I say, I say, why would I sign a contract for 40 years when I'm not guaranteed to have a job for 40 years? That's just a way to keep me in debt, to make me think I
Now,
got
I
something.
want,
That's
I
true.
want, I want you to look at what's going on in the world because you're not going to get this on your local media. I want take a look. Fourth victim dies in Strasbourg Christmas market shooting. Right, and you got your Jewish cemetery outside vandalized, Gandhi statue pulled down. Right, let's go down. France braces for fifth weekend of Gillet's lungs. I can't read protest. Uh, you got Israeli forces use live fire on Palestinians. Um, what else we got here? Here, Brazil shooting. Five. Gunman opens fire in Brazil. Right? Look, this is this is non-stop. I mean, it's worldwide. This is not, you know what I mean? This is these false flag and hoaxes, they are doing worldwide. Man,
What?
this is every day. I mean, this is just CNN today. You know, this is look at how many shootings. What? What's going on? What? All these shootings? Oh, here we go. Robot army makes 1,000 cars a day. Where's all the workers? Where are all those people that used to make the cars? Well, we won't talk about that. Walmart turns to robots. I mean, look at this. I mean, crazy. This is not, you know, if we go to USA, right, what do we get? Let's go to ours. All this bullshit. Ivana, Trump, borders, right? I mean, come on. Really?
They all owned by five
This
people.
is sick.
We got all these channels for five people to own them.
Right? Unbelievable. It just makes me sick, man. It really does.
I mean, it's sickening how the world is, man. I don't I wish we had a world where poverty and people can don't have to be doing all of this bending over backwards just to make people rich and ain't nothing wrong with having anything. I believe you work hard, you're supposed to get you deserve what you're getting. If you ain't working that much, you don't get as much. But I don't think and nobody in the world, this world should have anybody hungry or homeless or all of this selfishness. Everybody became selfish. You know, if you look at today's society, nobody, you can't even say hello to nobody no more. You say hello, they look at you like you about to kill them or something. It's just this seems like this world or this reality is very angry and it's very indicative of people killing each other all the time. Either you got somebody committing suicide, or you got mass murder, or you got something happening every week now, and on a scale that I ain't never seen in my life. And I lived in a project. I lived in a project where they ain't do nothing but shoot. I ain't seen so much killing, so much division ever. This world, it's like we done took this world and went backwards. Like it's like we live in 1940s again. We got all the division and race and people don't like this and president against this but all of them, like you said, all of it is just to keep us distracted from what they really doing. All of it.
What do you, Chip? What do you think? What are your thoughts on all that?
Well, I'm just thinking right now. I'm just like, there's so many different aspects to all this. I mean, for one thing, you wouldn't actually have to do all those things, especially if you have, you know, basically the headlines written out as the day starts for every major news organization. You just need to make people see that that's what they think is happening out in the world, so that everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's terrible, it's worse and worse and worse, to keep people in a state where they're just so unsure that they're just hoping that someone important will do something about it. And I'm not even sure if half of this stuff is actually happening, to be real with you. Like, I'm sure a lot of it is, but we have no idea what's really going on.
I think personally 90% of it doesn't go on, and I think it goes back to the problem, reaction, solution. More government control, more help me government, you know. I don't think it's a gun grab at all. I think they wanted our guns, they would have took them. Yeah, and you don't even hear that anymore, even on these shootings anymore. You don't even hear that anymore. It's to me, it's just you know, they're really pushing now the mental health thing, right? That's the big one now, mental health, right? And you got all these like these celebrities committing suicide because they have mental health issues. You have every shooting, right? Other than Europe, every shooting in Europe is a terrorist. Every shooting in America is somebody that has a mental health issue. I mean, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. It's there, so you could tell. And another thing, how you could tell if it's real or not is if CNN is on it right away. For instance, did you hear about the recent thing where all the bomb threats went out? Right?
Oh, well, yeah, that was Chicago.
Right. Okay. Well, it was actually across the world. Here's the craziest part, Eman, is that they actually had one of the letters or emails that were going to these businesses already up on CNN. Like, so the cops were like, hey, CNN, here's the letters, here's the emails we got. Go ahead and post it. You know, it's like bullshit when the mainstream media already knows the guy's name, his email, they got pictures of him, like carrying a gun, crazy talk, and they have the whole story. But if you actually watch any local news where an actual event happened, you don't get any information. Why? If you watch any show about any type of situation where someone's been murdered, they release no information because the least amount of information they let go, the more then they know they have the right person that knows more than what they've released. So if they're releasing all the information, right, and everything, well, why would you do that? You don't know if it was the one guy that was crazy. Maybe he's part of a group. Maybe he was more. You know what I mean? So you could tell when it happens, and all of a sudden, you know, Gettysburg is right there taking pictures of it, right? And all the pictures are from Gettysburg, right? Oh, you just happened to be there, right? Right when it happened? Yeah, bullshit. These things, it's bullshit. They're lies.
It is. But the problem is not that they're doing a big theater of bullshit. The problem is that people want to be spectators and buy into and argue about the bullshit and watch the bullshit all day until they die of old age. That's the problem, that people don't stand up and say, this, what? And just ignore it because they know offhand that it's bullshit, that it's ridiculous, that news was reclassified as entertainment so they can't be sued when they put out something that's ridiculous. When they were
right there, right.
factual information, then you could sue them for putting out something that was ridiculous. But with the, the abolishing of propaganda laws and with reclassifying news as entertainment, entertainment can be whatever. And if people just want entertainment and they just want to be entertained and they don't care what the story is, as long as you don't disturb their personal little bubble, again, I put the blame back on us rather than, we always blame those who are trying to do stuff to us. But I'm like, there's two sides to any psychological aspect, be it an MK Ultra kind of thing or whatever kind of thing it is that people at some point, I don't know what, I guess we thought at some point people would like get fed up or see it clearly or something, but it's more like people are seeing less and less of what's going on. So it's just more and more and more blatant or more and more crazy, or it has to be so over the top to get any reaction because people are so apathetic now.
Right. Well, how could you even reach half the people if they still believe planes took down 9/11? I mean, to me, it's like they just numb the people with all this. They constantly just drilling us with it to the point where people just become numb and think it's reality. I mean, I had one of my coworkers literally say to me, he's concerned about going to the movies or out in public to public places because there's going to be some person with mental health issues that's going to shoot it up. The fear they put in the people. Like, no, I don't want that. You know what? I want state police at the movie theaters checking people for weapons and searching me and taking my, as I walk in, like, face recognition before I walk in a movie theater so I can watch the movie safely. I mean, it's like, look at what China has done. Have you seen that? You guys check an email what China has done? I mean, they don't even want people to wear sunglasses on the street so they can do face recognition to see if they're unpleasant. And if they're unpleasant or against the government, they take away their ability to get loans and credits. If they're, that's crazy, right? I mean, who would think, right? Face, what I mean? Face recognition has been around forever. This is what kills me. That we don't know who he is or whatever. Face recognition is everywhere. Cameras are everywhere. I mean, seriously, they have the technology there. It's been there for quite a while. Schools. Let's talk about the schools. So I saw a story just recently, this week, where a parent got arrested for spanking his child because the child told the teacher. Get arrested. Okay. Yet there's several states right now trying to implement the law back to where they can do corporal punishment to your child in school. Who's raising the children? The parents or the schools? Right? Apparently the schools. And they're taking the parents out of it. And what do they want? They want the government-funded schools raising your children. Sick. I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I grew up, I don't know how you guys are, but I grew up where, in elementary school, the principal had a paddle, But I don't know. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on that is.
I think that, thankfully there are a lot of people who don't see this kind of stuff, because if they did, there'd be a lot more people who would be afraid of having children, because it seems to like open up a whole plethora of possible problems and possible drama and who even knows what. And because things are very strange right now in that whole
Do you have children?
No.
Okay. But I know people that are saying they don't want children because of the way the world is today. They don't want to have children grow up in the way the world is today. How sad is that?
Well, yeah, they're not going to get the same experiences that we got. They'd be pretty cheated trying to grow up here. I mean, they wouldn't know any better because they're born into now. But for anyone that knew what it was like before it got this bad, I'm sure they would feel kind of like, wow, this is like a crazy time. But hopefully it would improve. You know what I mean? Just because it's bad right now, say if somebody's born, maybe by the time they're grown up, everything will have changed completely. So, I think people need to keep hope that things can always change.
Well, this is what I think. I think that like if you're awake and you know it, have the children and educate them and bring up a new generation of educated children. So remember, Chick, what I was telling you about people falling asleep and then waking up? So the
Yeah.
Kryptonian came in. He's like, "Good morning." Well, he was on Scarab Stream. Yeah, we're still up. We're still going. Here we go. We're gonna get the morning people now. That's funny. Well, I don't even know what time it is.
Almost 4:30.
Oh wow.
I know, and I have the lost and found bin tomorrow too. Oh boy,
Shoot.
it's gonna be interesting. It should
Shoot.
be an hour later though, at 12. But still, my gosh, I need the coffee.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Did E-Man, Z-Man still here?
Yeah, I'm here. I just came back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just because when the phone rings, it all automatically goes off. That's what my wife did. She was getting on the train.
Oh, I hear that for sure.
Yeah, man. I know Cowboy. Every time you see me, you're like, "Where you been?" I say, "I've been around. I've been doing videos once a week. I upload a video." But you see me, I do my video maybe 700 videos now. But like if you look in contrast to somebody like Brian, he got over maybe 3,000 videos. So that's the reason why I didn't get the numbers because I didn't pump out videos every 4-5 videos a day.
You know how many videos I have, man?
What? I mean,
0.
why your video?
I don't even know how to do video. I only do live streams. I don't know how to do video, to be honest with you.
Bro.
They're taking live streams away. Oh no.
Now what am I gonna do? When are they doing that? November?
They're supposed to be doing that next year by April. Look it up. You on the computer? Look up Google Hangouts. Probably put Google Hangout discontinued date.
So it's just Google Hangout, not live streaming on YouTube.
Google Hangout discontinued, is it?
Because we could do YouTube through Discord.
Right, but I think it's Hangouts itself that's going away.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, I'm not concerned with that because there's still Discord. You could do, and actually Discord is much easier. I don't know how to actually hook up the YouTube to Discord, but it's much easier for people to come in and out of your stream through Discord than through Google Hangouts. You don't even need to send out invites. If they're in your Discord, all they have to do is pop into the room. So you don't have to send out invites. So everybody that's listening in the chat room, it has an option to listen or jump in to the stream.
Now I did my church ran on live. Trying to until I get me a building or like I told my wife, I think we done passed that point where it's time to build churches because churches are about to be closed down. So I'm at a place right now where I'm doing my church in a park, in a community center in the park, and they charging me like $50 a week. So that makes me not be obligated to a mortgage, light and gas, and all that stuff. But the only drawback with that is uh, the internet. Now I got the hotspot on my phone, but I don't know how much data I will be using to live stream my service, because they don't give you unlimited hotspot. They give you, I think, maybe 10 gigs. So I gotta find out how many gigs per service do I use, because I got up to 20 gigs to use, because me and my wife gigs a piece. That's why I haven't broadcast on YouTube my channel. I
Well,
mean,
I
my
don't
church.
even use my phone. I don't have Google Hangouts or YouTube on my phone. I only use my laptop.
Yeah, I got it on my. I down. I uninstall Hangouts a lot. So when you like go live and you be doing stuff, I don't never get them notifications, because every blue moon, if I pop in the room, like I did yesterday at on performance screen, um and I see you and you say hi or something, then I re-download it, and then I just say hi to you like I did earlier. And then
Mm-hmm.
I was on Bryant channel last night too, and he's like, man, I've been trying to send you a message. I don't keep Hangouts on my phone. I used
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
I used to,
Well,
but
what I do is I use my laptop and I do I stream my laptop to my
TV.
big screen TV,
I
right?
remember.
And so you guys are all on my big screen TV,
Yeah, I remember.
and I'm just standing here looking at my big screen TV talking. That's all I do. That's
Yeah,
how I do it. I don't have a phone. I have a phone. I don't use my phone. I use my laptop. It streams to my TV, and I just stand here and talk. I don't have a microphone. I don't have a headset. I just stand here and talk.
and so I know how to do all that technical stuff, far as doing it on a laptop. So it's easy for me to do the church service on YouTube, but because I'm limited to the internet, I can't set because I can always buy me a webcam, a nice webcam, with a long cord, sit it right in the front, and broadcast that way. That's easy. And I would use OBS. You know how I used to use OBS, and I can
Yeah.
actually have whatever I'm saying on the screen. Y'all get to see what I'm saying on the screen. But it's just because I ain't got no members yet. Well, actually, I had visitors as far as children, and then I had some adults come. And since I'm new, it's gonna take time to build it up. But I'm talking
Well,
about the
you
message.
know what I did? I actually erased everything off of my computer for my video. I don't even have the option to click video on my laptop. It's
Mm.
gone. I took it off. So my video on my laptop doesn't exist. I took it off.
Oh, mm. Hey, hey, there you go. So how you been doing? Both of y'all. Did she leave?
No, I'm still here.
Um,
I'm in the background.
okay. How you been, cowboy? I mean, I know I ain't talked to you in about 2 months. It's a, see, like
Yeah,
we used.
I'm getting by. Um, my friend from high school took me in. Got a job, digging myself out of the hole from the last
Mm-hmm.
job I had that pulled out of the territory that I was 1099, couldn't get unemployment.
Mm.
So I got pretty far. She helped me out tremendously. I was so far behind on my car payments. When I called them and told them I had a job, they said, I don't give a crap. Where can I pick your car up? Unless you give me 16, was 15, $1,567. He said, if you don't pay that right now today, where can we pick your car up? She took me in. Again, she doesn't have a job. She lost her job um, and was on unemployment. And she took me in, and um, she got on the phone with them and transferred the money to them and paid it for me. And so yeah, I'm paying her back. So and she let me live here for 2 months for free. I'm not paying rent, but I still owe her money for not just the car payment. She helped me out with you know other money to get by till I got paid. But I mean, yeah. So she helped me out, and then my son he's living with his aunt downtown, and he's trying to get his own place now. But yeah, I was 3 days away from being on the street. I was to be evicted on a Monday, and I found out Friday that she would take me in. And my son found out the day before that he would go to his aunt. So we were literally going to be homeless, and I would have been homeless without a car. Then I moved. So I got moved into her place on the Monday, and I got evicted. And then Tuesday afternoon, I got the call that I got the job, just like that. So,
see, God works in mysterious ways. Just
right?
like the word say, he may not come when you want him, but he's right on time.
Right? Yeah. And you know what? I never lost my faith. You know that. My son, he found out Thursday. My son found out the Thursday before that his aunt was going to take him in. She has a very small place downtown. In fact, he couldn't. I mean, there was very little he could even bring there. Not even his Xbox. So let's just put it that way. And that next day, Friday, all he was concerned about the whole day at work was like, what's going to happen to me? And when he got home, I let him know, like, I got a place to go. And he was relieved. So, I mean, I love my kids. I mean, like,
Yeah.
And it was good. And, I never lost faith. And, it didn't even come down to the last minute. I mean, he gave me the whole
I'm
weekend.
gonna tell you what you don't know about me is I was homeless for a minute, and I slept on the bus. I had to sleep in the shelter, with like you say, them humbling moments, and it don't last long. As long as you keep your faith and do. See what that teaches us. And if we can get a message out to the people, what that teaches us is what we spend our money on is worthless. We have to
Right?
we have to really watch how we spend and watch what we think is important because
Mm-hmm.
all of them high end things and all of that high spending is unnecessary. You'll have a better life and a better situation if you live lower than what you really want to, because then that makes you be able to have money when you have adversity. When
Mm-hmm.
you always in
Shit.
debt, when you almost, if you at the brim, like say, in instance, you making $2,000 a month, and your finance and your responsibility is $1,900. You are at the brim. It only take one
Yeah.
time for you to be off your job where you now you can't even provide because that's $1,900. You know you gotta eat and you gotta buy tissue and all that. So you already over your deficit. I feel like if you making $2,000 a month, you should make your life living at no minimum of $700, and learn to do that. That way,
Well, let me put it this way. Check, you don't know. This is news to you. So at one point, I was making 125 a year, and I went through money. I mean, I was going out when I had my girlfriend, and I would throw $350 down on dinner for the two of us. You know, oh, you need a TV? Bam, here's $1,000. Go get a TV. I mean, I didn't appreciate anything I had. I whipped through it, and then now I got to the point where I got evicted. I mean, I've owned 3 homes before. You know, I got evicted from my home, almost lost my car, and I have many bills in collections right now. And when you get to the point where you can buy a tube of toothpaste, toilet paper, and you get excited, boy, I tell you what, chick, it humbles you. Like, no, when you got like E-Man and I ain't lying, chick, there's people here in our YouTube family that were sending me money just for food to get by. I mean, it's very humbling. And now I have a job. The job doesn't pay nearly as much. And I am living check to check because I'm trying to get out of the hole. And let me tell you, your life changes. Your views, what you appreciate. And I'm okay with that because I needed that. I needed that because I didn't appreciate what God had given me before. And hey, I you know, I gotta be honest. I deserve. I always say this. This is one of my mottos. I know you've heard it, man, but check. This is one of my mottos. Is that, you know, I don't think anybody should ever complain and blame their situation on anybody, no matter what. Why? I really truly believe you create the world you live in. Where you are in life, you create. Don't blame it on an ex. Don't blame it on your job. Don't blame it on getting pulled over for speeding. Don't blame it on nothing other than the fact you create the world you live in. So if you're not happy with it, change the life. Change it.
Yep, I tell people that. I tell people the same thing. I mean, you got that same view. Because I tell people, because you know, now in society, they're trying to bring back the race wars and the division. I tell people,
right? Hey, E-Man, seriously, all this stuff with the race, right? When they were doing the whole thing with the Black Lives Matters and Tifa and all that crap, I'm sorry, I don't see it. I don't see it in my world where I go out in my day-to-day business. I don't see the racism, but they push it on you. You know.
And I told some of my people, I told people that's in my family, I say, stop falling for the okie doke. This is what they want you to think. That I say, don't blame nobody but yourself for where you at. Where you at?
I don't know if you, chick. I don't know if you know this. E-Man's African American. I don't know if you know
that. He's got his picture up on the thing. I figured it out.
You know, it's an inside joke, chick, because I go on the stream and I don't know, there's one guy on there that was just got like hardcore on him, right?
Yeah.
Remember that guy, Caesar shot. Well, I don't know the guy's name, right? But and he said one time when I was on the stream, was like, "Well, I don't know if he said a black man or African American. I can't remember." I was like, "Whoa! Wait a minute! Are you telling me you're an African American?" I say that because you know what? It's so fucking stupid. Excuse my language. For anybody to say it drives me crazy. Absolutely, anytime a race is named in anything, it really is. My whole life has drove me crazy because I don't see it. I'm. It's like I'm not colorblind, but I am. If you know what I mean.
Wait. See, wait. Let me explain to you this. Ain't no such thing as a color. Cause watch this. When I look at your picture, you look like you beige over there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm colorblind. I mean,
so you beige. You beige, and I'm just you light brown, and I'm dark brown.
Right?
Because I ain't never
seen. You got a better tan than me, dude. That's all I say.
I ain't never seen nobody look like them clouds that's behind that picture of you. And I ain't never seen nobody look like.
I have a coworker, right? He's so cool, right? He's African American, and I hate to even say that, but okay. So I have to explain that to explain the story. And we've become pretty good friends, right? And I was telling him about a story about a friend of mine named Cedric. And he goes, whoa, Cedric? Well, he must have been African American. Oh, yeah. He was my roommate. He was in my wedding. Yeah. The next thing I know was like I came in today. We had our dinner tonight, and I was all dressed up. He was like, "Damn, you know what? I've been talking to this friend of mine, and I think I want to set you up with her, but I don't know how to say this. She's and he starts pointing at his arm, and the girl, our coworker girl, goes, "You mean she's black?" He goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, is she like a Holly Berry black?"
I tell people all the time, look, I say I don't look at I don't look at no skin. Skin ain't nothing but skin. I know if you look at and people always like, you know what your ancestors. I say first of all, I ain't from Africa because I reason why I say I ain't from Africa because that was way before I was born. So I ain't got that bloodline. I think I'm mixed up. I got all kinds of stuff in me. So I don't
I got a story for you today. So I call office. I sell products to dentist offices. Okay, so I've been dealing with this girl that works at a dentist office, and she's trying to talk the dentist, the doctor, into buying more products from us, right? Mm-hmm. And we start talking, and then all of a sudden she starts going into. We talked about our kids, and then talking about how her husband left her 13 years ago, and she went many years without dating. Now she's like kind of dating the guy, but he's deployed for a year and a half, and she's Native American. And I was like, well, that's fine. I go by Cowboy on YouTube. Is my handle. And, 5 of the 6 women I've had serious relationships with were Native American. It's kind of weird. And so we just got in that conversation. She's like, okay, well, I'll call you back at the end of the day and let you know what the doctor wants to do. And I said, well, we're leaving early today in about 40 minutes to go to our Christmas party dinner. She's like, well, let me give you my cell phone number. I was like, okay. So I wrote it down, put it on my phone, and I text her. She goes, yeah. And I'm like, well, I just want you to have my cell phone number. So when, we have each other's numbers in our phones. And then she texts back, okay, I'm going to keep it close to my heart. I'm like, what?
She fall in love with you already? Hey, what kind of product was you selling?
No, wait. And then she's like, well, you could get on a plane right now and you could be here by the time you get off work. I'm like, what?
That's moving pretty fast right there.
I'm like, I don't think I was being flirtatious. I'm just telling you about what I'm But I did actually get in a serious conversation because she started getting actually pretty deep, saying like, well, I don't know if this guy's for real because, I'm really stressed out because of my last ex. And I go, look, I'm just being honest with you. Look, if you cannot go into a relationship assuming that the next person is your ex, because you can't. All right. If you have to get your mind set straight, if you go into a relationship looking for bad, looking for something wrong, looking for something to go wrong, your relationship is gonna fail 100%. You have to go in with 100% trust, not look for it. If they screw up, they screw up, but don't look for it. Don't be all concerned that the person that you meet next is not your ex. It's a totally different person. You can't assume the next person is your ex.
You sold that good. Was you like, I want him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What did I do?
Some pretty wild sales tactics right there. My gosh.
You know what?
I
wasn't selling.
So you lucky I'm married.
I wasn't selling. I had nothing to do with, you know.
Hey, you lucky I'm married. I'll put that in my back pocket.
Oh, and my friend, the one I was telling you, he's all. I said, well, somebody asked like what about her, and she's like, oh, she's a widow and she's got a lot of money. I was like, man, well, that does, you know, that's beyond me. I would never date somebody because of their money. Even in my situation.
I will tell you what they say. I tell people all the time, I wouldn't date nobody with money, or you don't want to date nobody because of money. But money helps the problem, helps situations out. So if you happen to date somebody that's in that what they call that, yeah, that's a blessing. Because I know my brother-in-law, he hit the jackpot. And what I mean is, he married a lady that their family was rich. And he didn't know it at the time. She just liked it how he looked, and come to find out they was rich. Cause I say, don't nobody have cottages and no guest house and no vacation house if you ain't got no money. I say, so I already know they had some money, and come to find out we went to the party, and they build houses for rich people. I said, oh snap! I said,
so, Chick, are you married or?
No, I'm not.
You must be very young. You must be a young girl.
I feel young, if that makes any difference. I was in a relationship that went really sideways. So it's 2012 because, you know, people thought the world was ending, so everything kind of went completely insane. But I did learn a lot. Like, that's when I started really learning about all these different rabbit holes and all these things that were going on. I wasn't, like, blind to it before. I was pretty informed on, like, a lot of stuff is not as it appears in the wider world, on the world stage or whatever. But after that, like, when he got obsessed with all that stuff, he taught me a lot of things, just kind of like how we would try and wake up people around us to the Mandela effect. And I was just, like, for at least a year, like, just absorbing everything like a sponge and just taking it all in. So while in one respect, like, that didn't work out and whatever, in that kind of way, in another kind of way, I think mainly clear. Areas of fog. The weatherman has gotten into the story. But yeah, I just mean like it helped me be the person I am today, so that's good. End of story.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't want to get personal with you, but I don't know, for some reason that's what I do.
That's okay. And then yeah, I'm just like, even though the world's gone crazy, feeling a lot more positive about a lot of things now, and just in a much better situation now. And thank goodness there's always more to learn and more to do. And
let me ask you this: would you like, because I'm single too, and my life has changed over. Well, my life's been a roller coaster since my divorce, but I've settled down the last 2.5 years. and now where I'm at in my life, I won't. I don't. I mean, I have very strict thoughts about type of person I would date, and one of them would be somebody that I could talk to about my rabbit holes. I don't think I could date somebody that I couldn't have sitting here right by my side doing the stream with me, and that really limits. Puts a
That limits
strong
like all you meet. Sure.
that shrinks a lot of prospects, but I can't do it because just talking to some people before, through the last couple of years, and I just can't do it because, well, it's not that I will get irritated by the fact that they don't understand. It's more the fact I know they would completely get irritated by the fact that I do this and I'm into it, and you know what I mean? It's more of like I know that they can't handle it more than I can handle the fact that they're not into it more than I know they can handle the fact I'm into it. Right? So that makes sense.
Yeah, I think your priorities change. Like the more you learn and the more you see, at least, I think a lot of people's situation, their whole priorities shift. They're like pursuing different things, instead of just the same old, go around the merry-go-round of go through school and you do all the usual things you're supposed to do and you never really look outside your own personal bubble. I think we've all been very much taken out of that. So I think the situation we're in now is like if the people around us aren't exponentially looking around and learning and seeing what's going on, even if not understanding, at least seeing, then I think it would cause a real rift communication wise. And I think that's why a lot of people, like when they found that they were very, very Mandela affected and the people around them weren't, in some cases it ended in breakups, it ended in divorce. I mean, in other cases, people have stayed together, and that's a great blessing. But I think it really does, it changes everything about you. So, of course, it would change who you would date and who you even could date, because you can't pretend to be not awake once you are awake. You can't kind of like unsee what you know. Even if you try to do that, then you're being disingenuous with the person you're with.
Right. I just want to say real quick hi to Cinderella. For some reason, I can't key a message in the chat room. I keep getting an error. So apparently, I don't know what it is, but I've tried 3 times to say hi to you, sister in Christ, and all 3 times it aired out. So hello, I'll say it instead of Kiet.
So you see,
Don't know why.
she get the live hello. That's better.
Yes.
Wait. Cinderella shows up and I got a thumbs down. Cinderella, really? Come on now. I know it wasn't you.
Yeah, I was thinking about going live on Facebook. I ain't never went live on Facebook. I think I'm gonna try live on Facebook for, I guess, cause a whole lot of family members and people I know on there, so I can get them to know what's going on because it seems like ain't nobody coming on YouTube as much as they used to. So I'm trying to get the message out because this message, in spite of we can't do anything about it, you still need to be aware of your surroundings. No matter if we can't stop it or what have you, we can make awareness so that we don't fall down that rabbit hole. We already know rabbit hole is happening, but we don't want to get buried in the web. Uh, and
Now,
so
how does your wife handle it, E-Man?
she handling it, but she don't know how to explain it. I haven't got her on board to tell people because she don't know how to explain it. Because she don't know of what's going on. She knows. She says she knows it's something going on, but she don't know. If somebody asks her, "Well, why?" She don't know what the why is, and she don't know how to navigate to say she don't know what the why is. And so, um, she's in my corner, but she ain't in my corner for going out there. I guess she don't want to feel like she crazy. She don't want nobody. She one of the people. She don't want nobody to call her nuts or crazy, and so she rather just your sister just said a few minutes ago. She rather play that I don't know, or I'ma just stay neutral because she I guess she don't want to be in her feelings because some people just can't take being uh, uh, isolated by themselves. Some people need somebody or need people to for approval, and that just this is how life is. Some people can take an exclusion and be by themselves, and some people can't be by themselves. It's just tough for them if they by themselves. They need to have a boyfriend, girlfriend, or they need to be in somebody's face. And some people don't. That's why you see a lot of relationships, and you wonder, oh, why is she even going with him, or why is he even going with her? Because they can't be alone. They don't want to. They don't want to be by themselves.
Yep, it's true. Some
Well, no,
people don't.
honestly, you nailed it because when I got divorced, uh, I didn't care. I wanted somebody in my life, and when I was in a bad state, and I did things. I didn't cheat. I never cheated, but I did. I wasn't good, and when one would end, I'd be like, I'll just find, I'll get another one. And like within a week, I found another one, you know. And now it's been, I honestly, I haven't been on a date. I'll be honest with you, I haven't been on a date in over 2.5 years, and by choice. And I don't know, like that, like God took that part of my life away from me. Not the part of wanting companionship, the part of like get your crap together, dude, and quit hurting people. And I'm gonna take that temptation away from you. And he
Mm-hmm.
did, and it's been the best thing for me. It really has.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking. I'm not against it, but I'm not looking. You know.
Now you do know. Now wait a minute, hold on. Now, cowboy, you know, God said, a man that find a wife find a good thing,
Hmm.
and so,
Well, when I find one, I'll know it. But I'm not. I'm not like on dating sites. I'm not on.
oh
I'm
no,
not.
you don't, right?
You know what I mean?
You go on dating site, you gonna get a lunatic, and these women nowadays, women nowadays on these dating sites setting people up. I heard about that on the news where this woman claimed was fine and showed the pictures and all that good stuff. And he met her and she set him up to rob him and kill him. And so I wouldn't mess with none of them people on the dating websites. No, shawty. I,
Oof.
I tell people all the time, even if you selling stuff on Craigslist or if you selling stuff on eBay or whatever, any of them sites where they say that they local, I recommend that everybody, if they doing some trades like that they go at a police station and do it. That way, you know you ain't got no up and up. You everything up and up. Cause I was looking at this YouTube story years ago, like 2 days ago, where this person got the iPhone and they called the police and said that they robbed them. They spent almost a week in jail trying to clear their name that they didn't rob them because they just wanted the money back and to keep the phone. And,
Oh. Mm.
and so I tell people all the time, you gotta be careful of these quick schemes. And I tell people, I don't want to buy nobody else's stuff anyway. I don't want to buy nobody else's problem because if you're selling it, it must be something wrong with it. Why are you selling it? And it may not be nothing wrong with it, but because we in this society, there ain't no truthfulness. That's why I don't go to pawn shops no more. Because pawn shops, they sell you the stuff the same amount that you can buy brand new. I said, no, why would I buy something old when I can buy it brand new?
True.
Yeah, buddy, but I'm glad to talk to you all. I'm getting sleepy now. Cause I've been up all night. I've been up all night. I didn't know. I tried to call you earlier, Cowboy, but you wasn't know. You had did the scream later. I had said, "What's up, Cowboy?" After you was saying, "Hey, stranger," on performance. I'm like, I'm gonna text him and see what's going on. And then that's when I seen you live. So I've been up all night, so I'm getting sleepy now. But I love everybody, and hey, nice to meet you. And that's what I wanted to ask you. I said, it sounds like you from Britain or something. You got that
Um,
Britain accent.
I have a bit of an Irish accent. I hope it's not too much. Like I hope people can understand me, but some people can and some people can't. So I try. I
Are
try not
you
to.
are you are you Irish and Native American?
Not Native American. No.
Okay, because that just seems to what I attract. I don't know why, but the last two women I dated were one was a Sioux and Irish, and one was a Cherokee and Irish. And
Huh.
then I dated a straight up Cherokee. She was like, I think 80% Cherokee, and the other one was Cherokee and um,
Why that sound like a car?
I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know. I Here's the funny thing is always like if you could pick like what era you can live in. My whole mindset was always been like I would live in the Western days, and I would be Doc Holliday, uh, where I sit in a bar all day and play poker and wait for the guys that work their ass off digging for gold and come in and get drunk with a big nugget and play poker and take their
Oh,
money.
there you go.
But I wouldn't have the hooker on my lap. I'd have a Native American woman on my lap. And how stupid is
Oh my
that?
gosh.
But I always thought that, and that my whole life, ever since high school, I've dated every woman I've had a relationship. I actually, other than two, have been Native American.
Oh, you so
It's the
lucky.
strangest thing. It's
There you go.
crazy.
You've got a type. You got a niche. You have you
I
have
get
something going on.
but
And the
chick,
bad part about it,
it's
you
not
so
like a type. It's really not a type. It's a it happens. I'm not actually. I have like three types that I really like. How crazy is
oh,
that? Right? I mean,
oh.
what's up, Digital? Did you do the juju? Tails in the house. What's
What up,
up?
bitch?
Right on, brother.
Oh, what's up?
Yo.
Oh, you in the house? Where you at? Oh, you in the chat. I
He's in
thought
the
you said,
chat. Yeah.
Look, I've called into the sex line.
oh, you called into the 1-800 line. We said we telling y'all how to get the women of your type.
There you go. Yeah. The expert advice of how to find your type, I guess.
And the first thing you missed out that if you really want a woman to love you and give you her heart, only thing you gotta tell them is let go of your old relationship. Your other man ain't gonna be like the other. You can't decide. You can't bring that other relationship because you're not gonna find that same thing. So you gotta let go of that baggage because that other man ain't gonna be like that. And that drive them nuts. We learned that already.
It's true. There you go.
Little cowboy, like, man, where did I just hear that?
No, seriously, my ex-girlfriends, because both of them, I had a work phone that was also my personal phone, and I would have to delete every message because through a work phone, you turn over all your rights, and they can read every email and every text that goes through your phone. And so I would delete every text. Well, I got in trouble for that because they thought I was hiding something. I'm like, no, I don't want them to see our personal messages. So they would dig every night. I had to turn my phone over. They'd have to go through my whole phone. I got nothing to hide. I mean, and at no point, zero, not one time, did I ever even go pick their phone up. Like, you know what? I can't live that way. I'm like one of those people, like, if I have to investigate and I get to that point, I'm done. I don't want to. If I'm questioning, I'm done. If I feel I need to look through your phone, I'm already done. Done. You know what I mean? It's like, I shouldn't feel like I need to look through your phone. I really should.
Hold on.
I was married 14 years. And 14 years, every time when I was married, my wife would say, hey, can you go in my purse and get some, it's in the side, and I would just go grab her purse, and I'd hand her the purse and go, here, I have no reason to dig through your purse. I don't know. I know how your purses are like, where that thing is in that purse. Me, I can dig through it for an hour and not even find it. But to me, I was like, I'm not going through your purse. You know what? I don't need to. I don't want to.
You good.
I'm not going to do it.
I tell my wife, because see, my wife cute, and I'm ugly. And so
no, you're not.
I said, you outside with all them hot tenderonis, man. She try to play, try to see if I like her, I love her, and try to say, yeah, Tyrone, he'll take me out to breakfast. I was like, oh, he is, huh? He's like, yeah, he gave me the number, but I threw it away. I said, why would you tell me? And she like, 'cause I want to make you jealous. I say, so she made me want to go through. I said, 'cause you cute. You a cute little 40-year-old lady.
Well, here's the thing with me. It's like, hey, if I'm dating a girl and she ain't getting hit on at the grocery store, and she ain't getting hit on when she goes out when I'm not with her, hey, bullshit. She better be, because she's hot. She better be. Hey, it's up to her. It's up to her to draw the line at some point. If she's gonna go out with her girls and the girls' night out, damn right there better be boys. Hey, if I walk into a club with my girl, look, I'm proud. I'm like, damn right. You all you boys better be looking at her. Look at this. Damn right. I'm proud. Hey, she better be. I am not jealous that way.
Look at my woman with these curves.
Always like put it this way. If some boy hit my girl, right? I'm gonna go buy the guy a beer, have a beer with him. Why? Hey, she's hot. I'm not mad at the dude. I'm mad at her. I'd be mad at her. Like, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? I don't understand these people. Like my ex-girlfriend she'd be all over. Like if we broke up and I started dating another girl, she'd be all over the other girl's ass. She actually punched another girl. Like, what are you doing that for? I mean, you should not be her. Like,
she look better than her, or she think that she was cheating on her with you when you were cheating on her with her, and so she mad at her because she thinks she knew. That's all.
Look, if somebody cheats on you, be mad at the person that cheated on you. Get rid of them. Don't be mad at the person that hit that, because
No, it
They don't,
depends.
they don't even know. They think it's free game.
uh,
They don't know.
Cowboy, wait, Cowboy, check this out. Sometimes these women or these men do know, and sometimes you gotta be careful because some people be wanting your jewelry. They want your jewelry, and they'll try to steal your jewelry because your jewelry look good to them. And so, yeah, some of these people do know what they're doing. Cause I had a girl try to hit on me, knew that I had wife, and she was cute, and she was like, "Look, I'm gonna take you from her." I said, "Excuse me, what makes you think I want what makes you think I want you like that?" She's like, "You know you want this." I what? God no. And so some people know what they're doing.
Well,
So
hey, let's do this. Well, not for you, man. You're married. Chick,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Because, I always hear about, like, no, you got to meet her at the grocery store. So, like, if you're at a grocery store, right, like, what possibly would be a line from a guy in a grocery store that would actually work? Right? Because I've never hit on when I go to the grocery store, I'm like, I want to meet in and out as fast as possible. So I've never understood the whole, like, meet the chick at the grocery store. So, like, when you go out, have you ever gone out and met a guy while you're out, like, shopping, whether whatever, that worked for you, that you met and decided, like, to give him your number or what?
hey, I know one. Watch this. I used to
Wait,
work.
I'm asking chick. I'm asking, wait, even you're married. I told you out of this.
I think it would be extremely rare to like meet someone and like at a grocery store and have such a compelling conversation like in that instance that that a date or anything would happen. I think maybe if you saw the same person a couple of times over, like you kept bumping into them synchronicity wise or something crazy like that, and you seem to have some interest or something in common or something like that, then it could possibly turn into something. But still, I think it's pretty rare to meet someone at the grocery store and have that turn into a situation like that.
Here go one. Here go one. Watch this. See, I used to be like this. If I was at a grocery store and I seen a fine woman, this is exactly what I say. Man, Joe, I didn't know I was gonna get exactly what I wanted on my list. Man, Joe, you was just what I had on my list, girl. How you doing?
There you go.
Would that work? Chick, would that work?
I mean, it might. I think it depends. Depends on how much charisma and confidence you have when you deliver that line. I mean, I guess if you just sell the line as as crazy as you can, maybe someone would be like, "Damn, that's."
Seriously, you know what? Honestly, I think she nailed it right there, and Eman, you too. Confidence is huge. That's one thing I've learned. Confidence is huge.
I done gave everybody a pickup line, Lord Jesus.
Hey, look. Wait, what time is it? Is the grocery store open yet? I gotta run to the store.
You know what to do now. Eamon has taught you the ways.
You know what? I'm crazy enough to do it just so I can come back on the next stream and talk about it. That's it. That's it. Hey, look, I got no shame. I got no shame in my name at all.
You say you got any? You say, "Dang, E man, you got any more?"
I got no shame. Look, hey, no, I won't go there. But yeah, I got no shame in my game, man. Look, I'm 49. I'll tell you that, and I'll tell you, man. I don't get embarrassed about anything anymore. There's nothing that embarrasses me anymore at all. Look, I'll tell you this. Like, I have this like little bald spot on the back of my head, right? And so I got my hair cut, and these two girls at my work, they're like 32 and 30, right? And I'm sitting there like, yeah, I got my hair cut. I'm like, yeah, well, let's do whatever. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I gotta be honest with you. she put the mirror up to the back of my head. I'm like, what the hell? Looks like you cut my hair a little too short right here. Right here. And they just laughed like, the guy that I was telling you about, the African American guy, he shaves his head bald because he goes bald. He goes, dude, I love you, dude. He goes, you know what? You got no shame, dude. You got no shame, man. You just like you just rock that on the back of your head, dude.
Hey, cowboy, I got another one for you.
Another one.
Right. Here go another one. Hey, excuse me. Dang. How you doing? Man, I didn't know they came out. This is a new, man, you new, man. I want to know, how would it feel if me and you can fit together? I want to just check that out because I ain't never seen nobody like you before. You just glistening right there, and I just couldn't pass you by. I couldn't pass you by. I know it may just be me, but I have to just see if me and you can just get out. She's like, "What you talking about, new?" I'm like, "Cause I ain't never seen nobody like you before." It's like when they created you, that was just specifically for me. Yeah, boy, I got it, boy, I got it. I bet I never get unmarried. My wife gonna be messed up.
Oh boy, this stream's gotten pretty wild here.
Check would that work?
Again, I think it would be a confidence game. I think the delivery of the line would make a big difference. I think if you were like completely nervous and sweating and holding cans of tomato soup, like it probably won't work. But
this is something I was trying to explain to my friend that has recently divorced because he was interested in this girl at work, right? He's let me explain. He's an engineer, so we know how engineers' minds work, right? So I'm like, okay, well, what you do is, so you see her every morning in the area where you're making coffee, right? He's like, yeah, okay. So you walk up to her and you go, hey, what'd you do last weekend? And you find out, right? And then, casual conversation. Hey, I know you're new. You need anything? You don't have any questions? Come see me. Walk away, right? Next time time goes by, next weekend. Hey, what'd you do last weekend? You find out what she likes to do, right? And then, then you casually say like, hey, last weekend, and then you kind of mention something that she did. And then once you get this dialogue going and you ask her, like, hey, what'd you do last weekend, right? And she starts telling you the story. Right when she gets in the middle of the story, you stop and go like, man, oh, sexy boots you got on. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, what were you saying? Or like, something like, oh, did you get your haircut this week? Something to compliment her, right? And let her know that, like, hey, I'm not talking to you as a friend. I'm looking for something more. Find out, right? And so he goes, okay, let me try. Right? I said, okay, I'll be the girl, right? He's like, hey, you look really hot today. I'm like, dude, you can't say that. One, it's dumb. The other one is like, the first thing she's going to think of is like, so I didn't look hot yesterday or the day before that? Right. So I'm like,
I got another one. But I ain't gonna get
that. Yeah. And he goes, well, what if she, gets all pissed and walks away? And I'm like, well, then, hey, you know what? Then you know where you're at. Then you're not wasting your time anymore on that shit. Let him know. You got to let him know that, like, hey, I'm talking to you because I'm interested in you in more than just a friend. Like, you got to You gotta flirt. You gotta flirt in like a, in a harmless way.
Now,
I
sometimes
mean,
you got to take boundaries, and sometimes you got to go beyond your comfort zone.
you have to go beyond. Yeah, you gotta go past that boundary where you might. Yeah, if it's like I would say, like
That-
if you if you're gonna get rejected, but it's like, so what? I mean, it's like,
I was told
at least
by
you know. But you're putting it out there. Look, if she's interested in you, or I told him this too. She might be like, as you're talking to her, all this might think you're just being a cool dude. But when you cross that line, there's two things going to happen. She's either going to be like, ooh, sick, right? Or she's going to be looking at you in a different way, like, you know what, that E-man, you don't look so bad. You know what I mean? You know how to fix our chick, right?
dang, Captain, you just call me ugly on the line, the whole world. But see,
You know,
now
chick, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I was told by an ex pimp. He was really a pimp. I ain't never seen nobody cold like him. I used to work with him. He said the problem with men is they're afraid of the no. Only thing they can say is yes or no. You just gotta go for it. And so before I was married, he told me he used to have a game with me and said, "Then go talk to her." And so I tried some of the moves he said, and this one move he did, he told me this girl was so pretty, everybody wouldn't talk to her because she was too pretty. And you know what? He didn't tell me how to do it. I had figured my own way. And so you know what I told her? I said, "Look, I'm sorry. Every time you come in this store, I get distracted." She was like, "Why are you getting distracted?" I said, "Cause look, you're too pretty. I can't even focus on my job with looking at you." I'm gonna say, and so I'm sorry. I just need to know. I just need to know if a pretty girl like you would even consider letting me take you to somewhere to have a meal. I'm not looking for nothing in return. I'd be honored to even be in your presence. Yeah.
There you go. Digi's giving out the hotline number right there in the chat.
I gotta say, chick is being awfully quiet. So you know what we're gonna do right now? We're gonna change it up, reverse the roles. Go, chick. Bam. Pick up on the guy.
Snap.
How do you do it? How do you do it? I'm asking this so that for guys that don't know, because I was one of those guys that for a long time that didn't know, because I was very naive. I know now, but hit it. Tell me like what you would do if you wanted to meet a guy. Like how would you do it?
I think in most social situations, it's important to, if you can, possibly overhear what people are talking about. So there's somebody that maybe you like, or there's a group of people that you're trying to get to be friends with because you're the new person in whatever situation. If you can just gather what it is that they're talking about, what really sparks their interest, and basically just repeat it back to them, then they'll pay attention to you. But if you come in there and you're talking about something completely different and nobody is really knows what you're saying, because you're trying to just bring in your own narrative and speak straight away, then that might, some people that will impress if they like a very forward, more aggressive type person. But there's a lot of people that will appreciate that you are, whether they see it or not at first, you're trying to talk to them about what they're interested in to see what you guys have in common, what you could build on that, and is that a possibility, or and not being
See,
crazy.
That's exactly what I was telling my oldest son, because he was interested in this girl, but he's very extremely shy, and he didn't know you know, how do I tell Dad if she likes me or not? I said, okay, so you're sitting around, you know, a group. It's all your friends, right? 5, 6 people, right? He's like, yeah. Well, usually when there's a group of people like that and it's a social gathering, there's like 2 or 3 conversations going on at once, right? Yeah. I said, okay. So how you know? One is how you let her know you're interested. 2, how you'll know if she's interested. At any time that you're talking to somebody about a conversation and she jumps in that conversation, she's interested. Okay. She's jumping in your conversation. Right. So if you are talking about something and she's not engaging with your conversation and she's diverting her attention to, say, your other friend and his conversation, then you'll know where her direction is. So you'll know just by that, right? And the other point is, if you're in a conversation and she's talking about something, listen to what she's saying, jump in that conversation, ask her a question about it, ask her a question, get involved in her conversation, let her know you're interested in what she's got to say. It's the very first step. And then you guys can engage in your own private conversation. Right? I think that kind of goes with what you were saying, right? Like, listen to what they're saying, show an interest, ask questions, and get involved in it, right? Also, eye contact. Eye contact is huge, right? Eye contact. Like I was trying to show another friend of mine. This is so funny. So we went out to a bar. I was dating a girl at the time, and my friend just recently got out of a 30-year marriage. So we're trying to help him on like how do you know which girl to go up to talk to when you're at a bar? And I'm like, well, you just scan a room, and whoever you make eye contact with, and if you look back and you make eye contact twice, hey, that's an open door, right? So I'm like, he's like, well, I don't know how to do that. So I'm there with my girlfriend, and she's trying to tell him, and I go, watch, I'll show you. So I did it, and I got one, right? Oh my God, I might as well have gone up and talked to the girl and asked her out in front of her. She blew my hair back. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I'm just showing them how to do this. And you're right next to me as I'm telling them. Like, it's not like I'm actually doing it to meet her. You know? It's like, oh man, boy, that was a rough night.
And Cowboy, we became the how to get a girl 100, 900 line. now you know it's different from women and men because women don't really got to do too much. All they have to do is look good.
Oh, heck no! They just got to toss their hair and look at you once.
Look good. because women, we're visual. They're more emotional. And as long as you look good and got a nice little frame on you, man, you ain't got to worry about nothing. All they do is throw that. I am available. So they be like, man, and that's the problem with men. It's the confidence. Like that's the biggest key factor of going to a girl. You is that confidence, and and that boldness. You know, you can't be afraid. You're afraid. You're like, oh man,
Seriously, hey, I was actually flirting with this chick. I'm probably going to ask her out pretty soon here at the grocery store. Because every time I go in there, I could tell there's a little flirtation going on between us, right? I could tell, right. And
so you hey, trying to get.
Look, I tell you what, this is how I got no shame. So I was on food stamps on the food credit card, right? Oh yeah, right. Hey, I got no shame. So we're sitting there talking, we're flirting, and she's like, "Do you want bags?" And I pull out my food card. I'm like, I look at her and I go, "Oh yeah, free bags, food card." Got no shame, babe. Food card.
That's a shame.
Hilarious, man. I tell you, I got no shame. look, I'm about as confident as can be. It don't matter. You know, I gotta tell you, the biggest thing that's ever happened to me my whole life with every girl I've ever dated, married, there's always been one comment I always get. Right? How the hell did you get that?
And so,
how
and
so my ex-wife, she was like extremely introvert, didn't talk to anybody, and she was probably one of the most wanted. Uh, I'm not boasting or anything, but she was one of the most, like, everybody talked about wanting to date her. And I remember she was, when I was working there at first, I heard she was dating, and I didn't even know her, and I told a coworker that knew her, because I just started working there. I said, "Oh, she's got a boyfriend." I said, "Will you let me know when she breaks up with him?" And he goes, "Okay." Right? So he came over and he goes, "Yeah, I heard she broke up with him, like, but she didn't tell anybody. But I heard it was like 6 months ago." I was like, "Okay." So then all of a sudden, I started going up to her every Friday, and I introduced myself. I said, "Hey, we're going to Paradise, which is a dance club. You know, I'm in my mid-20s. We're going to dance club Friday night." It was like, "You should go. It's a lot of fun." And then I would show up Monday. I was like, "Oh, you didn't make it? Oh man, we had so much fun." I did that a couple times. Then I came in on the Monday, and she goes, "Where were you? You weren't there." And I go, "Oh shit, you went?" She goes, "Yeah." I go, "Well, the Tyson fight was on." Yeah, so we ended up going and watching the Tyson fight. But I'll be there next Friday. So I'm sitting there with my friend Cedric, and we go in early and before the cover charge, and we're sitting at the bar, and he starts nudging me, and he goes, "Look," and she shows up by herself in this like tight body dress, just bam. I looked at my friend Cedric, and I'm like, "Goodbye, see you later, dude." Boom, done, over with. And everybody's like, "How the hell did you even get a date with her?" I'm like, "Have you any of you mofos even talked to her?" "No, she doesn't talk to anybody." "Okay, well, I did." Yeah, nobody even tried.
yeah, that's
I won by, I
because
won by default.
they so cute. You be thinking, "Oh no, she gotta have a man." Some of them they don't got no man because they're scared. Everybody's scared to talk to her. It's
They're
just like
scared of them.
it's just like
I
that.
ain't scared of
It's just
nobody.
like that girl. It's just like that girl in the grocery store that you were saying that you been bumping into in the grocery store. I got a good one for you, and this is a good one because you said she a
Well,
cashier.
this is why. Just real quick to finish that up. This is why I know she's interested because I bought like a bottle of wine, right? And she's like, "Oh, I really love that wine. I sure could use a glass." I'm like, "All right, well, I only live like 2 blocks away, so I'll save you a glass." Like, right there. Hey, if they're gonna put it out there like that, I mean, right, chick? Like, they're not gonna say that unless they want to go have a glass of wine with you. They're not gonna like lead you on, right, chick?
Hopefully hopefully the person that you are trying to go out with is in the normal range, and they would understand, that you want to go for a romantic glass of wine rather than a non-romantic one. I say that because
Right.
everyone acts so weird nowadays that I don't even know what's going on anymore. But um, hopefully you have somebody that gets you, gets what you're saying, understands the signals you're putting across. Also, understands your accent. Very important one. There's nothing that kills something quicker than someone saying, "I have no idea what you're saying." What?
Right.
What? Can you say that again? What?
Okay.
Speaking
I did.
English? Should I pick up signs? Write signs out? I don't know. But yeah, just forget about it if that happens. I mean, that was.
That, that's why what I use on her, the one that's the cashier. I say, look, I'm so glad I got all this stuff today. She like, why? Cause they give me a longer time to look in your beautiful eyes.
Smooth. This guy over here is smooth. He's got all the lines. I hope y'all writing this down.
Let me tell you, I couldn't get there because I didn't have a job at the time. And I was like in no position to even think about dating. You know what I mean? To even like follow up with that because like, you know what I mean? I'm old fashioned. If I can't pay, I ain't dating.
My wife better be careful, boy, because I got all the lines.
You got all the lines. This is crazy. Yeah, Digi is totally down. He says, "You player." He says, "Crikey." Oh my. Yeah, it's pretty wild stream here for sure. But
I told you that you never know where we go. Check.
You never know what's going to happen. The first half, it was so serious. And we're talking about the problems of the world. And then the second half was like, you know what? The ME community needs some base level dating advice. And I just went there like.
This is this typical stream right here. Right, man?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And we had Eman doing the beatbox one night and later life rapping. That was fun.
Oh, that sounds fun. Oh man!
Hey, you see how y'all do? You see how y'all do me? I told y'all an hour and a half ago I was going to sleep.
Oh, that's right. You were saying I'm sleepy. I said an hour before that I got the lost and found bin in the morning. Like I've already wrecked myself here. But oh well. We're in it so deep now. It's kind of like, you know.
We would have missed all this good old stuff I went to sleep.
That's true. We wouldn't have gotten your lines. We wouldn't have gotten your advice. Grocery store. It can be a scene if you want it to be a dating scene.
Man, I'm telling you, boy, you got a whole lot of stuff in the grocery store.
I would never have thought that before this conversation.
Huh?
Oh, by the way, chick, me and E-Man have planned this out for 3 days now.
This exact conversation? Oh, boy.
I'm kidding.
I ain't talked to Cowboy about 2 months.
Oh,
and see, look, see, depending on what part of the grocery store you're in. See, if you're in the meat section.
I was telling E-Man, I said, E-Man, I'm just digging her accent. Help me out, bro. Come on in here. Help me.
Oh my gosh. Just say, oh my gosh, getting into the world stage theater just as a setup in the long run. Good grief. And here I thought you cared about directed laser technology and night
I don't even know what that is.
and all this.
I have to look it up. What are you talking
about? See, that was the trick. See, the more he got you to talk, the more he said, "Man, I captivate that voice. That voice just do something for me."
Yeah, you know, the other thing I was telling my friend too was like, you know, she says, "Oh, I went out to eat." You know, find out what she likes to eat. Find out what her favorite drink is. I said, man, I tell you what, you know how many times like I've found that out and they come over my house, I got their favorite alcohol there, or their favorite beverage, their favorite food there. You know, well, how'd you know? Oh, you mentioned it. You remember when we first talked and you're like, oh, I love sushi. Okay, hey, you want to go out? Where's sushi place? And you find out, oh, you love whitetail. You sit down at the restaurant, the waiter comes up, can I get you something to drink? Yeah, and we'll start with whitetail. You know, I mean, listen to what they have to say, man. I mean, they rocket science, man.
You're talking about them expensive drinks. Look, are you talking about some stuff on lobsters and lobtail? Well, you see, that you've been dating them high class, $350 a plate. I can't. That's too much. That would be too much on the first date. Can't be spending.
Yeah, hey, chick, E-Man wants to know what your favorite food is.
I don't even know anymore, man. Haven't y'all been feeling shift sickness for days? I don't know. I think there's like a certain group of people that every time there's about to be some big change or something crazy happen, you like feel it and you're tired or you're, whatever the situation is. So I don't know.
That happened like 2 days ago here.
2 days ago.
2 days ago, and I went to work. I got up for work, and I just felt like something was off. I got to work. Everybody was like in a pissy mood, quiet, like edgy, lethargic. It was like, I was like, something's going on. Something was going on. It's just a real off day. The driving was horrible. It took me an hour and a half on an hour drive. No accidents. I don't know. It was just a really, really weird day.
I hear that. There's like days like that, and there seems to be a lot more recently where just everything seems kind of off, and people are not feeling good, and they're tired, or they're cranky, or like all these kind of things. And it's not just like one person's having a bad day. I think it's something way bigger than that, and I think it is to do with the effect and what's going on with us all. But it's definitely affected me in a huge way. Like, not to pivot off here too wildly, but just as we started talking about eating and everything like that, how it was before this situation hit me with the Mandela effect is the stomach was in the middle. And when I came here, the stomach moved off to the left-hand side. Right. And that changed everything, like about eating and everything for me. It's a whole weird thing for anyone that's experienced both. And I started like enjoying it too much and then eating too much. And I was like, oh, snap, this has never, ever happened to me before. It's never been a problem. And then the shifting got really crazy, and I've been like not hungry and not really wanting anything and just like losing weight again. So I don't even know what is going on.
I'm mad. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you.
You mad at me? Sorry.
You know why I'm mad at you? Because you get to lose weight. You get to lose weight in this new system. I say, at least if you're gonna mess with time, take me some weight off.
Well, at first I was gaining weight, and then everything got crazy again, and now I'm losing weight again. I was just like, I need to learn how to live in this situation with this set of organs now, because it's really different than it was before, and it's really strange. I don't know if any of you have experienced that, but I couldn't overeat when my stomach was in the middle. It was really uncomfortable. It wasn't good. And now with the stomach off to the side, it's way easier to overeat if you're absent-minded, like while you're eating. So I watch it a lot more. But like I said, I'm not even having really hunger pangs anymore right now. But for a while there, that was a struggle. I was like,
now, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I never liked the coffee. I never liked the coffee, period. I don't believe it's the coffee part that I didn't like. I believe I just never had no good coffee, I guess. But I went to Dunkin' Donuts, and my wife, she get the Dunkin' Donut coffee with just French vanilla swirl. Man, that's the best coffee ever. You don't need no sugar, no cream, just some French vanilla swirl. And now I think I'm addicted.
That Dunkin' Donuts, you gotta be careful for that. I was kind of in a similar, not too similar a rut, because even if the coffee is complete garbage, I'll still drink it. But went into Dunkin' Donuts, said, give me some kind of cappuccino. They're like, what do you want in it? And listed out all these flavors. And I was like, okay, caramel, because I don't know what the others taste like, whatever. And it was so much sugar. It was definitely liquid diabetes, but it's very, very addicting. I gotta stay away from Dunkin' Donuts now. It wasn't like that before. Dunkin' Donuts coffee didn't taste like that. I think things are a little different here too on that.
My wife said, I can't buy you no coffee. You can't take my coffee. I said, look, you introduced me to this Dunkin' Donut. Now I gotta stop. But like I said again, I was sleepy, and now I think I'm getting back sleepy. So I don't know. But Cowboy, I love your streams, man. And I hope it be more than 2 months before we talk again. Cause I might not delete my hangout today. I don't know. But Cowboy, you still there?
I think he fell asleep, man. I think he dozed off.
Oh, Cowboy done went to sleep on me.
I think so.
I'm the one with sleepy. Oh man, I hope he went just to the bathroom.
Maybe. I don't know.
Cowboy, get him up. Come on, man. That TV talking to you, Cowboy. Wake up. Oh, you done went to sleep on me. See? All right, see, next stream, I'm going to go sleep on you.
I'm here.
Vengeful.
I had to go downstairs real quick.
I was about to say that. See, Cowboy done went to sleep on me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, yeah, man.
What did I miss? Did you man give some more advice?
No, I ain't get to the meat department section.
Well, you're holding out the good stuff on us?
And you got to depend on what part of the grocery store you in, or what line you use. You got you know, like
it's Safeway.
If I was in the meat section, boy, I really do it. I'd be like, oh man, all of this meat over here got expiration date, but you is so fresh to me, and I'm not.
Oh, no way. You would not. Could you imagine? This meat's all expired, but you just freshen up the whole place.
Oh my god. Wow, that's cute, dude.
That's a train.
That's some cute stuff right there.
I'm telling you, boy. My wife better not never leave me, boy. I'm gonna give me a new show called the E-Man Pickup Line Show. Just tell me what's your location and I'll give you a line.
There you go.
You know what? Hey, you know what you could do is do that thing like that movie where they're having the bushes and he talks in the earpiece, right? So he's like, okay, where are you at? In the grocery store. What department? The meat department. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. You see her? Yeah. Do that for me.
This is turning into like tactical operations here. Okay, what part of the grocery store are you in?
I'm telling you. And especially if she, you know.
I'll tell you what though, there's two places that I would never pick up on the check. Two places.
Where?
One is a bar, and the other one is the gym. Those are two places I won't do.
Why not? Why not? The gym is good. Especially the gym.
I don't like meat markets, man.
You said the gym?
Yeah.
You're talking about the gym where you exercise in.
Dude, if I go in the gym, it's to work out. Sweat.
Look, this is the line you use at the gym. You use this line at the gym. And this is the one.
Wait. We got a lot. Okay, Chick, you ready for this?
I'm ready. What's up now?
All right, man. Roll with it.
So you at the gym and y'all both working out. And you know, and you be like, ouch! She be like, what's wrong? I just pulled a muscle. When I seen you, I say, man.
Oh, jeez almighty.
She be like, what muscle you pulled? My hard muscle. She's like, you sure you don't need me to call a doctor? I say, when I seen you, it got back on beat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Eman, you do realize that all your pickup lines are straight up like, I just want to F you? Right?
What'd you say?
Your pickup lines, they're all about just like, I just want to F you.
No. Because see, what's wrong with you when you say your heart just had a muscle bulge. You're like, well, I need you to call the hospital. She said, no, when I said, we got back on feet. She was like, oh, that is so sweet. I'm like, yeah. Right? Because let me tell you this. A lot of people don't understand it. I hate people when they say, when you meet a girl, you don't pull her. First of all, if the person don't look attractive to you, you're not gonna want them anyway. You ain't going out there to get no alley cat. You 9 times 10, y'all got some attraction to one another, or something she seen on you, or something you seen on her. And so we big women and men's around here. We act like, oh, I wanted you because I liked it was in your head. Come on now, you like how I had looked. You didn't know what was in her head at first.
Is this working, Chick? Should I be taking notes?
I depends. Do you like people that are always at the gym? Do you like that personality type? You know, that's the place to find those type of people who are very driven and they're concentrating on their fitness and this kind of stuff. But
actually, no. I'll be honest with you. Like when I was on a dating site, right, and I'm going through the pics, right, because that's what you do first, right? You go through the pics. If I'm seeing like canoes and bike riding and jogging and all that shit, I'm like, skip. Like I'm 49. I'm not into the like every weekend when we go out and do some like heavy activity stuff like running and biking and hiking.
I think the purpose. I think the purpose of that, when you're looking at them pics, they not showing of them running. They showing because biking show all the figures. Stretch films. They ain't exercising. They advertising. They ain't exercising.
Man, you're killing me, man. You're killing me, dude.
When you were looking at
so they're like just what? Are they just like borrowing a friend's bike and getting those bike shorts and like, hey,
right, yeah, they just showing you. They just showing you the curve that you're working with. That's all.
Ooh, oh, hey, hang on. Digi's in the game. Chick.
I saw that.
What?
Digi's on it, man. Oh, I like it. This is good shit right here.
He's taking notes.
And the bad part about it, that's a shame. My wife, he be talking about that. I probably get beat up by her head. She's like, oh, so you got these moves, huh? You ever used these moves? No, I ain't using them.
All right. Look, there ain't no need just to keep typing in them funny comments when you can talk them. Here you go, Digi. I'll get you right now. Digi in the house from Australia. There you go, brother. It's all for you.
Yeah, buddy. See? So you just gotta wherever you at, you just have to use it. Because just like you said, if they at the gym, they working on their fit for some reason. They more self-conscious about their look. And so you gotta use that to your advantage.
Come on in, Digi. We want to know how they do it down under.
And you said you wouldn't meet them at the bar. Why not? Why you want to meet them at the bar? Most people that go to the bar.
Want to know the truth? You want to know the truth? Because I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth. So before I got married, I was a person who went to the bar. I was the guy that met those women that were married and had boyfriends that were out to get revenge. Yeah. And I didn't want a girlfriend. So I was happy with that because I knew I didn't have to deal with the phone calls and all that bullshit after. So
I done gave you some more lines. Oh, don't go back to your player day.
That was in my early 20s, man. Long time. Half my life ago, man.
Hey, how you doing, Digi?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, Digi.
You doing well?
Yeah,
Doing
I'm
well?
doing good.
That's good to hear.
I'm up here giving out bad advice.
Nah, man. I'm taking. I got my textbook out, man. I'm writing notes. I'm like, E-man's on it. Girl, you put a muscle in my heart. I love that.
Hey,
It's so good. It's quality.
You gotta take her. You already gotta take her.
What is
Belinda.
that?
Belinda. She's just sticking around for you.
Did she drop some lines in?
Get up. Get on that.
What's up, Belinda? How you doing, Jenny? Belinda and Jenny are like they're battling now.
We got cute kitten in the house. Purr.
Yeah, buddy.
I was like, I just seen Cowboy was live, and I thought, oh, I've got some time, so it's Saturday night, and I jumped in, and I'm like, what on earth is going on in here? Blimey! I was like,
flew off the hinges 2 hours ago, man.
Yeah, 1-800 Mandela dating site.
Yes.
So let me tell you what happened, Digi. So I invited a chick on, and we got into a very serious subject. And all of a sudden, chick changed into this talk about like dating and men and women and what works. And
that's totally me. I definitely.
Nice.
I'll be honest with you. She's been very cordial. It was me, not even me. It was me.
No, I would never have guessed.
Wait a minute, Cowboy tried to get me out of it. Say no, don't say nothing. You married. And I'm going to get out, Lord Jesus.
I've been listening to yours, E-man. Don't worry. All of yours have been good. It's like, you're working it. It's good.
What's something super Australian you could say to somebody, if that's not offensive to ask?
No.
If I'm in Australia,
Yeah. No, yeah.
It depends. It depends where we at.
I love that Eman has the Australian pickup line.
All right. So we're at the Australian Zoo, E-man.
Hey, don't do the one about going down under, all right, E-man? I know you're going to do that.
No. If we had to do in Australia, let me see. I'm at a zoo. This how you do it. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm gonna let you know that all these animals are here. If you go with me, I'm not the animal. I'm a nice person. I can keep you protected from any lion.
You gotta speak up, E-man. You gotta speak up a little bit, brother.
Oh, hold on. I gotta get it right now. Hold on. Okay, we at a zoo. Okay, we at a zoo, and we got all these animals. She afraid of animals, right? She was like,
well, in Australia, everybody's afraid of the animals, yeah? Right.
Yeah, so you say something like this, she jumped, right? He was like, don't worry about all them animals, because I'm the alpha male in here. And
I'm here to catch you. Yeah. You know what the thing is? And go on, E-man.
Or say we at a basketball game, right? We at a basketball game, and you be like, you know what? Something just dropped, and she said, "What just dropped?" The temperature in the room. She's like, "What made the temperature in the room drop? You need a coat?" She's like, "No, I need you to warm me up."
Oh, there you go.
That's a 3-pointer if I've ever seen one, E-man. That's a swish. Triple double.
All right, you be like, "Oh, it's cold in here." She be like, "Oh, you want my jacket?" No, I just need you.
Oh man, I'm learning. I had my Christmas party today, and I had a girl from work who's, E-man and Cal, well, all three of you were talking about, the girl that's the really good looking girl that never gets asked out. And there's this girl at work, and she is stunning, like absolutely drop dead gorgeous. And I've been interested for ages, but I've just sort of like, because she, you know, work with her and whatever else. But she came to this Christmas party, and all the workmates were at my my boss's house. And she said, "I'm going to sit next to you." And she sat next to me the whole day. And I'm thinking, what do I do? Because I've got like workmates all the way around me. So I'm just talking to her, and this little kid came over when we had this like really nice like barbecue lunch and whatever, and these really nice salads and whatever, and seafood and prawns, and you know, it was great. And then this little kid came over and sat in her chair because they'd moved the tables so that everyone could sort of see each other and whatever else. And she was the last to get the food, and I was just like, nah, I know that, you know, everyone's gonna look at me if I do this. But I got up and I got a chair and I put the chair in between me and this little kid. And I was just like, it was just one of those moments in time when I was like, you know, it's the polite. I know that it's the polite thing to do, but also I knew that everyone would be looking at me doing it, and I was like, nah, I've just got to do this. So I did it, and she left. They all left pretty early, but you know, she'd broken up with someone it's probably about 3 or 4 months ago, and she's still really upset about it. So I figured that it's, you know, there's no point really trying too hard right now because she's still getting over this guy. So I'm just there for her. I'm just the one, you know, that sits there and whatever else. So hopefully it comes good.
Now, here go one thing. Now, you want to make sure that you don't stay too far where now you just become a best friend.
Yeah, I know, E-Man. I know. This is the...
Because sometimes we can wait so long, and now, oh, you just a cool buddy.
Yeah, I know.
You don't. If the iron hot, you got to strike while the iron hot. Now you be strategic with that because you don't want to scorch the clothes. You don't want to scorch the clothes. You just want to use the material. Make sure that it don't burn through.
I know, man. Well, yeah. I'm thinking like a Christmas present as well. Like, cause she had a birthday, and you know, I was sort of like, I had to back off because I'd asked her out twice. And really at the time she'd just broken up with a boyfriend, and actually it wasn't a no, like, at all. It was just more of a like, you know, I've just got sorting my shit out, da da da. And the other time was like she had something on, and then I was like, I can't keep like asking all the time because, you know, you just can't do that. But then
I think it's how you approaching it. Are you aggressive or are you passive?
No, pretty passive about it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I think like today was a sign. I was like, she didn't have to sit next to me like that. You know what I mean? Like you were talking before, a Cowboy was saying before about like, you know, the girl and jumping in the conversation. And I agree to a degree. I mean, a girl's, you know, women are no different to men in the sense they're going to jump in on a conversation, on any conversation they want to talk about. But sometimes they'll do it with, you know, the intent of talking to someone who they're interested in. And I reckon that's what she was doing. She was sitting next to me. She's like, yeah, I'm going to chat to him. And then it was most of the day. And then like, yeah, there's no dancing, man. There was nothing like that though. That's the thing. I was like, you know, what do you do? Like, I'm sort of like, you know, is this the friends thing? You know, even I'd be even happy with that, you know, because that way, you know, at least I've got a friend I can go out with, and then, you know, that's good.
You know what? That's a good line right there. That's one right there. That's a good one.
What, to go out with? Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, watch this. You like, look, I know I asked you out and you've been going through some things and everything. And, you know, just to be in your presence, to be your friend, is just good enough for me. And, you know, and whatever happens, I won't force you into nothing. And if our friendship grow, we take it at that. If that's something that's, you know, feasible, you know, because I don't want to rush you into nothing. I would rather know you as a friend first, because if I can't have you as a friend, I can never have you as anything else.
Yeah. Woo! You just set this room on fire, man, again. Eman's on fire tonight. Yeah, but you know, like we've got New Year's Eve coming up, and I'm thinking of doing that. We have fireworks on the river in Brisbane here. So I'm thinking of like just saying to her, like, do you want to just come out and just like, you know, this is what I'm going to do because just so that you guys and Chick, you know, so that you guys know this, like Australian women are notorious for being hard to crack. They are just hard shells to crack. Like if you go to France or places like that, the women there will smile at you. And if they don't like you, they'll let you know. They'll have open conversation. If they don't like where the conversation's going, for example, they would be very polite about it, or they would be, you know, draw the line in the sand and you know where you are. With Australian women, hard to crack, man. It's just like, it's like the Da Vinci Code on acid, man. Yeah.
What have y'all men did to make them so hard? Something happened to make them hard. What have the men done to the Australian women to make them? Because you just said a few minutes ago that the lady that you're interested in, she Australia, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe it's because of the way y'all treat them when y'all in them, and so now the conversation around all the women in Australia is these Australian men ain't no good, and so you want to try to think out the box now, because that's another thing. How hard are they to crack when it's not an Australian man? When it's
yeah, no, it's not like that, man. I think like the conversations I've had with people in Ubers before, like I've had conversations with guys that have come over here that are on 12-month working passports and whatever else, and they say the same thing. Like I've spoken, you know, to a French dude about French women. I'm like, man, you're so lucky from France. Like the French women, you know, they walk past and, you know, they mightn't look at you, whatever. And then all of a sudden one will walk past and it'll be this beautiful smile and the eyes will be beautiful. And it's like, you know, hello, even if it's just to say hello, like it's just this amazing experience. Whereas the women here are just really hard to crack. And he just said, you know, whether it's a French person or, you know, I've spoken to Canadian people who have come over here, like younger generation people and stuff, and they're all the same. They all say this cold, hard women to crack. I mean, they're beautiful women. We're very lucky, but I don't know what it is about Australian women.
That means you all have to work a little harder. And what
I mean, man, I feel like I'm an expert at trying to break codes, but not very successful, man.
The only thing you have to do is see, the more pressure you build up, eventually that pressure got to release. And so the more
Chick, help me out.
And so the more pressure you put, and what the world? I better stop talking. My wife goes like, "Boy, you're a professional."
Eman's a player. Eman, you're a pimp. Did I hear you say before you were rolling with a pimp somewhere that you knew a pimp? Man, you a player. I love you, Eman. You're like.
Hey, let's give him a scenario. Check. Give him a scenario.
Make sure you delete the screen.
I can see him with Snoop Dogg.
Digi, hang on. Chick, give Eman a scenario. A hard one.
Oh, give him a scenario? Oh,
no, chick, solve me the puzzle that I've got now. She's like, okay, one of the last things she said to me today, she was really tired. She's a celiac as well. So she has like, so she can't have gluten and things like that, right? So she ate bread at lunch, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Girl, you know, like you know how you guys budget and say it like that." But it was like, "Girl, what are you doing eating bread?" You know, like I was trying to look out for her, and she's like, "Oh, just every now and then I'm just gotta eat it," and I was like, "That's cool, like it's Christmas party, like you know, do whatever you need to do." And she was really tired, and with that sort of thing, they get tired and whatever. I was like, "Yeah, cool." So we're talking away, and then she says, "Oh, I could tell you something," like, and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, I shouldn't tell you about it, but this ex of hers had gone to Cambodia, and she said he's sleeping with everyone and he's having cocaine and all this sort of stuff, and she's just like, I just can't even think about it. Yeah, yeah. And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, what do I do with this? I'm like, you know, I was just like, you know, you don't deserve this. You don't deserve that, right? And that was it. That's all I could do. I was like stuck in the mud, and I'm like,
No. If you ever get in that particular again, do what I did to a person a long time ago. This is what you do, especially.
He was asking Chicky, man. Hang on now.
Oh, go ahead.
Let the young lady talk now.
Well, I was waiting to hear what the Eman had to say there, but I think
we know we got the guy's point of view, but we only got one young lady in here. We gotta get the woman's point of view.
I hear you. I think that there's so much drama with this other person that it's still taking up a lot of her attention, even though the relationship is over. And it's really more about making the attention go on you, because I think while it makes sense to want to be nice to her, look out for her, be like, don't eat the bread, you're celiac and stuff like that. You don't want her to put in her mind that you're like her best friend or one of her girlfriends or something. You want her to see you in a positive way with attention on you, so that she forgets about the past relationship, and she'll eventually, I'm not saying immediately because she might have emotional pain and stuff, but her attention would focus towards you, and then she would be able to move on from that. Because I feel like if it's a situation where you're the super nice guy and he's the drama queen, whatever, a lot of girls, they will still keep their focus on the guy that's just a big drama queen that's no good for them, that upsets them the whole time. And I don't know why that is. That's just instinct or whatever. It's just whatever. Whoever's making the most trouble, their eyes is just stuck on them. So you want to try and cheat that system and make sure the attention's on you. Now I'm trying to figure out exactly how you would bring that around, but just make sure not to fall into that.
I know. I'm almost there. I said to her today, I was like, I've got to do something. Just even if it's, I've got to say something, because like, I was stumped. I had all these work people looking at us and stuff like that. I'm like, you know what? I'm just not going to, I just shut all of that out, which was really good. And then I said to her, like, have you been overseas somewhere? And she's like, yeah, I've been to Europe. And, I could tell she was really, really, really tired. She was exhausted. Like, I knew that she wasn't feeling well and she only was going to be there for a while, but she was engaged in some conversation, whatever else. And then I was like, oh, so you've been to Europe? Oh, that's cool. And I was like, I really want to go to New Zealand. And she's like, yeah. She goes, yeah, I want to go to New Zealand. And then I was like, Tasmania as well. That's a place like right down south. That's one of the places in Australia I've never been. And she's like, yeah, Tasmania as well. And like, it was just, I don't know, like it was hard work, man. It was hard work. Cold, hard shells, man. These Aussie girls are just hard.
You work with her? This is somebody you work with?
Yeah. Yeah, and do you know what? What's even worse? She's 10 years younger. She's 10 years younger than me, right? This is the thing. So she's that's okay. She's 10 years younger. I'm looking to find someone, cowboy. I'm looking to find someone who like I can have kids with, right? So I'm 42. Okay. So this is ideal.
But them women in their 30s, like men in their older 40s, seems like now. But here's the thing: the difference is, when it's a coworker, it's a different situation because you work with them. So you can't ask her out on a date. That you can't. What we got to do is you got to work it into a situation where there's a group of you that go out.
Yeah.
And that's you got to work it in an angle where you're all going out as a group, and then you can branch off. But if it works, you got that chemistry going when you go out, right? But if it's somebody you work with, you can't just ask them out on a date, because if they say no, you work with them. It's going to, you got to get them a social situation where you see, are we moving forward in a social situation, or are we not, where it's like a harmless situation where it can go either way. And then you can always go back to work and go back to work as normal without that situation being awkward. Asking them on a date when you work with them, I don't think that's a good idea. That's my opinion. Go ahead, teacher. What you got, man?
Well, cowboy, this is the problem with this scenario. he already then went down that road. So that road has been.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. You already went out with her? With
No,
friends?
he asked
Yeah.
her already. He asked her already. And so that
You asked her on a date already.
yeah.
Yeah, and then she comes into I was just comfortable, E-Man. Like I was like, okay, well, cool. It's gonna be friends. Just play it cool. I know she's gone through some real bad times with this other dude who's like causing her like still she's hanging on. I know because I've been 5 years single, so I was like ages before I got over my ex because I lost my heart.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed it. What happened when you asked her on a date? I'm sorry, I must have been.
Oh, okay, when I asked her on a date, she was like, this particular. It was a bad move because it was like towards the end of our football season here, and I was like, let's go watch the game. Like, it was her team and whatever else, and like, and then she was like, no, because I knew she wanted to go to this fireworks thing that was on after, and yeah, I sort of stuffed up a bit, but like, the thing about it was like, I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I realized I was like, some days it felt like she was really keen and other days she wasn't keen. And I'm like, okay, well, she's going through stuff and she's not sure and she doesn't really want to date. I'm like, cool. I'll just drop all of this.
She's using you for attention when she needs it. She's got something on the side. And you're being played, and she already said no. Look, because I'll tell you right now, if that game was like your football game was on, it meant a lot to you, and she's like, "Hey, let's go up and pick daisies in the fields." You'd be like, "Okay, where are we going? What time?" Right? So,
yeah, exactly.
No, you already got the no, and then she's leading you on to get the attention, dude. Run, run, dude.
This is the thing. Like, hey man, what are you gonna say, man?
Now, it depends. If the situation is what he described, just broke up with a person, and sometimes, especially women, they are emotional, and their emotional attachment is harder to break off than men. We more visual and physical. They more emotional, and so. If that's the excuse, if this is a brand new breakup, then it's harder to just say I'm ready to go to another date because they still fractured. Now, but if it's been 2 years or 6, 7 months, that fracture should be gone. But if it's just a brand new something, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that, it's hard to say yes because women always. Even my wife told me. If we ever break up, I'm gonna give you 3 weeks to come and get me. And so they hoping the breakup make you wake up. That's a good one.
But here's the thing,
they're hoping the breakup make you wake up. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Does she say like, no, I'd rather, I already have plans to go to the fireworks show I really want to go to maybe another time, or was she just like, no?
Nah, and she was like, oh, I'm too, like, I can't let him too tight. The thing was like, the reason I was so annoyed was not so much at her response. I was like, that's the second time I've asked her in a workplace. And, there's only so many times you can do it because then it becomes like, you're asking too many times and it's like harassment almost like, So I was just like, yeah, cool, backed off. And then everything was cool. And we started talking again recently at work, like in terms of, it wasn't that I stopped talking to her, but she clearly needed to have some space just from people in general. And then everyone was like, you guys aren't talking as much and stuff. I'm like, no, it's cool. Like, she's got her thing going on, whatever. And then today she came in, and the thing was, it wasn't just sat next to me once. I mean, there were people swapping seats all the time. She spent the whole time sitting next to me, right? So, and it was a little bit obvious, like the whole thing was obvious, but to your point, Cowboy, and to E-Man, like, I definitely see that I could be drawn into this whole thing as just like but she getting the attention from me and whatever else. And yeah, so, like that's the thing. I'm just going to keep going. I'll just keep going. But this line between like becoming a friend and not talking about eating the bread, which I'll do that. I'll do that with a, she's a friend or not. Like I'd do that. I think I just do. That's just who I am. Like I'm looking out for people. Like I'd look out for any of you guys, right? Same deal.
I think you have became like I used to be. And what I mean is and I'm gonna tell you how. She's so fine, and she probably got good qualities
Yeah.
that you willing to wait or be that friend and hoping she give you a bright opening that y'all can have a potential later on. So it's not about the time frame. You're not in a rush. You just want it to happen. And so you in a patient spot like, look, she fine. This is the kind of woman that I want, would love to be with. And so I'm willing to take less because I think that she may be the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
But see,
That's not far off the truth. That's pretty close.
but the problem with that is you can the worst thing that anybody can do is waste their time
Yeah.
because you can't get it back. You spend all your effort and your energy on that one individual, and say you spend 6 months. Now you just spend 6 months effort wise waiting on this situation to happen. You waiting on the you waiting on the you waiting on the negative and missed your positive because your positive passed you by because you focus more on this person that's negative or is not the one for you. And so sometimes you have to put time frames on things. It's just like in your everyday life. You gotta have long term goals and short term goals. Short term goal like yeah, I'll be your friend for a minute. But long term, if this ain't gonna work out in the next 2, 3 weeks or a month, I have to go elsewhere. Because sometimes just like I was saying earlier, the they hoping to break up make you wake up. Sometimes when women see that they got you under their screen or under their strings, they'd rather keep you there because they think you ain't gonna go nowhere. And
Yeah.
so when you distance yourself and move on, I'm like, oh man, I waited too late. Let me hurry up and go get them. So sometimes you have to move away to draw them near if that's
That's
what
what
they
I
want.
did. Man, that's exactly what I did, man. Like, this is the thing. Like, I moved away. I moved away for a couple of months. And then today she's sitting next to me. Like, I mean, it's quite hot here. She was in this beautiful dress, but I mean, like, she walked in and everyone saw this girl, right? Like, she's stunning. She's a really nice girl personality wise. So don't, to the people that are listening, don't think I'm just saying she's just good looking, because she's really nice. Like, I wouldn't, I haven't pursued anything because I haven't found someone, like, one, I'm attracted to, or two, that I've sort of like, she's got a great heart. She's very giving. So all the stuff that I really want, looking for someone in someone, right? And yeah, and she come and sit next to me, man, today, and it was just like, if it was just one, like, it was just, that's just nothing. Like, she sat next to someone to have a chat, but it was the whole day, well, the whole afternoon.
Wait, let me ask you this: while she was sitting next to you, did she give you any body contact?
Yeah, a couple of times, but it wasn't like, and we weren't. I mean, we're talking like it was hot, like humid and hot and whatever else, and it was it's no place for flirting. And she sort of did when she walked past, yes, kind of, but like I haven't given her like anything at all. Like I've given her nothing.
You already established that. She knows that. So is she back? Is she like
because you didn't give her
like touch your shoulder, grab your arm, anything, like accidentally kick you under the table? Anything?
Yeah, I got a couple of kicks. Like, it was, look, and she was facing me. She, the body, I was seeing the body, like I've studied body language, like I know. She was like pointed at me, and and she was showing me, like, she's like, she's very, the thing I really like about her is she's herself. So she's just raw. She's raw. And that's all I could ask from anyone in a relationship or from a person in a friendship or whatever. So she was like, she showed me a cut that she had on her lip. She's like, oh, like, I've got this cut on my lip. And then she showed me, and it was just, the way she did it was just like, a little kid would come over and show you a cut on their lip or something like that. And she's like, look at this. Like, it was like a no shame thing, but it was cute as well, the way she did it. But it was like, I was sitting there going, she's raw. Like, that's exactly how that's authentic. That's me. Tick, tick. Like, we get along. That's perfect. You are who are. You are who you are. And, Whether I
have a
like it
question.
or hate it, like I love it, you know.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you. Have you slightly,
Mm-hmm.
very slightly, fallen in love with her without knowing?
Yes.
See, I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it. And so when you enter that situation, they got you under their web without you even knowing it, just like I
I
was.
know this.
Because you ignored her, she wanted to draw your attention because she know what you're feeling. And what the thing is, I don't know if she enjoyed the attention. And so, uh, in them situations, you gotta either break yourself free because you're gonna be caught up in a catch-22, and it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for you if you see her walking in with somebody else and kissing her or doing anything to her. It's because you done invested your heart and your time to try to make her notice you, and waiting and seeing like it's almost like somebody at a grocery store or at a iPhone release date. You sit there all day at night in your tent waiting in line, and then when you get to the front of the line, somebody cut in line and take your iPhone. Now they ain't got no more. Now you real peed off. You don't want to be in that kind of situation because in them kind of moments, depending on what your mindset is, can be detrimental. And so
Mm.
I wouldn't recommend you to invest that much of emotional baggage to that situation because it can
Yeah,
cause.
I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I should call this the even.
This is
Look,
the email love line. Chick, what do you think? What do you think, given everything that's just been talked about with Cowboy and email?
I think it's definitely the E-Man Loveline show. And I think that's true. I think it's a totally different situation if you've already kind of accidentally fallen in love. Then it puts you in a situation, like Eamon was saying, where you're more patient, and not only that, but you're kind of just willing to let whatever happen to just kind of be around the person that you really feel that for. And I can understand that, but you just, like the guys were saying here, just make sure you don't end up being so patient that you end up like either being used for attention or being the best friend. I know it's very difficult timing wise because of that other relationship, but it would be really awesome to have like a definitive answer from her. Like, is this a yes? Could it be a yes in a near time frame? Or is it just a no and you're just going to string me along, you know, however long until you meet some other guy that's just as dramatic as this guy you were with in the first place? Because you obviously like that because you were obviously in a relationship with a person like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, Chick, that's where she can see that I'm different, and this is the thing why I think it's happening the way it's happening, because I'm not out having like late. You know, I'm in bed early, I'm up early. You know, I work hard. I value learning things and all that sort of stuff, and the truth and appreciate the good things in life. And yeah, I think she can see that. So I think you're all right. And I definitely think that probably I haven't come across enough that like I do recognize, like I've shut off I said to someone in the chat before about like, I've shut my heart off a little bit so I don't show that, that I'm interested. I wouldn't say I've fallen in love. Like I think I did at the start, and then I like realized I did, and then I've just backed off and realized like, just gotta let it be. And now I think the thing is just getting out with her at some point as a friend, because if she is interested and it does spark off, then it will happen. And if it's not, then it's not. And I'm okay with that. Like I think Eman just woke me up to something before. Like, I don't think I'm going to be it's only if she starts something and then stops it that I think I would be crushed in a small little way, like not something I couldn't get over, obviously. But I think, I don't think that I think you're all right. I think I really appreciate everyone's advice because I think I've landed on the place that I've sort of worked out, but needed to hear from people, which is that I just need to find the time to be able to go out with her. If something happens, it happens. If it doesn't, then when I say it's her loss, I mean it's her decision to do whatever she wants to do, and it's a loss because I see it as well. She would have been great as in a partnership. But yeah, that's how I sort of see it. I think because if we did go out and it was like not in the conditions that we're in today, which was like she was really tired, she was hot, we're all hot, and we're amongst people that had their eyes on us. If it was a little bit different to that, and we're at fireworks or something, and then like I'd feel comfortable doing the little like hand grab or whatever just to test the water, or she'd do the same. And I think that's the way it would go. And if it didn't work, then that's cool as well. We're just friends, and I just move on. So
now there's one thing you don't want to send out. You don't want to send out false signals, and I think she's sending out some false signals.
mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing to in any potential relationships or even in general in life is the assumption is the mother of all mess ups. And so
Yeah.
we don't you don't want to get to a place that you assume certain situations will be uh, in denial of certain situations. You want to make sure that you put things in proper context because our wants and our needs and what we like, we can overshadow what reality is. We can want so much or want something so bad that we can't see reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so you don't want to get to a point where you're so wanting her where you can't see the reality that it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I hear that. I understand, and I think I've got more and more to that place of like of seeing of realizing that. And yeah, and see, this is the whole thing, Eman's the trickery, right? Because whether it's intended or not intended, I think there's a little bit of the wrong signals going out from her. So it's sort of like, that becomes that trickery thing, and it's sort of like, well, do I, and to not buy into that, that's the thing. And that's why I think I have a pretty, like, a bit more of a sort of a holistic, from above helicopter view of the situation, where I'm just going, okay, well, this has sort of happened today. And then, if something does happen and we get to go out, then that's cool. And I think the main thing for me now is really just to focus on, well, everything's just normal, everything's just cool, treat everything like normal. And if there's an opportunity to go out, then we go out. Because
I give you a
yeah.
perfect example. I give you a perfect example of what you don't want to fall into. Perfect example is this. You know how when you turn the radio station and you're on the FM or AM or FM, it don't
Mm-hmm.
matter.
Yeah.
You in between signals. You think you hear something, but it's just a mix up. It's just a distortion. And that's what I'm saying. You don't want to be in the mix up. You don't want to be in the middle where you don't have clarity. You want to make sure that you're on the right channel and that y'all both on the same page. Because if y'all in the middle, just like with God's word, you can't be lukewarm. You got to be either hot or cold. When you lukewarm, it's just too much of a mix up. And so you want to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that you are on a clear signal. Because if she's sending false signals and you sending positive signals, y'all still on a different spectrum. And so eventually somebody has to make the initiative so that you all can know, well, are we going opposite ways or are we coming together to make this signal stronger? And and the more you waste time, the more you don't understand you won't understand what the true signal is. And so you can be patient if you know the signal is coming towards you. If you don't see the signal moving, you just hear
Mm-hmm.
beeps of the signal. then you need to really adjust your what they would call that, adjust your probability, because
Mhm.
probability becomes less stable than a strong signal. If you just give weak signals can be false flags of a whole lot of things. And
Mhm.
if you're not getting a positive signal, you don't know if it's a good signal or a bad signal, or it's just I want your attention signal.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Yeah. I hear that. I hear that coming through tonight, man. Yeah.
and so yeah,
Definitely.
and so yeah.
Yeah. Cheers,
Um,
bro.
hey, thank you for letting me establish my new shows, cowboy. My I'm gonna be called the E-Man Answer Question Love Line type. So,
There you
dear,
go.
dear Eman, I have a question. The 1-800 Eman love meter.
yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. You're in love.
So how you
Oh,
doing,
that's so
cowboy?
good.
You sleep back there, cowboy?
I'm right here, baby.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
Hey,
going to know
actually,
where Chip is.
What? I'm right here. I've been listening. I didn't have my notepad like Digi, so I'm gonna have to remember the lines, but I'm listening.
hey, ask the chat room. They got any questions for your boy before I go to sleep and my brain cut off.
But Chip was going to give you a hard one.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, we were trying to figure out what would be a very difficult scenario, and
Uh,
Just
I'm
come and
not
see
really sure.
Digi, I can tell you.
There you go. Um, oh boy. Okay. So what if you have somebody who is not Mandela affected and an Australian woman at the same time? What would you say?
Oh, nightmare.
well, see, my whole thing is even in God, you don't want to be unequally yoked, and when you on two different spectrums, no matter what you say, it's not gonna fit. You can jam it into place, but just like when you jam in things, it'll seem like it's tight, but it's still a wiggle out. And so you know when the fight is not worth fighting for.
That's
And so
wise.
Yeah, so don't wiggle.
hey, see, I told you, boy. Cowboy, we got to get that channel up and going, right?
Which one? The E-Man Love channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta figure it. I hope I give you a couple of subscribers. I bet YouTube won't shut that down.
No way. We didn't know that you were a dating guru until this night.
No, I think it's just more of a.
Oh, you haven't heard E-Man at his best yet, there, Chick.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I
Oh
think
boy,
it's just.
oh, that one screen, E-Man, man, you were on fire like nothing else. Oh boy, you were singing. I don't know, man. Things were coming out of your mouth I never heard before, dude.
The E-Man love meter.
And so
Woo!
and so and so and now if it's just a regular, if it's just an Australian, and she don't know nothing about the Mandela effect, just like we was talking earlier, uh, you have to introduce that person very slightly, and and especially if you're not from that country, you can use that as your advantage because you can pretend that you need her help to get you accustomed to your new surroundings, and then you know right off the bat, is she interested, or is she single, or if she's just because you gotta be careful when you go into different countries because there's a whole lot of what they call that uh
Cultural things.
yeah, cultural
Cultural.
things. So you
But
have to be careful.
E-man, is there any way we can Cowboy we can mute Chick so she doesn't hear this and all the women in the live chat so none of the women hear this at all? But isn't there a fairly good chance that all women everywhere are very similar? Have I just shot myself down in my entire channel by saying that?
Well,
I just know that I'm going to get in trouble whether I'm in Australia or in New Zealand or in America or in France. I'll be in trouble anyway. I'll be told off.
I'll pull you out of
women,
this. It's a very simple statement, Digi. It's a very simple statement.
It's a simple statement.
Can't live
True.
Can't live
Sorry,
without
Chick.
it.
Oh, you hate me now. You hate me now.
No, don't worry. There's no hate. I actually don't know any Australian women, so I can't say definitively. You know, I can't verify that one.
Yeah.
women in general the same heartbeat. They have the same structure now. Uh, um, in cultures, you develop your culture from when you was born and how they raised you and what your morals and non-morals are from how you was raised. But
Hey,
as
but
a
in
young
all fairness,
Hmm?
Digi, men are all the same too. So I mean,
I never said that we weren't. I never said that we weren't. I in fact would profess that most men are very similar in some respects.
all men look like the women that look good. Now
Oh
you got
yeah.
like I told my son, you got very few men that really what they call it a dangerous species where they take the spectrum on the other side where I
right.
want to know how I
But
want to
here's
know her mind.
here.
But most men they ain't looking at the mind. They want the mind, but that ain't the first thing they looking at. Nah.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
dude, that also, man, you're
here's
so
the thing,
bad.
though.
It's
Here's the
also
thing, though.
it's also the smile. It's also the smile and the connection thing. That's
Right.
what that
Listen,
does it for me, man. Like you know,
and the,
yeah.
here in the confidence. Here's the thing, though. I ain't just saying this. Years of experience, right? So, just like every good-looking woman knows she can get every man that she wants. Once you figure out, obviously, you have E-man. Once you figure out, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, I I got every woman I ever wanted. I ain't lying. And it's not because I'm the best looking guy in the world, but because I know how to read people and I know what I need to do to get what I want. And so, uh, trying to be modest on this as much as I can without
And
being
it took me
chauvinistic
time to
or,
realize that.
or anything. But look, hey, I could tell you this. Once um, I can get a woman to get to know me, a little time, I know what I need to do. And it's really, wow, this is so sick and so chauvinistic. It comes down to whether I want it or not. It comes down to whether I want to continue or not. It's sick, but it's true. And yeah, I'm an asshole. I'm chauvinist. I'm not. I wouldn't. Chick, would that be chauvinistic? What would you call that?
Cowboy, you're selling yourself short, man. I don't think you really mean that. You don't really mean that. Maybe in 1 in 1,000 scenarios. I don't reckon you really mean that.
No, I'm not. Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm very selective. But when I put my sights on something,
There's
When
nothing
you say
wrong about that.
I'm not a player. I don't go out. I don't.
when
I
you
don't
say
sleep
show,
around. But if
I
I come across somebody I really am into, I will get them.
I think you're saying the wrong word. I think because when you say chauvinistic, that word is normally identified with a person
Well, I know, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say, sounds chauvinistic. Help me out here, guys. Chick, Digi,
It,
man, help
it,
me out here.
it's
I'm
not.
not.
It's not so. It's not chauvinistic. It's maybe selective
I'm
because
selective, but I get what I want.
right. That's selective because chauvinistic is when you say I'm chauvinistic. So that applies that you one of the men that think that you the boss or you
No,
running the women.
absolutely not. Never.
Right. So
So I'm not,
so
okay. So I'm
Yeah,
not
so those
chauvinistic.
connotations
Um.
are different for sure. Because yeah, that's what people would think with that
Okay.
word.
So I'm not chauvinistic. I'm
select
confident in getting
selective
what I want in a
and selective.
selective
Right.
group.
There you go. There you go. That's better. Boy, you about to, ooh, you about to get it.
I
Oh,
don't. I mean, I
you
don't
think
know.
you
I'm
better
asking.
than me? Huh?
So wait, do you guys understand what I'm saying now? I'm not. I'm trying to be humble on this. I'm trying to. I'm not trying to be
Well, no,
boast
see,
or
look, let me tell you,
egotistical
it took,
or
No,
it took me a
right.
you're
long,
being honest. You're just straight up saying like
right,
what's
right. It took me a
going
long
on in
time,
your mind in that moment. So
right. It took me a long time to realize the same thing that you realize. Cause see, when I was growing up, my cousins and them were saying I was ugly and all. But then when I look back in my life, every woman I wanted, I got. And I didn't even know. I said, dang, hold on, I must ain't that ugly because I got all the women I wanted. So, sometimes you don't even know how good you are as far as getting a female. And some people, it's like you know your worth and you know what you can do. So it ain't any, you ain't boasting. I think that's the word. You're not boasting because you are what they call that confident in your skills and getting whatever woman you want to get. And if you don't want them, then you say, well, this
and
ain't
it's
working.
not. And here's the thing. I mean, to elaborate on that, it's not that I manipulate or do anything that's outside of who I am. It's who I choose and being selective of who I choose to show my true self to, because I know who I am is what you know what I mean. It's like I'm not a player. I'm not a player at all. But when I am selective and I find that person, I can be that myself. I don't know how to say this. I could be open enough to where they're open and it creates a connection. You know what I mean?
It's not a false connection.
Or,
It's a,
let's put it this way: you either love me or hate me. Put it that way. There's no really in between with me.
well, it depends. With you right. You that way, but the individual can have their own agenda, and so as long as you can peep the agenda, you can adjust yourself accordingly. Because I tell people all the time, even in a relationship or in a potential relationship, anybody can fake it. Anybody can fake it. You have to put time on anything because time will tell the
Right.
wrinkles on the surface. Anybody can fake it. You can go out on a date with anybody. You can go take out a date 20 times, and you'll never get to know. 9 times out of 10, the only time you get to know the true person is 9 times out of 10 when y'all spend time in the same household. When you spend time in the same household, them curtains normally get pulled back because now y'all interacting with each other on a consistent basis. I can act for an hour and a half on a date 10 times a month, and you still won't know who I am. But when I'm in consistent contact with you on a consistent basis, them 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 shields and them barriers started dropping. Now the true me come out, and so I tell anybody, even when you're trying to figure out if this is gonna be your long term mate, I would never marry anybody that I don't live with at least for 5 months because if you marry somebody just because you go visit her mama house or and she go visit you at your house and y'all go y'all separate ways, y'all still don't know one another. Y'all know of each other outside, but y'all won't know each other in a living condition that's have a built up timeline where you done spent and invested some time together in the same place, sharing the same food, sharing the same bathroom. She might don't like a person that cut their hair in the sink, and you might be one of the lazy person that don't want to clean out the sink, and that could be the ripple in a relationship. But you won't know that if you don't live together.
That's true. You might not be compatible housemates. Like, you might be great as friends or dates or whatever, but when you actually move in with someone, then you can't act. You have to literally be yourself, and it depends if the person that you're with is very, very particular about how they live and what they do. Does that mesh with you or not?
Well, I swear, you better. I'll tell you, well, you keep this. Hey, you need to title this Mandela Effect slash um, date hour.
Actually, the 30-year-old at my work that I told her about my YouTube channel.
How many people we got in the gym room?
I told her, I said, look, I do live streams, and I was talking about the Nephilim and the Mandela effect and things I do. And I said, but there's sometimes that you're probably just not going to want to hear my live streams. So what I'll do is I'll start titling them like, like this one would be chat with special guest, Chicken Eman31. I'll have Digi, and then I'll be like, not for Summer. Her name's Summer. Like,
there you go.
Not for you, Summer.
Yes.
I'll do that.
That would not make you popular, no.
Right. If you type that, they might say, well, it's not for summer, it's winter time, so I can watch
it. Hey, we're 5.5 hours. Eman, ain't nobody watching this afterward. Nobody watches my streams. The only people that will see my streams are the ones that come in. My streams are way too long for people to like, oh, Cowboy went live. I think I'll watch it for a day. I gotta have a whole day.
A whole day, like, especially the whole start of it is like so serious and such heavy topics and everything. They'll be in a completely different mindset, and it'll just, completely flip them upside down to see how different it ended up being.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question here? I got a question for Eman. Eman, so if this girl, right? If I should say to Cowboy, right? Right. So if this, if it does happen and we do start up a relationship, which would be really, really good. If that did happen, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would I be if I didn't tell her about the Mandela effect? Could I get away? When I say get away with it, it's not about getting away with anything at all, but I just wouldn't want to ruin anything for her turning around and going, he is a nutcase because he'd seen the Haas avocados and the Luke, I'm your father.
Well,
what do you reckon?
You had to ease that in. You can't. And you'd be surprised.
No, but Eman, what if I said to her? What if I didn't tell her about it? Full stop.
Well, then now you'll be false flagging.
Yeah.
Be false flagging because she gonna find out anyway, and you do detrimental to yourself because then, if you don't tell her and then she find out, then now she don't want you because now she think you loony. I'd rather be with somebody that think I'm loony and we loony together, just like the Cowboy said about an hour and a half ago. Man, somebody that he can talk to that has same commonality. They got something in common, and have somebody I can't even talk to about what's really going on.
My feedback from my ex-girlfriends, right, when we've broken up, has always been you're too honest.
Well, you don't have to be too honest because that was one of my problems in the beginning when I was younger. I had a girlfriend that was fine, but she had a fine friend that was finer, and I was feeling her. And because I was honest, I said, you know what? I want to tell you the truth. I was feeling your friend, but I didn't do nothing with her. but she was attracted, and I lost my girlfriend because as long as I didn't do nothing, I didn't try to engage or pursue that. That was none of her business. but but
You're in the
but
shit. Yeah. I know what you mean.
but but in this case, because you a Mandela Effect community person, you'll be doing her injustice because she's in the situation even if she don't want to be. The Mandela Effect
I
is not
know.
selective.
I know.
The Mandela Effect is not selective to just a group or a community. The Mandela Effect is a world event that's happening even if you don't want it to happen, even if you try to be in denial. And so, and then you don't know. Maybe that will maybe help y'all come together.
True.
It,
But I'm
it,
thinking, Eman, your advice of giving, when you say ease it in, right? I think the thing is like it's about me just not putting the whole story on the front page. You know what I mean? It's about, like you said, just ease it in, just a couple of little things. And, like it's little things like I remember Haas avocados being HAAS, like, and, do you ever remember that? Do you ever remember it being, I must be, must be silly, man, thinking like this
I
is
can tell,
like spelled wrong.
I can tell you a perfect way to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and this is a perfect way you do it. Y'all go on YouTube and just pretend like you browsing, and then started watching the Mandela Effect video, and say
Huh.
and just started
Chick,
discussing
he's
it.
smooth, isn't he? He's smooth.
Be like, man, Joe, did you see that? What you think about that? Started you acting like you are a part of the community. Act like you just browsing YouTube and just feel like that's something that you ran across and y'all watch it together and see what her feedback is. Now you can
Mm.
know what her pulse is.
Okay,
Now
so Eman, so she turns around and she goes, "Nah, they're all crazy." But you're in
then
love. You're in love with her. You're in love with her, and then she says, "Nah, you're all crazy."
And you
well
might feel a disappointment right there.
it would
Mm-hmm.
but see you rather be disappointed in the short term than in the long term. Because see the problem is if you invest all that time and energy, and then she happened to stumble on YouTube video of you talking about the Mandela effect.
Oh
Now
God.
you didn't tell her this, and she said, "Why you didn't tell me this? What's going on? You a Looney Tune?" And now you done caused a bigger friction, and
Yeah.
so you ain't gonna be able to hide it because YouTube is not well, you can have private videos, but you don't know, especially with the power that's to be now. They're trying to destroy lives, so they might remember this video that we talking about. So, yeah, oh yeah, let's make sure we put this on his girlfriend phone. And next you
I
know,
can
you
I
put it.
I can hear her saying, Mark, who's this digital intel dude? Who's this Digi? Mark, who's this digital intel dude? I'm be like, oh, you mean Digi? Digi? Oh, damn, girl, shit, busted.
Right? So you have to ease it in either way. But like I said, I would test the waters and just don't show her don't show her something that's intrusive, meaning something that's got multiple effects. Show her something that you may think that she'll be identified with, or she get to know what she like, what shows she liked to watch when she was younger. Get to talk
No,
about
I disagree. I think I'm going to skip all of this and I'm going to take her straight to 1-800 E-Man Love Meter. Say, come check this out. This guy got good advice. Yeah,
that
no, you're right. Though you're right. Go to one where there's one that she might feel like it's gonna
right. Just
resonate.
like
Yeah,
Cowboy said, once you talk to her and find out what she used to like when she was younger, and that's only if you once y'all figure y'all can do this thing, and then and say yeah okay, and then don't do it right then, cause then that'll look too suspicious. We just got to talking about this, and all of a sudden now you want to show me a video about it. You wait a couple
yeah.
of weeks, and then you like, oh man, check this out. Ain't this your show? And then I'm like, hey, I don't remember like that. What you think? Like, no, I ain't have women either. And she's like, what's this Mandela effect? And make sure you don't go to none of your videos.
Yeah, none of my videos, man. Especially with me and Leia live together, far out.
Right, your videos. Then she posted, man. What she said, man, I need to know something about that. He was like, yeah, you know. And then once you get really engaged, and you say, you know, I don't want to, I didn't want to, because see, now you got to figure a way. You got to figure a way how to introduce you into you a part of the community. So now you got to break her into that too. So that's the next step. But I ain't gonna give you all the steps of one. You let me know when y'all get to that first step, and then I'll figure out something for the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, deal. That's a deal.
That's
Anyway,
right. Yeah.
you're gonna have to help him when he gets caught in that lie down the road.
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, I say I gotta figure because I know a way to do it. Because see, what you tell her is say, you know, I didn't want to scare you, and especially if she into it. If she into it, then now you can break it down easy. Say, you know, I didn't want to make you afraid of or scare you up because, you know, what they call that? I take our relationship serious, and I didn't want to damage the relationship, so I had to check the post.
So I lied to you.
I didn't lie because you didn't lie to her because see you don't want to go say what's this. You just say, man, let's check this out. So you didn't say you didn't know about it. You just asked her to check this out. Like if you was going to a restaurant and said check this food out. You didn't say you didn't eat the food before. You just telling her to check it out. So
this is all Eman's advice from his pimp originally, right?
if she assumed that you didn't check it out, that's on her. You didn't never say, baby. You didn't never say, baby. I ain't never ate this food before. Check this out. You just said, check it out. And she checked it out, and you say, well, and then and you asked her what it thinks. So you didn't lie to her. You just didn't tell her everything.
You're a player from way back, Eman. I like it.
Would that work for you, Chick?
I mean, that's the thing. It's like I think you would need Eman level confidence to deliver the line of like, oh, okay, so you have one or two Mandela effects. I'm actually huge in this community. I'm the king of Mandela effects.
One of the original dons, yeah.
Come and sub to my channel, yeah, right. Oh my gosh.
come and sub my channel. That's right. I'll make you a moderator.
There you go.
Here's a wrench. Oh no.
And see, the good thing about that is like my wife. Well, she said, man, you very important in the world. Now you done got some kudos because a woman like a man that look like he's changing or he's a part of something that's spectacular. And I believe every man and woman in this community, we very unique. We very important to the world because there's not too many of us. Maybe it's about 100,000 of us, but it's billions of people.
144. Yeah, I think Eman, I've got a good friend. I think you've chatted to him and Cowboy as well. I think you guys have all been on when I had my old channel ages ago. But Michael Musco, I think he's in Louisiana. He's the guy that has like the hooded top with no face and stuff. He does like shows and quotes the Bible and does his own interpretation, and it's just very he does like a generalized sort of and he applies it to his life, and he talks about walking in the spirit. He's become a very good friend of mine, and one of the things that he said, and this is sort of what I feel like I really need to contribute to the conversation tonight before I go, is that that all of us, so whether it's Cowboy or Chick or Eman or myself, and like we should all wear this with pride. We all have a piece of the puzzle, right, that we are bringing to each other, and we're sharing to bring this puzzle together. And as doesn't matter whether you're first time caller, long time listener on a show, or just in the live chat, or you're an E-man or a cowboy with a big channel and stuff like that, or you're a guest on a channel or whatever, we all have a piece of the puzzle. And if we have open ears and we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, we can put that puzzle together. And I think what we'll find is we'll end up in this place where we're all together.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the confidence you gotta have with her.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. I'm trying. I'm getting you tips, E-Man. I've got 3 pages of tips from E-Man tonight, so it's all good. I'm gonna you're pulling on my heartstrings. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, but I think that's important for all of us to remember to never lose sight of that.
About ready to go to Safeway right now. What was that line again? What was that line for the chick at Safeway again? The checkout lady?
The one at the gym or the one at the checkout lady?
The checkout lady.
Oh, the checkout lady. That was one.
The one that wanted to have the last line?
Like, I'm so glad I got all these items. She was like, what? I got because I got a chance to look in your beautiful eyes a lot.
You're gonna just roll up that your beautiful eyes a lot.
I heard I have a chance. What was that?
Which one? What was that?
What you said? I couldn't hear what you said. I have all these items.
I'm glad I got all these items. And she was like, "Oh, why? You cooking for the holiday or what's up?" You know how they ask your question. Hey, no, because that gave me more time to look at your eyes.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna say, do you know what? I got told to go and see you because you're the checkout lady, but I realized that you're the check you out lady.
Oh no, see you messed
Boom, boom. Crash and burn.
Up, man. You messed it up.
Wait, how about this one?
You're the check you out lady.
How about I could have gone through the self checkout with this one item, but I'd rather have waited in line just so you can check me out.
Girl, you can scan my barcode.
So y'all adopted y'all putting y'all a spin on it. See, it's just like you know how you be a comedian and you're a comedian and you be doing your thing, and then people try to do your joke and they mess it up. Y'all messing it up, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna take more notes, man. I'm gonna take more notes.
Just hey, E-Man, just text it to me and I'll read it off my phone to her.
E-Man, what should I do, man? I'm in a situation right here. 1-800 E-Man.
Hey, Digi, and it should be like, well, blah 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 blah, and you'd be like, hang on a second, hey, E-Man, this is what she said.
She be like, why you gotta keep going to the bathroom?
Say you're texting your kids. Oh, shit, man.
Oh, boy, this is a fun night. Well, fun morning. Jesus. It's 9 o'clock. Ooh, boy, we've been out. Y'all been on the radio? I mean, I'm going to say radio. Lord Jesus. How long we been on?
5 hours?
How many people we got in the chat?
I don't know. How many people are still in the chat? Did they fall asleep?
I think there's people there, but they've fallen asleep. Oh, no, there's a few. Oh, do you know who's in here I haven't chatted to for a long time? Is Craig. How you going, Craig? He may not remember me. I thought he was a good dude. He probably doesn't remember me, though.
I remember Craig. I remember everybody that came in the doggone Mandela effect. Man, shoot. Lord Jesus.
He was on the show ages ago, yeah.
How long you been in the Mandela Effect community, Digi?
Well, I've had 3 channels, all called Digital Intel. I've left and come back. I've left and come back and left and come back. So the first time I had, a couple of hundred subscribers. Last time I was at about 300 and something. And now I'm back on, and I've got like 50 or 60, which is cool because I just want to have it as like basically a friend meetup place. Like I don't want it to be some super big channel. Like not that it was ever going to be a super big channel, but I don't want it to be a money raising thing or a look at me sort of thing. It's just a place for friends to meet up. That's why I've got that's why I've dropped in here, really, just to say hello. And then if you guys want to come on the show at any time, we'll organize that, because it's just a friend catch-up show. There's me, Michael Musco, and Layered Life, and then we do one guest every week. And in some cases, yeah.
You know my email, so.
Yeah. Well, like both of you, all three of you are more than welcome. I'd love to have all of you equally on the show at some point, because you all bring, like I said to you before, everyone's got a piece of the puzzle. And the reason I'm doing it is it's just on that one time that I hit that one person. It's like when I've been in the Uber before, and I've brought up not necessarily Mandela effect, but just going inward, knowing your spirit from your mind and your body, the separation between mind and body, and knowing your spirit. And when you know that, then you're talking to the right person. You're talking to upstairs. You're talking to you're having that connection to God. And it's the reason I got that channel there is so that that just hits that one person who tunes in that goes, oh my God, I've just realized, like, the penny drops and everything falls into alignment, and they have that one moment of realization where they go, you know what, this has just changed my life. And for whatever reason, that's the reason I'm back, because I have no social media. Like, I have one friend on Facebook who's my dad. I keep that there as a skeleton account so that I can log into things, but also so that I have, if anything, God forbid, happened to my dad, I can see his posts and I can contact people and whatever. Other than that, I don't have Twitter anymore. I don't have Facebook effectively. I have no Instagram. I have a very small channel on YouTube, and that's the way I want to keep it. And yeah, I think this separation away from as much as possible from this beast system that we're in, because clearly we're not in heaven right here on this planet. It's definitely not run by individuals who I have respect for. So, it's all about waking people. Not waking people up, but being there for those people that do wake up, being the signpost. And then, if you do a show and that wakes someone up, that's just a bonus. So, yeah.
Well, my email is, oh Lord Jesus, my email is the one I use more is. I better give you the Mandela Effect one. I'm going to have to check my Mandela Effect email.
Yeah.
I normally check my regular email, but I got them both logged in. But my email is mandelaeffect31@gmail.com. So anytime you want me, so just
I'll sing out, man. Definitely in the next couple of weeks, because Layered's also got a couple of people he wants to bring in, which will be really good. But if you guys can check it out, we're trying to keep everything under 2 hours. Because I did like you guys. Like, I've had some, we had some shows with Jesse on there, like, that were 10 hours. Like, it's just incredible. But yeah, we want to trying to keep them around 2 hours, so that way people can, if they miss it, like, they come in and watch 2 hours, and then it's sort of done, and then we move on to next week. So
yeah. Digi, mine's like 2 hours for one group, 2 hours for another group, 2 hours for another group. Then people fall.
Oh man, don't get me wrong, because we need channels like you, man. Because I can put you on during the day if I'm on a Sunday and I've got nothing to do. I don't want to watch TV. I don't want that brainwashing shit. I'd rather listen to you guys talk. Like, hear you and Chick talking about dating and stuff, and then E-Man coming along giving love advice. That's quality, man. That's what you want to hear.
And
is she still awake?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Well, you can come in anytime.
For sure. I'm right here. I'm just enjoying the conversation.
All right. We don't want to compress you. We want to, like Cowboy say, we like all spectrum of the flavor. We want to hear some bass and some trouble. Bass by itself don't sound right. When you got bass and trouble, you get clarity.
There you go. That's true. And I think we definitely get that with the community, because we got so many different people coming from so many different places in life. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, with Cowboy, I'm falling asleep again, and
Falling asleep. It's like the middle of the afternoon there. What are you talking about?
let me tell you.
Right.
Let me tell you.
All right.
I ain't been asleep ever since 7 o'clock yesterday, and so it's nine
That's right.
o'clock.
I've been up now 24 hours and 45 minutes.
And see, and I
I
gotta,
want
I
what
gotta,
you're having.
I gotta go, I gotta go to the
Called
laundry. I gotta go to the
Lock.
laundry. I gotta go to Walmart. Oh boy, 'cause every
Thank,
week,
Safeway at some point today. That's for sure.
every
Right.
every 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 week, I buy like 4 cans of chicken breast. You know, I'm a prepper, even though I don't want to be. 'Cause like I tell people, I don't want to be in a situation where oh, I really don't. Cause a person like me, I want to give food away, but I know I ain't gonna be able to.
you also got to prepare on the inside, right? That's the thing. I'm gonna
Yeah.
bounce, guys. Thank you so much, E-Man, for your love tips, man. You've given me something to think about, and Cowboy, great chatting again. And Chick, it was lovely chatting to you. You sound like an awesome person, and you're in really good company here. So, thank you guys so much.
Thank
You
Hey,
you.
got it. Thanks for coming on.
hey,
Yeah, I'm screwed. The NFL game here starts in 3 hours.
Oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try to give me an hour of sleep, Lord Jesus. And
Yeah, I'm probably going to sleep after the football games because it's going to start in 3 hours. So I'm not even tired. I've had 3 rock stars during this. So
yeah, I'm glad to I'm glad to
yeah,
I'm glad to get to know you. I'm glad to get to know you, and it had a nice vibe to the channel tonight. And again, when I re-download, you ain't got my number, do you, Cowboy?
no, I don't.
I'm about to give you my number.
Put it in the private hangout.
Okay, what's your email?
Just do it in that hangout that you tried to call me on.
Okay. I thought I gave it to you. I gave it to somebody. How's our boy Jason doing?
He's doing better. His seizures have stopped. He's doing better, but he's just been taking a break from YouTube. You
Yeah,
know,
he needed a break.
probably get right with where he needed to be right. You know what I mean.
Yeah. You heard from Craig lately?
He's in the chat room.
Oh, what's up, Craig? Hey, Craig, how you feeling, man? I can't hear you or see you, but I just say how you doing, man. Hope you riding them bikes up there in Vegas, chilling. Oh boy, but
Yeah, we can. Hey, you know what? We can get Craig on here right now, and that'll take me right to the football game, man.
oh, you know that'll take you to next week. I mean, Craig,
Hey,
Craig, because he ain't been on,
for round 3.
cause he ain't been on. I ain't heard him on the show in a minute, so I know he got a lot to say. Well,
Hear you.
whew,
I need to get some sleep before the next live stream, so I might go here in a minute too.
all right. I'm sitting to see. What's up? I'm up here, and I didn't have my eyes closed talking to y'all. I couldn't hardly open my eyes just then. No, I was talking while my eyes closed, and it didn't got the little doggone snot on them. Well, I can't, man. Mm-mm. So, chick, I'm nice to get to know, talk to you, man, and I ain't say man, lady.
Nice to talk to you too. I enjoyed the stream. It was good.
Yeah. And Cowboy, you keep on being you, man. You keep on doing you, and it's been about 7 months now, boy. You good.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you gotta believe me. You've done a lot for me, man. You helped me out a
No,
lot, and
I'm talking about 7 months. You know what I'm talking about? You've been doing good.
yeah, no,
You know
I'm doing good, and
your testimony.
getting back on my feet, you know, and um, I don't know, man. It's you know, I
Yeah,
always just praise God because you know, you just never lose faith, and
that's it. That's it.
you know, doesn't you know, and I was even prepared to live on the streets, to be honest with you, and thought, well, you know, if this is where God wants me, then that's where I go, man. I'm not going to lose my faith over that for sure.
Okay. Can I give a prayer real quick?
For sure.
Absolutely.
Father God, I thank you for the time we had together. You know, to get information out, God, and to hang out and have fun with one another. You say that that we can have fun and joke and laugh. And I'm glad that we had that opportunity. And hoping that something that we said um, would help somebody in a positive way, God, and that they will get something from. I know ain't nobody gonna be watching the screen, but those that did watch the screen, or those that was involved in the stream, um, had some positive and some joyful moments that they can go another day with happiness and joy and love and peace. We thank you for everybody that's in this room and everybody that text or gave messages. You know what they stand in need of. You know everything that they going through. You know the situations. You know the good things and the bad things. God, your will be done in whatever situation in any capacity. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
God.
Amen. And I love you, man. You know I love you. And you stay
I love you
strong
guys, man.
and keep on doing what you do, man. All right,
Well,
peace.
appreciate you guys coming on, Chick. It was a pleasure getting to know you. And you know what? Next time you do a stream and you want a guest, man, I'll go on your stream. Appreciate you coming on here. Um, you know, if
Thank
not,
you.
I'll be in your chat room. You know, either way. But and thank you everybody that joined in the chat room tonight. As usual, you guys are as much as part of the show as we are. We just get to talk instead of key. And I hope I try to get you guys in as much as I could tonight. Um, sorry, Craig, you came a bit late. Otherwise, we probably can go another 3-4 hours with you on here. Heck, we could do a whole poker show if you want. Craig
Oh yeah,
used to be a poker dealer. He
he got
actually
good.
dealt in the World Series of Poker. So I don't know if you know that, chick.
I did not know that. Huh.
Yeah, yeah. So
He got these
oh,
tricks with the cards he do. Man, he did. I said, that's cool. How you know that?
well. All right. Well, thank you guys for joining, and I'm a little disappointed that you guys have to leave because I have to figure out what I'm going to do between now and the football game. I hope I don't pass out because I don't miss it, and I'll be frustrated. And I know you got to go do some. You got to do some bends or something. Ben emptying or something, chick. What were you saying?
Oh, I have another live stream coming up, the Lost and Found bin. So I need to get a few hours
What
sleep
time
and
is
then do
that?
that.
What time is that?
So that's on at 12, but I have to get some sleep and I have to not so much do an errand here, but I need to check on something here too. So it's just
And you said that's the live
wild
stream.
timing. Huh?
You got a live stream. I guess I got a sub to your channel.
Wait, here, I'll put it in here for you. I'll put Chick's channel in here for everybody. Because she's going live here in 4 hours. So, let's
Okay.
see.
If I'm up, I'll watch you. I ain't gonna be
Oh,
guaranteed to be up. I try, Lord Jesus, I try. But I thank you, man. Peace.
All right, brother. All right,
Do you
here's
still-
here's Chick's YouTube channel, everybody. So click on that link and sub to her, and she's gonna go to sleep for a couple hours, and then she's gonna be a little bit groggy on her stream, but it'll pick up after a cup of coffee, right?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping. Good, strong couple.
All right, I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do. Craig, I don't know. I might go live in a little bit. I gotta do a body check. You're so funny. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, so
Okay. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you, E-Man. Thank you, everybody in the chat. It's been fun. It's been serious. And I'm looking forward to the next one. So thank you, everybody. And good night and God bless.